Our story begins with disturbing events in one of the city's office buildings, with smoke coming out of the windows of the lower floors. The building was surrounded by police officers who were trying to solve the problem with the terrorists without a shootout. However, the terrorists had civilian prisoners and were not interested in the conditions offered by the police. The heavily armed fighters held a dozen office workers captive and expected the mayor's office to fulfill their conditions. Dissatisfied with their work, the police began to discuss the situation as a mistake of the heroes, believing that it was their fault that it happened. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a confident man in an expensive suit with a stylish hairstyle. His name is Jade, and he is one of the popular heroes. He heard the entire conversation of his colleagues without superpowers. However, he did not care. Yawning from such a routine, he started his work. Jade had incredible speed. In a moment, he was in the window next to one of the terrorists. The shocked man did not even have time to react, but immediately began to threaten that if Jade started a fight, the prisoners would be hurt. The hero looked at the criminal in surprise and then asked who he was talking about. A moment later, with lightning speed, Jade ran next to his enemy. It didn't even take a second for the masked man to feel the body of one of the prisoners in his hands. Mocking the enemy, the vile hero asked the masked man how he dared to do this to an unarmed, innocent civilian. The enraged terrorist pointed his gun at his enemy with an angry shout and started shooting. However, he could not match Jade's speed. That is why, in a moment, the hero grabbed the man and took away his weapon. Hiding behind a masked man, he said that the deaths of the prisoners were his fault alone, and then started shooting at innocent people. Having finished his miserable plan, he killed the unarmed masked man. Looking in the direction of the armed terrorists, Jade's hero said that it was time to deliver real justice. There was no one among ordinary people who could fight against a man with superpowers and such incredible speed. Jade did not need the help of the police. A mysterious girl was watching these tragic events from the roof of one of the buildings, and she asked her teacher if this was the man they had talked about earlier. The man sitting in the chair assured her that it was him. The girl would be able to complete the work of her parents by destroying Jade. The girl replied in a rude tone to her friend that it had been a long time since they had worked together, and she didn't need help now. She intended to prove to the teacher that she was capable of making decisions on her own. So she set off to complete the task by herself. Going back to the far from ideal heroes, it is worth saying that, given a choice between more people and fewer, they will prefer to save the larger one. However, at one point this rule changed, and now heroes have to sacrifice a minority to save the majority. Therefore, even if there are casualties on the mission, it is still considered a success, and the heroes do not bear any responsibility for it. At that time, it makes no difference whether these victims were an accident or just Jade's hobby. People who were no different from thieves could safely enjoy their lives and call themselves heroes. Of course, Jade was one of those negative characters. People adored him and did not even realize how much blood of innocent people was on his hands. The criminals among the heroes continued to enjoy life without any remorse. Of course, not everyone knew about this sad truth. The heroes got rid of the criminals among the ordinary people. However, the question remained whether there would be someone who would deal with the thieves among the heroes. A brave loner girl chose this role for herself. She took the initiative and decided to become the one who administers justice to the criminals among the heroes. She was well aware that it was almost impossible to list every hero's murderer, but she was ready to make every effort to destroy them. This brave girl was approaching the building where, after his crimes, Jade rested in the company of attractive women without any remorse. He was telling his story about his last mission, where he got rid of a whole gang of terrorists. His conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of an unexpected guest behind him. Realizing that he wasn't expecting anyone else, Jade realized that his guards had failed to deal with the enemy, and he immediately decided to strike first. All the girls began to run away from the place where the fight started. The furious hero asked the girl how she dared to interrupt his long-awaited vacation. When he saw the face of his enemy, he was very surprised that his opponent was a very young girl. She replied that he did not meet her expectations, and in fact, Jade was not as fast as they say. At first, the hero did not understand what she was talking about. However, a moment later, he felt pain in his right hand and noticed that he had been injured by ordinary cutlery. Angry, Jade looked at the calm girl and asked where it came from. Without waiting for an answer, he took a fighting stance and said that it didn't matter to him, and he would destroy her anyway. In her early childhood, the girl lost her parents to the villains among the heroes. Suddenly, she received help in revenge from a stranger. The girl decided to destroy the thieves one by one until she found the one responsible for her family's death. She was ready to become the best for her goal. Her determination gave her the strength to keep fighting. She began her fight with Jade in search of the person responsible for her tragedy. The girl took out her blades and threw herself into the fight. However, her opponent was able to easily stop this attack. With a disgruntled look, the confident hero said that her attack was a childish stunt. After that, using his incredible speed, he tried to strike. However, the girl managed to dodge him. She immediately tried to strike back. However, unable to cope with the speed of the enemy, the killer of heroes flew several meters away and hit the bar behind her. The furious Jade expected more fun, so he threw a chair at the girl and ran in her direction. He ran up to her to strike her, but the girl picked up a fire extinguisher next to her. She managed to defend herself from the attacker. The explosion of the fire extinguisher created a fog around Jade. The hero looked around in search of his opponent. However, he still did not have time to react to the girl's quick attack. After being hit, he immediately ran away and asked the girl if she really believed that she could win with tricks. He then suddenly appeared behind the girl and asked her why she was so confident. She tried to strike at the hero. However, Jade, with his incredible speed, was able to dodge and strike back with a powerful punch. The girl fell to the ground in front of the hero. Angry, Jade struck her again and again, saying that she was not the only thief who had tried to fight him. He shouted that he had destroyed everyone who came to him with similar intentions. After finishing his speech, he told the girl that this was the end of her life and stretched out his hand to get rid of the enemy. However, a moment later he was overcome with extreme fear. He felt for a moment that he was at his own execution. His face was instantly covered with cold sweat. The girl had easily caught his final punch, and she looked at her opponent confidently and coldly. Jade didn't understand what had happened, but it felt familiar to him. Rising to her feet, she said that after such blows, she was able to understand how Jake's gift worked. Her look was so threatening that it made the hero even more afraid. Jade realized that he needed to immediately run away from such a dangerous enemy. However, he did not have time to react to the extraordinary speed of his own power, which the girl was able to copy. He did not understand what happened and grabbed his wound and screamed in pain. The girl calmly looked in the direction of her opponent. Angry, Jade shouted that she had deceived him and was not fighting at full strength all the time. The girl replied that she also had the right to have fun. The furious man immediately rushed into the fight. However, he had no chance in a fight against a serious-minded opponent. She didn't know how strong the other criminals among the heroes were, but she knew that she would not be able to carry out her plan in the afternoon. The frightened Jade started to panic, and after the last one, he couldn't move. The arrogant man could not accept such a crushing defeat. He remembered all those innocent victims of his entertainment. The thief among the heroes tried to escape and ran toward the exit. With a smile on his face, he began to believe that he still had a chance to be saved. However, he could not escape from his opponent. A calm girl stopped him in front of the exit. Holding the killer by the face, she said that this was his end. After that, she asked the thief to be born a normal person in the future, and struck the final blow. Looking at the body of her enemy, she was sure that the other thieves would also meet their end. After completing the mission, the girl met with her mentor, and the man said that after the recent events, heroes would start hunting for her. He warned her that there were many heroes much stronger than Jade, and that fighting them would make her regret her decision, and asked if she had enough determination. However, the self-confident girl calmly replied that if she was afraid, she would not have started this business. She is a killer of heroes, ready to destroy everyone on the way to her goal. She has no other choice but to keep going to her goal. Meanwhile, the scene of last night's events was cordoned off by the police. They found the body of Jade's hero and couldn't believe that someone managed to get rid of him. Investigators concluded that it happened so quickly that the attacker did not even plan to get rid of the hero's body. This was all the information they could get from the scene, and they hoped that a more adequate hero would take Jade's place. However, they were unlucky, and their wish did not come true. A moment later, an inadequate girl burst into the room and approached the body of the dead hero. She picked up Jade and asked him what happened. After that, the red-haired girl screamed in surprise. All the police officers around did not understand what was happening. Throwing the body of her friend to the ground, she assured them that she would take revenge. She tasted the blood of the dead hero. This way, she was able to learn about all the events that had happened and memorized the face of the hero's killer. Filled with determination, the girl said with a crazed look that she had found her opponent, the hero who would take Jade's place. Her name was Saiko, and now she would start hunting for the hero killer. Meanwhile, our protagonist was starting her routine. Every day, she had a hard workout. The girl exhausted her body as much as she could for the sake of better fitness to fulfill her plan. In the background of her workouts, interviews with the characters she hated so much were shown on TV. I think it was a great motivation to become better in order to achieve the goal. If we go back to the clan of terrible heroes, we know that this is an organization that contains most of the heroes, a community higher up the hierarchy that is authorized to give them orders. A long time ago, after defeating the villains, the heroes spent a lot of time strengthening their system of domination. Since then, decades have passed and the world has changed a lot. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole world has become controlled by one clan. After her daily hard training, the girl took a shower thinking about the current situation. It seemed strange to her that it had been a week since she had killed Jade, but there was no news about it in the media, as if nothing had happened. She thought that the reason for this might be their reluctance to show their weaknesses. On the other hand, she thought that maybe they just didn't care about their expendable material, just like ordinary people. In fact, she didn't care what the Hero Clan organization was thinking. She wanted to tear off the arms and legs of all her enemies, in which case they would no longer be able to pretend that they knew nothing. The girl drew a cross on the picture of one of the enemy heroes. It didn't matter to her who was coming for revenge because she was all ready to take the fight. The morning routine of the whole town was beginning. In a small cafe called Get Back, an old man stood behind the bar and wiped down his inventory. Looking carefully in the direction of his waitress, it was our hero assassin. He called her Iwa and said that she came very early this time. The girl simply agreed and put on her work uniform and said that there were usually no guests, but she liked working in such an environment. He asked why she liked to work in an empty place with no visitors. Without waiting for an answer, he said that in fact they already have one reserved table. The girl replied without emotion that it is just incredible. The man said that he was going to check the warehouse and would be back soon. But Iwa didn't react and silently continued to wipe the plates at the bar. After that, she looked towards the only occupied table. A strange and brash girl with red hair was sitting there, She had only ordered coffee and was holding a morning newspaper in her hands. The hero killer was immediately wary. Suddenly, it was the red-haired girl who held out a shotgun towards the owner of the establishment. She looked towards the waitress with a frantic expression. Inwa immediately realized what was going on. She used her stolen jade gift, with incredible speed holding it in her hands, but she got close to her enemy and immobilized him. Asked for that too, and said she was just stopping by this cafe to say hello. Sweating a little from the exertion, she said with the same frantic expression on her face that the hero killer looked too calm for someone who had stirred the hive. Without too much emotion, Inwa asked the red-haired girl if she was part of the clan. The stranger looked at the hero's killer and began to analyze her behavior. She believes that in addition to her restraint, she's also very good at assessing the situation. And she used Jade's previously stolen gift. Despite the tense situation, she took a sip of her cooled coffee and thought about the enemy's gift that could steal other people's gifts. Placing her mug on the table, she asked Inwa with a calm tone to put her knife away. She suggested to meet tomorrow at a marked place and handed out a piece of paper with the coordinates. Leaving the cafe, she said they would meet there, just the two of them, without any interference. After the cafe owner returned, he asked the waitress what happened. The girl calmly replied that it was nothing interesting. The next day, Inwa went to the meeting destination. It was a restricted and fenced-off area. This formerly residential neighborhood looked destroyed by the force of the heroes. The girl didn't care about that and just walked forward in search of her opponent. At one point, she felt someone following her. She was already in the crosshairs of the red-haired girl. Anticipating the fun, Seiko smiled madly. She had a good feeling about this fight. A moment later, she fired a shot at the hero assassin. Having incredible reflexes, Inwa was able to dodge the first bullet. Seiko reloaded her rifle to continue. Running into a less open area, Inwa ripped off the rearview mirror from a nearby car. She hid by a nearby building. Looking in the mirror, she calculated the trajectory of the bullet and found the building from which the enemy was firing at her. Another shot aptly destroyed her mirror. She realized that the distance between them was about 1 mile. For her, that distance was enough. Inwa took out some metal balls from her pocket. Unfurling her weapon, she decided to launch a ranged attack. Running out from the corner, the girl threw the first ball towards the building. She almost hit her enemy. Jumping away from the destroyed wall, Seiko realized that it would be more fun. She realized that her enemy was a real monster, because just now, a small ball had destroyed part of a floor from such a long distance. Inwa wasted no time and activated the stolen acceleration gift. She got off to a low start before making a quick dash towards the building. With a satisfied laugh, Seiko said that she would not cede such incredible prey to her clan and handle it alone. The girl reloaded her rifle and aimed at the hero assassin. She couldn't figure out where her opponent was hiding and looked around at the buildings around her. As suddenly, she heard a strange sound in the lower floors of the building. She was surprised that Inwa had actually made such an unexpected decision. The girl was shortening the distance between them with incredible speed. When she appeared on the sniper floor, Seiko realized that she needed to change weapons and pulled out her favorite shotgun. With a smile on her face, she aimed at her enemy. But using her amazingly fast gift, Inu was able to easily knock the weapon out of the red-haired girl. After the failed shotgun blast, Seiko reached for her pistol. But she didn't have time to fire the weapon from its holster, as Inwa managed to take it away. The girl with a serious face delivered a heavy blow to the hero's head. Leaning on the concrete wall behind her, Seiko held onto her forehead, shattered by the blow. Inwa pulled out her large knife, and with a calm face, looking at the object, said that she was going to kill the hero and send him straight to hell. With her usual crazy smile and murderous look, the red-haired girl asked what this was about. The hero assassin immediately rushed over and repeated her cruel phrase. Seiko immediately covered her face and moved away from the wall. the girl sensed something wrong. Hands began to come out of the wall opposite her. The girl immediately threw a punch. A hero in a purple suit jumped out at her. The hero assassin realized that the enemy's gift allows him to pass through various material objects. Catching his hand, she decided that this skill did not touch his flesh. The girl tried to make a throw and slammed the opponent to the floor. But the unfamiliar hero was able to stay on his feet. Without wasting time, the hero assassin gave her opponent a strong kick with her foot. The hood flew off the guy. The guy with red hair and leather mask is Viper. Slightly surprised, Inhwa asked Sayako what he was doing here. They had agreed to meet, just the two of them. The sly girl said she didn't know what it was about. She offered to let the moment pass and asked the character assassin why she stopped using the stolen hero, Jade's hero acceleration gift. Sayako decided that in fact the hero assassin could no longer use the skill. The young girl moved closer to her opponent to strike with her hand. But Viper was able to dodge her blow. Looking at her watch, Sayako decided that the stolen gift has its own time limit, or limit on the amount of use. Anyway, her new opponent is much better in battle than Sayako. The red-haired girl thought that if the stranger didn't have any more tricks in reserve, she'd better run. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to overpower such an experienced fighter. Inhwa leaned to the floor from the strong blow. The surprised Viper saw something he was not prepared for. His partner had not told him about such a skill of the enemy. The hero killer stole his gift and began to pass through the floor. The girl realized how to use this skill and decided to escape from this building. She landed on the floor below and then decided to jump outside. Seiko was surprised. She thought that her opponent has no business with others, and the important condition for activation of the new power is physical contact with the holder of the power. Viper turned to his older colleague and said that they had no time to think. To catch up with the enemy, they had to go after her. Fixing his mask, he asked her why she had decided to call him and not inform the rest of the clan. Soiko said she had a bad feeling about it, but she was glad she had brought a strong fighter like him with her. Soiko and Viper happily continued their hunt for the wounded hero assassin. The girl hid in the midst of the destroyed area of the city. She thought she had been inducted, and it was too naive of her to believe that Seiko had really lied and brought her partner with her. Moreover, Viper was a strong enough character, and his gift was a type that was hard to get used to in a short period of time. She realized that she had the worst possible skill compatibility with this experienced enemy. Taking out her knife and looking in the mirror, she decided to kill Seiko first. Meanwhile, the team went outside and began to look around. Viper noticed the enemy's movement and instantly went to meet it, leaving Seiko standing in the middle of the street. He realized it was the sound of breaking glass. Using his ability, he examined the broken window. After a moment, he realized that the enemy had distracted him and came through the wall to attack his partner. The guy shouted the red-haired girl's name and asked her to be careful. Seiko could clearly see everything around her because she was standing in the middle of the street. The crazy girl started shooting at her opponent. Inhwa was in the middle of the road and had nowhere to open up from her opponent's shots, but her reflexes were enough to fend off the bullets with her blades. To stop the enemy's fire, she threw her blade at him. The knife slammed into Seiko's shoulder with great force. Inhwa shortened the distance between them. Her opponent was not ready to defend herself. The hero assassin struck, but the wound was shallow. After a moment, she pulled out another knife, realizing that the second opponent must be close by now. But she was too late to think of Viper, and he managed to kick her hard. Inhwa flew off in the direction of the abandoned buildings. As soon as she tried to get up, her opponent was right behind her in a moment. Viper told the hero assassin that this was the end of the fight and started choking her. The girl began to lose consciousness. She mentally turned to her older sister and said that she didn't understand how it happened. Meanwhile, from the roof of one of the abandoned buildings, someone was already watching the finale of their fight. A girl in a long blue skirt asked her comrade if they should really face off in a battle against the clan for the sake of this girl that was on the verge of death. The guy in leather gloves standing behind the stranger said that for them, the more cards the better. He was also interested in the guy who fought Inhwa. He thought Viper was a great item. Meanwhile, the hero assassin decided not to give up in such a crazy situation, and managed to pierce his finger into his opponent's eye. From the incredible pain, Viper loosened his grip and the girl began to move more freely. Inhwa recoiled a bit from her opponent, but she decided not to run away and continue her fight. The guy that was holding on to her lost eye managed to dodge her first kick. Suddenly, a shotgun blast hit him in the stomach. The girl managed to dodge this attack, but several bullets grazed her stomach. Mad Seiko started laughing and showed her tongue to her partner. She realized that the situation was becoming too dangerous and decided to escape from the epicenter of the battlefield. The wounded Inhwa jumped back to a safe distance. He held his hand over his wound and breathed heavily. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of a grenade's check opening. Seiko shouted to the enemy that she was caught in a trap and threw the grenade in her direction. The girl barely had time to jump back from the powerful explosion. Before she realized how it happened, the wounded Viper appeared in front of her. The experienced opponent instantly brought the distance closer and delivered a heavy kick with his foot. Inhwa flew back a few meters and fell with her back on the floor. The calm Viper, anticipating the victorious outcome of the battle, thought about the ferocity of his opponent. Now he realized why his fellow hero Jade had lost to her in the battle. Lifting the exhausted girl into the air, holding her by the neck, he recognized the danger of his enemy. Realizing that she would become even more dangerous in the future, he was glad he could finish her off before she became a monster. Suddenly he felt an unfamiliar presence nearby. He turned around and saw a huge man with a cold stare and a heavy suit. Viper didn't have time to ask the stranger who he was before he immediately received a lethal blow to the head. The girl fell to the ground. She didn't realize what had happened, but she no longer had the energy to find out who had interfered in their fight. Behind the strong and mysterious man stood a shy girl. She asked her partner who was the girl they had just saved. Soiko was watching all of this. She hid nearby in an abandoned house. The girl's head snapped up as she realized who had interfered in their fight. It was obvious to her that some unusually strong gang of villains. After these events, the girl found herself in a treatment room in the lair of the villains that saved her. The doctor said that her breathing and pulse are normal. In addition, he noticed the incredible strength of her bones. He believes that this is a feature of the users of the gift. The girl began to regain consciousness. She opened her eyes and saw a doctor in the distance of the room, saying that her bullet wounds had healed and her clothes had been changed by Sinclair. He continued to talk about the girl's health and said it would be good to leave supplements in her diet. Meanwhile, Inhwa decided to arm himself and carefully picked up a scalpel. He got everything he needed and happily held the right things in his hands. He was dressed in medical clothes, plus he had a gas mask on his face. Looking at the only bed in the room, he realized that his patient was no longer there. She was already behind him and holding a scalpel at his back. The guy said that he realized she was already behind him and wanted to stick a knife in him, but he actually preferred to cut horizontally with the blade. In an incredibly cheerful voice, he said that if he was unlucky, he might stab her in the ribs. The still exhausted girl asked the doctor who he was and where she was. Raising his index finger up, he asked the girl if she had heard of the nameless gang. He continued his story. In fact, not too long ago, there was a war between a clan of heroes and an alliance of villains. He said that you would think they were the survivors of that war, the remnants of the villains. In fact, none of them were in that war. His name is Vector, and he's a doctor among the nameless. So he thinks Inhwa should treat him more gently as her savior, even though he didn't really do anything and her incredible body handled itself. The girl took the scalpel away from his body. A moment after their tense conversation, a cute girl in a blue skirt came into the room. She was holding a basket of apples. She was very surprised because their patient was already awake. She gladly told the stranger that she was summoned by their boss. With a nice look at the hero killer and the doctor, she suggested they go into the living room together. As they walked down the corridor together, the doctor noticed that Imwa was quite calm. She was following them and eating an apple without too much excitement. The girl said she should be more careful because she could have planted the poison. The hero killer replied that no. She was not affected by poisons and had long ago become immune to them. Surprised, she turned around and asked where the tail of the apple had gone. The calm girl replied that she had eaten it. The villainess was surprised by her new friend's behavior. She thought the killer of heroes quite amusing. Next, they just silently walked to meet their boss. Looking at her arm, the hero killer thought she should keep her calories up in order to use the gift. She realized that she should start acting now, since they were most likely leading her to her partners. She began to look around at the villains accompanying her. On her left was a guy named Vector, and he didn't look like a fighter. Inwa thought she could crush him in a few seconds. On the other hand, the real problem was the girl on her right. She wasn't sure she could knock her out quickly. She thought about what the right thing to do in a situation like this would be. But to her dismay, Sinclaira said that they had already arrived at the meeting point with the boss. With a sweet smile, she opened the door and welcomed her new friend into the den of the nameless gang. They walked inside the hall. The two fighters we saw earlier were already waiting for them. With a nice smile on her face, the girl in the blue skirt said her name was Rachel Sinclair. A sturdy man with a scar on his face, dressed in dark and gloomy clothes. His name was John Nace. The leader of their gang was a young guy with a huge scar on his face. His name is Engine, and Inua immediately realized that he was very dangerous. Meanwhile, in the building of the 17th branch of the Hero clan, the recent events were already being discussed. Psycho was being called a dumbass for leaving Viper for dead. The girl calmly replied that she had no other choice as the enemies were too strong. The man with the cigar in his mouth said that Viper was a boy with a promising future. He had put a lot of effort into cultivating his talents, and so this time he would reprimand the red-haired girl severely. Psycho replied that it was because of this that she had come to him. She thought that with his level of power, this problem could be solved without too much loss. Lighting a cigar, the stern man said that the branch manager was not responsible for such work, but he really liked it better when he was on the battlefield. He asked the girl who the attacker was. She said it was Engine. The man started to remember how he knew the name. When he realized what he was talking about, he dropped his cigar from his mouth and asked his partner if it was the guy with the smile on his face. The girl pointed her finger at the artificial smile on his face and said he was right. Taken aback, the supervisor said that was bad. He immediately went off in a different direction and told the crazy girl that this should have been said right away. After that, he asked her to do her job and stay out of the way. He thought that this was an emergency situation. Right now, he would have to call all the characters in the movie to solve such a problem. He couldn't imagine that the smiling guy was back. Meanwhile, Engine continued his meeting and said that he wasn't interested in useless conversation. He asked his partners who was ready to solve the problem. A cheerful Rachel said she was ready to take on the task. She started to pull out my knife and said she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The hero assassin began to watch her movements very closely. Sinclaira abruptly threw herself into the attack. Inwa barely had time to dodge the large radius attack. Rachel thought the fight was fun and continued to throw punches that didn't reach her opponent. But at one point, Inwa was able to catch the hilt of her knife. She didn't let her opponent attack and quickly threw a powerful blow back that threw the little girl off. Without wasting any time, the hero assassin brought her distance closer to Rachel and kicked her in the stomach. The girl in the skirt dropped her knife from her hands. Rachel Sinclair couldn't handle the incredible strength of such a monster. Inwa ended the fight by hitting Rachel's head with her knee. She wanted to finish her opponent at point-blank range, but suddenly she heard her laughter. Rachel reached out her hand to her and called her sister, saying that she couldn't win this fight. Without too much emotion, the girl looked at her opponent's strange behavior. She decided to reach out and help Rachel to her feet. Watching such a powerful fight, Vector recognized the strength of the new girl. Clapping his palms, the doctor offered to finish such a greeting. Inhua interrupted his speech and turned to the nameless gang. With a cold stare, she asked why they had saved her. She looked towards the gang's head. I asked what their purpose was. Anjin replied that their goal was to destroy the entire Hunter clan. It was about the Hunter clan that killed her older sister. Her eyes immediately showed concern. Starting to use the gift of one of the heroes she had defeated, she asked the boss of the villainous gang with a serious look how they knew that the Hunters had killed her older sister. Shortly before these events, Enjin had met with a man well known to the hero's killer. He entered the house and greeted the old acquaintance respectfully. He called the man in the chair an old man. Looking at Anjin's reflection in the sword blade, the mysterious man said that he had long since retired, and so must be wondering why he had called this guy in for a private meeting. Engen replied that he had no idea what they would be talking about. The old man said that he wanted Enjek to help one kid. The guy with the big scar on his face said that his acquaintance was too attached to the dog he was raising. After saying that, the old man said that Enjin had become very bold. The master reached for the blade to start another conversation. With an ominous aura, he asked the boy if he was ready for such a conversation. Anjin realized that even with his teeth knocked out, the old tiger was still dangerous. The boy calmly sat down and said he was ready to listen to his comrade. The elder started talking about his pupil. He decided not to name her, and just mentioned her as a killer of heroes. He believes that this girl has incredible abilities. On top of that, she has an innate talent as a fighter. He didn't even doubt that she would become a very powerful person in the future. But he realized that it would be very soon. The man realized that if she were to face truly powerful people, she would surely die. With a smile on his face, Enjin asked his companion if he understood correctly that he had decided to entrust him with this little tiger cub. The man replied that the fellow had a clear goal, namely to destroy the clan. He thinks that in the process, he will have to face one girl, and he, as someone who has participated in the war, knows who he's talking about. Even if he crushes the entire clan by failing to deal with her, defeat will be on his side. Covering his face with his scarred hand, Enjin asked the master if he really thought the hero killer would be able to get close to the mysterious girl. The master replied that someday she would be able to achieve that goal. After this conversation, Enjin calmly stood up and said that he was willing to work with her. But if she broke, he would be out of the picture. With a grim look, the elder questioned what he meant when he said the hero killer would break. With a smile on his face, he asked his old friend to be careful, for in a moment she could tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, the serious-minded girl started to use Jade's giftie. Anjin asked the character assassin if she really wanted to find the killer of her family members. Looking at her cheerful partners, he asked if she would be comfortable with dying after fighting them. With a serious expression on her face, the girl said that was not the answer to her question, then repeated the words about her older sister. Despite the boss's conversation, one of the gang members couldn't stand it and decided to strike first. The girl was shocked by his speed. She managed to put up a defense before his strike. But the enemy's attack didn't reach the girl. She watched in amazement. The body of the aggressive guy was surrounded by magical darkness. The head of the gang turned to the impatient John with a serious tone. He asked him to dispense with any serious fights. Inwa thought that there was utter chaos going on all around. She didn't understand how such an organization could be maintained. The gloomy guy replied that there would not be another time. The doctor shouted happily that the conflict was over. The girl didn't know how to react to that. Rachel, wiping the blood from her pretty face, turned to her partner and asked him to leave them alone because fighting is always fun. Dr. Vector couldn't stand still and said that they should stop wasting emotions. The hero killer realized that no one would answer her question about her older sister. Inwa realized that the reason she was saved was pretty simple. Obviously, they needed her power to accomplish one of their goals. They needed something she had that they didn't. They were probably interested in information. And if so, the kinds of deals that could come up were pretty limited. She was in a situation where she couldn't refuse their offer. Inwa realized that in order to take the lead, she had to take the initiative. She turned to the gang and said she knew what they wanted from her. Her answer caught the doctor off guard. The confident girl said they were going to use her power in return for passing on valuable information. The gang boss said she was surprisingly quick to realize what they were talking about. Inwa agreed to such terms of the deal. A smile appeared on Rachel's face. She then asked the gang boss what they were really up to. Vector decided that he would answer for everyone. It was an exciting moment for him. The doctor said that they were planning to destroy the 17th branch of the heroes. This branch includes Saiko. The surprised girl said that they seem to be out of their minds if they are going to destroy the 4th branch. The head of the gang decided to ask her why she thought that was the case. With a smile on his face, he said that with her there were 5 of them, and that was more than enough. Meanwhile, there was an unusual incident in the desert outside of town. The girl in the suit with blue hair looked in her notebook and said that all the days, including weekends for the next 2 weeks, were packed with plans. Including today and after the end of the raid on the villains, they had to attend the filming of a commercial for the clan. The female hero replied that with such a schedule, you can just die of stress. Her name is Victoria, and she thought that such a demanding schedule was due to the fact that she was incredibly cool. She thought that representing all the heroes was actually very challenging. She had a lot of medals hanging on her chest. Her manager was a bit intimidated by such words. Anticipating an interesting fight, Victoria said that their enemies began to advance. In the distance, there was already visible a lot of dust from the movement of her enemies. They were villains on cars with excellent weapons. They were going to destroy everything in their path. One of them looked in the distance in surprise. He didn't understand why some unknown girl was blocking their way, but they didn't really care and decided to just run her over. Reaching out her hand towards the hero, Victoria used Maman, the power of beautiful dreams. A moment later, a huge sword fell from the sky with a great noise. She asked the manager if there were any reporters or cameras around. She got the answer that the surroundings were clear, and no one would be watching their fight. With a happy expression on her face, Victoria said that in that case, she could not hold back. The girl made a strong swing with her sword. It was directed towards the crowd of villains. After a moment, there was a powerful flash that began to destroy everything around. Such power left her opponents no chance to escape. With a smile on her face, Victoria said she was going to have a drink after she finished her business at Branch 17. John was unhappy with his boss's decision and asked if he should let her go like that. He didn't really like this girl. He then turned to Sinclair and asked why she didn't use her gift. The girl replied with a smile on her face that she didn't want anyone to die in this fight. And besides, she liked this girl. She thinks Inwa is quite attractive, and she has a straightforward personality. Those are great traits for her. The doctor hesitantly says that he doesn't know if that's really true. He thinks that he was almost deceived and that her every action was calculated. Maybe the moment when she got angry was just a game too. Rachel was very surprised and asked how he realized it. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that her heart beat the same way all the time. He had noticed it from the moment they met in the medical office. And even up until the moment she came out of hiding, nothing had changed. Folding her wounded hands over her blue skirt, Rachel said her new little sister was the exact opposite of her older brother Anjin. She believed that even though he pretended to be cold-blooded on the outside, inside his soul was seething. Their conversation was interrupted by the leader of the gang himself. He asked to stop this discussion and said that he would not accept another opinion. Turning to all his fighters, he said that they will indeed carry out an attack on the 17th Corps, and this decision has already been finalized. He added that they will carry out this attack together with the hero's assassin. In that case, there will be 5 fighters. Rachel got very excited and jumped up. The excited doctor took his head. The end of the conversation, Engine decided to remember the recent situation and turned to John. He repeated to him once again that he shouldn't get into a fight without permission. With a threatening look, he warned his partner that next time he would kill him. Vector and Rachel said nothing and just watched in silence. After a short silence, the doctor with a cheerful attitude suggested she go out to eat. She happily agreed. Meanwhile, the hero assassin continued her hard training. She thought back to a recent situation, realizing that she had been too carefree and overconfident. Her encounter with the gang of villains had shown her an obvious truth that she hadn't noticed before. She is surrounded by incredibly strong people who are actually noticeably higher in strength than she is. Inwa thought back to her previous opponents and recognized that Viper, for example, was also strong. But if she thought back to the gang leader named Engine, she could tell that he was on a completely different level. Besides, she realized that despite his strength, there were bound to be heroes who would be stronger even for him. She wasn't sure if she could reach them. To get better, she continued her grueling training to improve her use of the stolen gifts. Each time she got better and better at it, but it took a long time to make such progress. At this point, her maximum time using Jade's gift was almost 8 minutes. The tired girl fell to the floor. She was well aware that her results were indeed getting better, but it still wasn't enough to compete with the real monsters. In fact, she thought that this was just the beginning of her journey. Her own gift was improving by stealing other people's gifts, and she wasn't going to stop there. The confident girl decided that she would kill all the heroes and take away every gift from the real criminals. She is ready to face even the strongest opponents. She will spare no one. Inwa was ready to go through all the hard trials for the sake of her goal. Her goal now was to rise above and stand where her enemies stood. This goal kept her motivated to get stronger, no matter how hard it was. That same day, she decided to visit her boss at the cafe she worked at. Looking closely at Inwa, he excitedly asked what she had been doing. The girl looked like she had just returned from a fight. The girl awkwardly replied that it wasn't exactly like that. The cafe owner scratched his head in surprise and said nothing. The man decided to let the awkward moment pass and handed the mop to the waitress and said it was time to get to work. Inside the establishment, there was silence, and they got to work. The girl was scrubbing the floor after an unusual day of work. Of the visitors today was only crazy Psycho. But still, even in such silence, Inwa was quite tense. The owner of the cafe noticed it and told the girl not to be shy and speak directly about what she was thinking. As it turned out, she had decided to quit. She was afraid that she was putting her boss at risk because of her growing popularity. Inwa wasn't sure if she could protect him in the future and didn't want to take any more risks like she did with Saiko. The man accepted such a bitter truth with sadness on his face. The sad girl realized that from the moment her true identity was revealed, she would have to live a very different life. She could no longer stay working in places like this. Her boss said that he had originally offered her the job very suddenly, and so it would not be nice to keep her any longer. Turning to the girl with a smile, he said that she could return to work anytime. After that, he laughed as he thought he had said it too seriously. The old man realized that his cafe had almost no customers anyway, so he offered the girl to drop in once in a while for a break from her routine. He assured her that he would pay her after each day of work. Once the matter was sorted out, he pointed his finger at the window and asked Inhiwa with a smile why her friend was acting so strange. She knew that Seiko would come back. Inwa immediately thought that this time she wouldn't let her opponent get his way and would take the initiative. The girl thought it would be the right decision not to risk her superiors and strike first right away. She could easily use her hift with incredible speed to throw the opponent as far away from the establishment as possible to protect her colleague. In addition, her melee skills were much better than Saiko's. She also had knives on hand at all times. In fact, she never really started the plan because he was worried about one thing. She didn't understand why that crazy girl had come unarmed. Taking off her apron, the surprisingly calm waitress told her boss that she would step aside for a few minutes. The old man didn't understand what happened. He didn't want to close the cafe himself and took offense at his waitress. It was beginning to be night, and there was no one on the street. All the stores were closed and only the vending machines with drinks and snacks were working. Seiko bought some kind of drink and threw it into Inwa's hands as if they were good friends. With a friendly tone, she told her new friend that the drink was quite tasty. It was written on the tin that it was a pleasantly refreshing mint water. Accepting the gift, the girl replied that Seiko was out of line. The enemies who were still fighting in the morning started talking in the late afternoon. Seiko was sitting relaxed on a bench. She was surprised to say that she didn't think the hero killer would actually follow her so easily without any questions or problems. Inwa looked worriedly towards the cafe. The hero replied that she shouldn't worry about her boss. Seiko said that she was just fooling around last time, and that's why she came today even without weapons to prove her friendly intentions. The hero assassin couldn't figure out what her opponent's motives were. She was trying to figure out what she was trying to accomplish. She thought she was planning revenge for the death of her colleague Viper, though it was hard to tell from Saiko's demeanor. Taking a seat on another bench from a safe distance, she asked Saiko what she wanted. The crazy girl said that Inwa looked like she was really getting curious, so she decided not to pull her tail and answered right away. Pointing her finger at the quiet girl, she said she really needed her. Saiko said she wanted Inwa to be her new partner. Inwa definitely didn't expect such a response, but she didn't know what to say. Seeing such a funny reaction to her unexpected words, Saiko started laughing. Inwa asked why she was talking nonsense. The serious girl didn't want to continue playing these useless, childish games. With a surprised face, Saiko replied that they weren't games, for she said it in complete seriousness. Among the heroes, there are always those who have unique abilities like changing their body shape. Or, for example, fire or other elemental powers. These abilities are given only to the chosen ones. They have their own personal special gift. Also, all those who possess such mystical powers have incredible stamina and can live much longer than ordinary people. But ironically, few of them can live to a ripe old age. They don't usually die of natural causes. Viper was Saiko's partner, and the girl working at the morgue understood that. She said that a friendship of over 10 years was very serious. Yuna Song was holding a lollipop and acting as if she wasn't actually holding the dead bodies of the heroes. She asked Saiko with interest if it hurt her to lose such a friend. From the look of crazy, Saiko could not say that she was really sad. The girl sat next to the covered body of her dead friend and smiled madly. Looking at Viper, the doctor decided that he had been blown off his head with one mighty blow. She thought it was too shameful for such a sullen man as he was. In fact, she thought he was quite an interesting person. But that didn't matter now, because dead people are all the same. The girl asked Saiko how her intriguing meeting had gone. Saiko waved her hands and said that the character assassin had immediately refused her offer. During their meeting, the red-haired girl carefully observed the hero's killer's behavior. The waitress looked like she had met other villains before. Her behavior seemed strange. The doctor told Saiko that she looked rather confused about this mishap. With a mad smile, the girl replied that it wasn't that bad, because even though the hero killer had rejected her offer, she had still promised to do a small favor. The doctor didn't know what she was talking about, and the crazy girl got up from the couch and said it was a huge secret. She took the gloves of her dead partner and said she had to go. Showing the object of interest to the doctor, Psycho said that this was the reason she had come to this place. She had always wanted to try on these incredible gloves. The doctor could not get used to the strange behavior of this unusual character and just looked at her silently, not knowing what to say. Seiko warned her friend to be careful. She had a feeling that something bad was going to happen in their department. Seiko thought the hero assassin was an incredible possession. She noted that they had only known each other for a short period of time. But even so, there is already an incredible increase in the strength of her opponent. The girl thought that the clan leader should think twice about such a threat as a hero killer, because her power is growing at an incredible rate. Seiko realized that even a small flame with enough time could turn into a raging fire. She couldn't even imagine what an incredible monster a hero killer could become after a few fights with strong opponents. Meanwhile, Inhwa was examining her inventory of sharp weapons. She was preparing each of her blades for possible use. The girl was putting away the other things she would need in the near future. Inhwa was distracted on her phone. She received a long-awaited message. Someone from a gang of unnamed villains was wondering if the hero killer was ready to get rid of all the heroes of the 17th branch. It was the evening of the attack on the enemy base. The hero killer was already in position. She was running along the edge of the building. Looking down from the edge of the roof, she made sure that there were no extra witnesses around. The girl jumped back down without any hesitation. Inhwa shot a hook with a rope upwards. The girl hooked onto a pole of one of the buildings nearby. She easily climbed to the position she needed. After that, the hero assassin looked around. She saw a watchtower inside the base she was interested in. Underneath the tower was a guarded entrance inside. The two guards were talking about some obscure story. It was a normal evening, and they weren't even expecting uninvited guests. As a friend, one of them noticed some movement ahead of him. The armed man shouted to the strangers not to hide. She had no idea who dared to sneak into such a well-protected base of heroes. But after looking around, he didn't see anyone. His partner asked him what was wrong because he hadn't noticed anything strange. The agitated man scratched his head and said that he must have been distracted by some animal. He never realized that the enemy was already behind him. The girl sent him to sleep with one strong blow. After that, his partner had time to react and pulled out his gun to shoot the enemy. He had no chance to deal with the hero killer's incredible speed. She easily destroyed his gun with one hand. After that, Inhwa gave him a strong punch to his stomach. The building guard flew off to the other side and fell to his knees in pain. The calm girl said that she would keep him alive if he continued to keep quiet, and asked him to take out his walkie-talkie without any unnecessary movements. The guy decided not to risk his life and obediently took out his walkie-talkie. The fear-filled guard's hands were very shaky. After a moment, Inhwa destroyed that walkie-talkie with one strong punch. Then the cold girl broke her promise with one strong punch hitting him so that his head broke the asphalt. After dealing with the two guards, she sneaked inside the building. Inhwa remembered her conversation with the leader of the villainous gang inside one of the ruined neighborhoods of the city. It turns out that they had infiltrated Branch 17 once before. She asked if they had some sort of plan of action. Excited about future events, Rachel Sinclair said that first, there would be an explosion, and then many more incredible, powerful explosions. With frantic interest, the doctor asked his colleagues if they could just go ahead and wipe their enemies into powder. Angrily breaking the stone with one hand, with a cold stare, a huge man named John said that they should kill all the heroes of the branch, and it doesn't need some stupid plan. The hero's killer didn't even know how to respond to such stupid behavior from her allies. She covered her face with her hand and thought that they were some idiots. After that, she looked to the other corner of the building. Engjin was standing there and she turned to him with her last hope. He suggested that the first thing to do was to take out the guards of this base. He meant the guards of the entire enemy branch. In fact, the security guards were much stronger than expected. It was about the people who maintain public order under the flag of the hero clan. These fighters don't use superpowers, so they are often sent on dangerous operations where they don't need a gift. Sinclair asked if their guards were really that weak. She wondered if they really had to worry about such opponents at all. Despite this reaction, the hero assassin thought that the villain boss was right. In her opinion, it was best to minimize the number of variables in the equation. She realized that the first thing she needed to do was destroy the clan guards. In that case, all the heroes would have to turn their attention to something else. In fact, they didn't know which of the heroes were members of the enemy team. Despite this, they were sure that the enemies would be forced to act after such events. Suddenly, the doctor distracted the attention of his friends. He said that he had heard that the head of security is actually in Branch 17. The man in question is a retired hero. The doctor thinks it would be quite difficult if he got involved in the case. Boss Engjin agreed and said they should eliminate him to make things run most smoothly. Sinclair raised her hand and said that she could look into the matter. But the hero assassin interrupted her and said that it would be an assignment for her. The frustrated girl continued to listen to her speech. Inwa said that she is sure that there is still no trust between them for each other. That's why she thinks this will be a chance to prove her loyalty to the team. With a confident smirk, she asked what they thought about making such a decision. The boss agreed to her proposal with a smile, but he still thought it wasn't exactly a fair deal. He approached the girl and asked what she wanted in return. Holding out her hand, Inwa said that she wanted his gift. They were probably able to come to an agreement, for Inwa continued to execute her part of the plan. She was destroying all the guards inside this building. Her incredible strength was able to clear the way further. As she reached her destination, she stopped. Behind the door was the man she was looking for. Looking at the surveillance screens, a male voice said that the villains had gone too far. He realized that they had most likely eliminated all of his subordinates. The man smiled as the hero's assassin walked into his room. The young girl said she wasn't sure if they were all dead. Starting to warm up for the fight, Inwa said that, on the other hand, she was pretty sure their boss would die today. The head of security got up from his desk and said that he had already heard a noise on the lower floors. He realized that she was the one who had killed Viper and Jade, so he reached for his weapon without hesitation. The security chief was a former hero of Greymane's, and even though he was old, he still looked very intimidating with a lot of muscle. The girl was still warming up calmly and asked if it makes a difference if she really killed you two. Without further ado, Greyman threw his axe at the girl. Despite such incredible power, Inwa was able to catch the weapon. Wasting no time, she decided to give him back his axe. She accelerated it with steeled gift of Jade, but her enemy was quite fast, and he was able to dodge this incredible attack. Looking at her opponent, the hero slayer told him not to hold back and to get into a real fight. Getting into a fighting stance, she asked her enemy to attack her with all her might. Such bold behavior was to the liking of the head of the guard, and he decided to take things seriously. With a single movement of his foot, the floor immediately began to crumble. A huge mountain of muscle went on the attack with incredible speed. He tried to deliver a powerful blow, but the girl managed to dodge it. Inwa instantly retaliated with a powerful right punch. The man flew back a bit. He didn't have time to block such an incredible blow. Wasting no time, Inwa decided to finish him off with a kick to the head. Unfortunately for her, the enemy managed to catch her attacking leg. Catching the girl's leg, he was able to lift her into the air and easily throw her into the wall opposite. She flew in with such incredible force that she was able to break through the wall with her body. The girl got to her feet and tried to track the movement of her opponent. But the speed of the former hero was just incredible, and he had already managed to get closer to her. he landed a blow on the hero assassin's face. Inwa decided to shorten the distance of the fight and caught his hand after the punch and squeezed it hard. She decided to change her style and gave him a painful grab, using the full power of her entire body. The huge man with superpower fell to the floor. A moment later, to her surprise, her opponent's hand slipped out. She immediately decided to kick the security chief's face and retreat. After that, Inwa jumped back to a safe distance. Standing up from the floor, the tired fighter spat blood after taking damage with charisma. Inwa struck the floor to lift several rocks into the air. The man watched and realized that her movements were quite unusual and ingenious. Defending himself from the distraction of the enemy, he continued to assess the enemy and thought that her physical fitness was quite good. With a smile on his face, he realized that her extensive fighting skills were not her only strength. He enjoyed the fight because she was an incredible fighter. Despite the girl's innate talent, he realized that hard training had strengthened her body and allowed her to fight on equal footing with formidable heroes. He was well aware that this young girl had probably gone through a living hell hardening her body to be able to fight opponents like him. But on the other hand, the man had an incredible amount of experience. He realized that she was far from invincible after all, so he decided that he would break her slowly and surely. During the next attack, they caught each other's hands. The muscular man decided to ask who she was. After all, he was just burning with interest in the history of such a strong person. Inwa took a closer look and also began to analyze the enemy. She realized that Greeman was still holding back his full power. Inwa realized that this hero still had a low opinion of her. Despite that, he still didn't realize who was actually controlling the fight. She was sure that if she wanted to, she could kill him many times. Actually, she can't in this fight. Her interest is not only to kill her opponent. The hero assassin is waiting for the moment when he will use his gift. She is sure to make him do it. The girl wanted to make him her next step of improving her own skills. Inwa continued to throw incredible combinations of punches. The warden had a hard time dodging some of them. It was unlikely she could last this long without using her superpower. The girl was about to rip that mask of confidence in her pure power off his face. She kept giving him blow after blow. For a hero assassin, such an opponent was just a light snack before the real battles. Her final last leg kick sent her powerful opponent flying. He flew into the wall with a tremendous clatter. Rising to his feet in the ruined building, he started laughing madly. The girl looked closely. She hoped it was enough to start a serious fight. The man continued to laugh. He began to look incredibly intimidating. After only a moment, he stopped fooling around and launched a serious attack. This dissecting force was so powerful that the girl barely had time to dodge. She looked at the mark that was left by the blow. A long crack had formed on the floor from the blade cut. Apparently, this man could change his limbs and use blades to deliver incredible blows at varying distances. The head of security said that if she didn't want to say who she was, he would force her to answer through pain and tears himself. The girl looked at the object lying nearby. She decided to take the batons and said she didn't mind having some fun. Now the real serious fighting would really begin. The girl did not just do hard workouts and watched her diet, because the human body needs nutrients to maintain energy. In addition, users of superpowers have a separate resource of energy. It is called est. During a battle between users of gifts, the one who uses this energy wisely wins. Some chosen ones initially have a much larger supply of such energy than others. Some heroes use less energy to conserve their reserves, while others can use much more energy at the same time with a much larger supply of est. For example, Inwa can use Jade's superpower for more than 5 minutes. But at the same time, Viper's gift was very different. It takes a lot of energy and she can only last for a few seconds. In order to continue fighting like this, she would have to be quite careful and avoid using this power unnecessarily. If she made a serious mistake, she could easily die. Her current opponent was quite strong. The girl will have to deflect only the most dangerous attacks. In this case, she has an excellent chance of winning. She has weighed the risks perfectly. Inwa decided that she would only take his blows when necessary. By taking a little damage from weak attacks, she could easily counterattack her opponent. This tactic seemed to be working well, and the hero assassin used it successfully. Her opponent began to realize what was happening. Inwa decided to use her gift at the most opportune moment. After a successful attack, the enemy could not recover, and the girl just continued to watch her enemy. Greeman was already struggling to stand after such a blow with the use of stolen superpower. After a moment, the girl went on the attack again, using the stolen hero's power. The old hero could barely stay on his feet. Without wasting any time, Inwa delivered another unexpected, strong blow. Greeman began to realize that something was wrong. He thought that there was some mistake in this fight. It was not going according to plan. He could no longer handle her incredible strength. The fight had changed into a hero beating. He didn't understand what was the reason for her incredible success. He thought that maybe he was just being careless. In reality, that was far from the problem. From the very beginning of the battle, the hero assassin was much stronger than him. Inwa struck him hard in the arm with her blade, and he cried out in pain. The wounded old fighter began to guess what was wrong. The girl approached her opponent and admitted that she was much stronger than him from the beginning. The former hero was very angry. He violently ripped her dagger from his hand and threw it aside. He furiously shouted his name and said that he couldn't just lose in a fight against some young wench. Easily dodging all the enemy's attacks, the hero assassin said that her first opponent, Jade, was too weak. But on the other hand, the villain boss of the Nameless group was much more powerful than this first hero. So she was just looking for a level opponent like Greeman. He was the golden mean between the said opponents. The fierce man wanted to wipe her out. In fact, he had no control at all. The girl said that it was her lucky day. She easily got at close range to Greeman, and through the blades of his body she delivered an incredibly strong punch with her hand, punching through his body. The severely wounded man could not believe what had happened and held on to the wound on his chest. Sitting under the window, he began to think about the situation. The girl just silently looked at her badly wounded opponent. Disappointed by this outcome, the angry man asked how she dared to go against the heroes of the clan, and why she did it at all. He did not understand what feelings her actions were a manifestation of. He assumed it was feelings of duty or revenge. Furious, the man lying on the floor said she would be much worse off than he was now. Inwa brought the distance closer again and caught her opponent by the neck. She said that even if she did, she would still die much later than him. The man was hanging from the window of the watchtower, with tears in his eyes. Her formidable opponent was begging for mercy. With a serious look, the girl said he should open his eyes to the truth and accept that he would die right now. She threw her opponent, falling down. The man fell onto a car standing underneath the building. The girl ended up completing her part of the mission without any problems. Inwa decided that it was time to go home. On her way home, she noticed something wrong. Downstairs, she saw some unknown and strange girl. She had a bad feeling. Taking off her cap, the stranger started laughing. The hero, with interest, asked what was going on. Killer heroes perfectly understood that she should not contact such an opponent. Suddenly, something very unexpected happened. The calm blonde appeared right in front of her face. She said hello with a smile and held out her hand to strike with one finger. The blow was so fast and strong that Inwa didn't have time to react. But that one finger punch was so incredibly powerful that it sent the girl flying. It destroyed every building in its path. Inwa was very badly hurt. She was lying in the corner of one of the nearby buildings. The girl realized that a real monster was fighting against her. Meanwhile, the blonde was still standing calmly on the edge of one of the buildings. Remembering the moment of impact, she was very surprised. She didn't think her opponent would actually have time to block such a blow. Trouble was not over for the hero killer, and as it turned out, her opponent had the ability to fly. She flew after the hero slayers and said that she could smell the familiar scent of blood. With a serious look at the young girl, the blonde asked who she had managed to kill in the meantime. The calm Inhwa replied that she didn't have to answer that question. The self-assured blonde said she liked her cute little voice. With a cold stare, she said that this kind of behavior makes her want to tear the hero's killer apart. There are elders among the heroes. They are the 9 most powerful users of gift. They do not obey the rules of the clan of heroes, because the whole world is at their feet. Among them, there is a hero, Victoria. She was born long before the appearance of heroes and villains. In other words, she's a monster, and to tell the truth, Inhwa wasn't sure she couldn't keep the upper hand on her. At least not now. Even so, she already had a plan, using a gift she had stolen from Jade. The girl threw a strong punch at her opponent, but Victoria caught it with one left hand. Inhwa was very surprised that her opponent was able to catch her superpowered fist with her bare hands. The confident blonde wondered why the young girl was still trying to fight back. Without letting go of Inhwa's hand, the hero Victoria delivered an incredibly strong punch with her right hand. After that, she lifted her up into the air. Inhwa began to bleed out. One of the strongest heroes said that she didn't like this stranger because the clothes of a hero killer didn't match her costume at all. Apparently, the older heroes have a very sophisticated sense of style. Victoria thought, and asked her opponent why she was pretending to be dead. The girl said something incomprehensible. She remembered the moment when she shook hands with the boss of the nameless gang. She told him that he shouldn't worry, because she could only steal the gift from those she really killed. Actually, Engjin wasn't worried about that. He warned her that she should be careful, because it was not easy to use her new abilities, especially at night. The girl, who was already at the end of her strength, put her hand on the shoulder of the hero Victoria. With a serious face and a cold look, she looked at the enemy and said that the hero had finally fallen into the trap. An incredibly strong vortex formed around them and engulfed the hero. Victoria began to break free from this technique. She freed herself and looked all around. Victoria realized that her opponent had already escaped. She was quite curious who this girl was, because she reminded her of an old acquaintance. The hero's killer returned to the villain's base. The doctor didn't understand why their new friend always came back looking so bad. Rachel assumed that the head of the guard was much stronger than they expected. She looked at her friend and was happy to say that she was finally awake. She asked the girl if she remembered this room, since it wasn't her first time here after a hard fight. To the surprise of the villains, their new colleague, first of all, said that she was very hungry. After such hard fights, she was very hungry. Inhwa, with a calm face, again repeated that she was hungry and asked to bring as much food as possible. Her companions prepared a lot of delicious dishes so she could regain her lost calories. Rachel noticed that her friend was eating very nicely and appetizingly. The girl did not stop renewing her vitality. She had no problem eating an incredible volume of food, as if she was Luffy, her body was rubber. The doctor was shocked at the enormous amount of food she was absorbing. But that wasn't his only concern. He asked what was wrong with her arm, because it had been broken before. The girl finished eating the meat and looked at the broken arm. Inhwa replied that it was nothing, and ignored it and continued eating. She said it would go away when she slept. The doctor was incredibly surprised by this answer. He put a cast on her arm and asked Rachel if all the preparations for the next mission were ready. The cute girl said that almost all the preparations were finished. Based on what their boss said, all the heroes of Branch 17 started to slowly unite. Now they are all in one building. She happily shouted that she could now get rid of all the problems by blowing up her opponents in one building. Now that the head of security was dead, she was sure they would beef up security. and it wouldn't be easy to find so many explosives. The clan boss joined their conversation and said that they shouldn't worry about it because he had someone in mind. There was a food delivery guy walking around the ruined city. He didn't understand what kind of crazy person ordered 2 boxes of nice, refreshing mint water from him. He looked at the map on his phone and realized that this seemed to be the right place, but he still couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't even realize that among all these ruins of the city, there was such a strange building standing right in front of him. The man walked up and rang the doorbell, then said they were concerned about a delivery. The door was opened to him by a terrifying man in strange clothes. He didn't expect to see such scary faces with cold looks. He held up 2 boxes of mint water and couldn't believe they belonged to these very stern-looking people. He put on an artificial smile, realizing he had screwed up. He quickly put the 2 boxes on the threshold by the door and started running away from them. Engine, on the other hand, didn't take long to order his team to catch the terrified man. John and Manhwa, with calm eyes, went to fulfill the order of their boss. Only Rachel was enjoying the process and smiling. This doomed courier had no chance to escape successfully. It turned out that this courier was not simple, and he easily climbed up on a building nearby. He sat on the roof of some warehouse and looked around towards his opponents. Everything around him started to look pretty strange. He was surprised because the terrain started to distort. He immediately realized that someone was using his ability. Meanwhile, Manhwa already had her metal balls in her hands. She started to use gift acceleration, then used the full power of this item. Her punch pierced the roof very close to the guy standing on top of her. She looked at the result of her work with a calm look and decided to continue. Her next blow almost hit the guy. He managed to jump through the hole in the roof. He fell to the floor and immediately began to survey the area in anticipation of the enemy's attack. A huge man named John was already running at him with incredible speed. The villain from the nameless gang tried to strike the food delivery guy, but immediately noticed something strange. The little guy tossed a coin into the air. After that, the villain failed to strike at him and missed. The guy was on the roof of this warehouse and started laughing. He looked at John's back and asked if he really needed to attack. In a moment, the angry man in black clothes was right in front of the fragile boy. Manhwa had already reached him from the other side. The guy realized that he was in a rather unpleasant situation that would be hard to find a way out of. Even so, he said with a smile that he wasn't here for show and confidently asked if they could handle his incredible speed. Manhwa, with a calm face, called him a liar and said that if he was really that fast, he wouldn't have been here long ago. In fact, this guy wasn't as fast as he said he was. The girl said that his gift is to be invisible, while the coin is in the air. The guy's face covered with sweat after he realized that his secret was revealed. This is indeed true, and he is not visible while tossing the coin until he catches it. If he doesn't catch the coin, he won't be able to use his ability for a while. The guy couldn't believe that this stranger could figure out his ability so quickly. But for him, it was still not the end. With a crazy look, he tossed an incredible amount of coins and asked the girl what she would do now. The girl started to watch and count the coins that were flying in the air. After assessing the situation, she decided to take action. She noticed one coin she was interested in, which seemed to her to be the same one he used for his ability. She quickly got close to the guy, and he realized that she was indeed able to find him so quickly. Manhwa delivered a strong kick with her foot right in his face. The guy flew backwards, and after a few somersaults, his back hit the wall. The girl said that his ability still had a very exciting effect. She was very curious if he had any more tricks. The battered guy flipped a coin with a smile and said he still had a trump card up his sleeve. He couldn't believe she had caught him so quickly. The guy couldn't win that way. In that case, he decided to do what he wanted without even thinking about the consequences. After using his ability, the guy being invisible climbed up the ruined building pretty quickly. He started running away and cheerfully told his opponents that he hoped he would never see them again. He was a little angry that he had to spend all the money on his ability to escape. But it wasn't that simple, and on the roof of the building, Rachel was waiting for him. He tried to remember who she was. As it turns out, she was among the gang of villains. The girl used her gift to understand the guy. He was able to dodge and couldn't even believe it was that simple. As a friend, he realized that this plant has the property to change direction and overfollow his enemy. Already after updates, the delivery man was caught by Sinclair's skills. He was lying on the ground and did not understand what happened. He was caught under enemy attack, but he was not hurt at all, and there was some forest around. He looked around and couldn't understand what was going on or where he was. Suddenly he heard a woman's voice. The girl asked him if he liked her garden. She said that not many people have seen her abilities as she is very exhausting. After these words, she appeared right in front of him. Sinclair was wearing a light green dress. She warned the enemy that he only had two choices: either wait for her to let him out or kill her. The girl with a cute smile asked him what he was going to do in such a situation. The courier didn't look like a fighter. Looking at the poor guy, Rachel said that he should accept the boss's offer and work with them. If he refused, he'd have to fight her to the death, and he'd have no chance, because when Rachel used her gift, he'd be much stronger. In fact, he was not an easy guy to deal with, as Shane's delivery only looks like a normal company. In fact, there are a lot of rumors surrounding it. They say they can deliver anything for a good price. They are in the top 10 of this industry, but the head of this company named Shane is still shrouded in mystery. These guys use special phrases to contact their customers and coworkers. All the employees of the company have bolded a personal number and address each other using it. A guy with a smile went to the door of the mysterious building and told the guard that the boss allowed him to enter. In fact, he was accompanied by villains. He lied to the guard and came along with the guys from the Nameless clan. They sneaked inside the delivery company's building without any problems. The girl with a smile asked the guy if he would lead them into a trap. He said that he would not risk his life, and so they should be a little patient and go a little further. Ahead of them was a very long corridor, at the end of which the only source of light was visible. There was the head of this company. He was at the end of a very long table. At each chair stood employees of the company. This man was wearing a white suit with a white shirt and was enjoying his steak. On his fist, there were a lot of rings with precious stones. He didn't understand what had happened and who had interrupted his enjoyment. All the delivery men looked angrily in the direction of their guests. The smiling guy greeted his coworkers again and turned to his boss. He said that he had people with him who wanted to see him. After his words, the guy barely noticeably yanked his shirt. His boss noticed this sign and immediately realized what he was talking about. He immediately raised his fork up, and everyone realized what they should do. Taking their sharp weapons in their hands, the delivery men rushed at their enemies. In front of them stood a calm engine. He decided not to play around for long, and started using his right hand with his gift. After a moment, all the people who tried to attack him were shackled by his power. No one was able to reach him. The sharp blade ended up at the neck of the boss of the delivery company. The man replied in a panic that they had brought enough explosives to flatten branch 17. With a cold stare, Engine turned to the man and told him that he wasn't the real owner of this company. After a moment, they heard a sad male voice behind a door nearby. This guy came out and said that he was busy and was just enjoying the game when suddenly some strangers started threatening his subordinates. It was the real Chain, and he looked quite so tired because he had played a huge amount of hours in the computer game. He was very surprised that the boss of the Nameless clan was standing in front of him. The guy had not expected this and was shocked to see a smiling guy in his headquarters. The fake director of the delivery company immediately rushed to hug the leg of his real boss. But the angry Shane, without any further words, just kicked him hard with his foot to the side so that he wouldn't interfere with a serious conversation. A little embarrassed by this surprise, he turned to his old acquaintance Angjin. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. He wondered why he had decided to drop by for an unannounced visit. Inwa watched this tense situation. She saw Shane for the first time with her own eyes and was surprised that he was not what she had imagined him to be. One question still bothered her. She didn't understand how these two knew each other. Her concern was noticed by Rachel, and with a cute smile on her face, she asked her friend what she was thinking about. The girl calmly answered her persistent colleague that she was not thinking about anything important. Rachel immediately realized that she was interested in the history of acquaintance of these two villains. She said that they had sort of fought together in the war against the heroes. It was said that Engin had even once saved his comrade Shane. Shane was very concerned about his former colleague's plan. He thought he was crazy to attack the 17 the hero branch. He asked the leader of the nameless gang why he should help them with such a dangerous task. The guy with the scarred face calmly replied that Shane didn't have to help him. He was just required to provide the explosives. That was all that was required of Shane in this situation. The agitated guy said that he started from scratch all by himself. This business took a long time. The guy couldn't accept that his life would change so much. Angry Shane's hands began to tremble. He couldn't believe that he had to come this far to just give up everything he had earned. He realized that if he agreed to the deal, he would be back to square one. Inwa suddenly joined their conversation. She asked him to stop talking about the past, and said that since they had decided on this plan, it should be put into action immediately. Anjin was surprised to see this girl so straightforward. Shane was furious at the young girl's rudeness, and asked who she was and how dare she interrupt the conversation between the two adults. The calm leader of the nameless gang replied that she was the hero's assassin and their dark horse at the same time. The guy immediately started laughing at that name, as it sounded pretty funny for a war veteran. But his face immediately covered with sweat when he learned that she had already killed 3 heroes of the branch, and he would be the next victim if he didn't agree to help them. The girl turned to Shane and asked him not to waste his time. With a persuasive look, she asked him to give all the explosives needed for their plan. The negotiations ended and Shane's company began to discuss whether they had done the right thing by agreeing to a deal with such dangerous buyers. The boss replied that if he had refused Engin's offer, they would all be dead. And besides, the cold-blooded man wouldn't shed a single tear for their deaths. The guy continued to play games even though they pissed him off. He was trying to get his mind off the problems he was having because of an old friend from the past. 2 employees of the company approached their boss and asked him to take his mind off the game. Shane asked the sneaky trader what they wanted from him. Checking the documents, the guy asked if their boss was sure that the amount of explosives in the documents was correct. He thought that it was not enough to blow up the 17th branch, and most likely this amount of explosives would only provoke the hero clan more. The boss replied that it was just a precaution, and when the bombs actually went off, the hero clan would do anything to find them. He thinks that even with so many explosives, it's unlikely that the heroes will get even one scratch. Then their company will apologize and say that they were forced to work with the terrorists. An employee of the company asked his boss if he thought that the bandits without a name could defeat the heroes. Shane replied that from his point of view, it was impossible. He thought that there was not even a tiny chance of their success in a fight against the heroes. When he said goodbye to his old comrade, he heard something from him that shocked him. He couldn't believe that despite all this, Engin had been able to say such terrible words to him. After reviewing the documents regarding the deal again, the company employee asked his boss that even if it was impossible, what would be the outcome if the nameless gang could really destroy the heroic branch? The calm boss laughed and replied that it wouldn't come to that. The guys immediately rejoiced. The director looked at them with a very frightened face. Meanwhile, in the heroes branch, a tired guy was trying to get a jar of pills. He was incredibly exhausted. The jar of pills fell and rolled right under the feet of the woman in heels. One of the heroic doctors picked it up. Seiko didn't even realize she'd come to visit him. She said she was very interested in his condition. Seiko never responded. Now we can assume that Seiko is actually a man, but the plot defines him as a non-binary person, so he can be addressed as a girl as well. This insane hero's entire body was scarred, and there were countless scars on his back. The doctor from the hero's branch said that there was no point in all his actions anymore, and he should actually think about retiring. Seiko really didn't like that sentence and was really pissed off. He tossed the girl aside. Leaning against the wall next to the girl, Seiko said that it definitely wouldn't happen today, and he wouldn't resign so early. He couldn't leave his job as a hero since he still hadn't finalized some of his plans. The girl realized that there was no way to fix him. He's as crazy as his ideas are crazy. The doctor told him that she would increase the dosage of pills, but it's temporary since his condition couldn't improve after such exertion. She thinks Seiko has fought too much in his career. The hero should not continue like this because it will greatly worsen his physical condition. Seiko replies that he doesn't care at all, and the only interest in his life is how this war of heroes and villains will end. The excited girl said that the war had ended long ago. The guy went to the window and said that in fact the war is still going on. He thinks that it has not ended for a second and his girlfriend should be more careful. He said it looked like they had recruits coming in. 3 men appeared at the entrance to the building. It was a swordsman, an archer, and a stone fist. The 3 heroes joined their branch as help. Stone Fist was surprised that despite their return, he didn't see the raucous cheers. The girl believes that the agency threw everyone out, and soon the villains will lay siege to the place. They knew very well that 3 of the heroes of this branch had already been killed. The swordsman was surprised by Viper's death, because he liked this guy a lot. Stone Fist pressed his comrade to him and said that unfortunately not everyone has such talent as he had. The 3 new recruits were greeted by only one person who was already familiar to us. The director of the heroic branch, and at the same time an inveterate smoker, greeted his long-awaited guests. In the meantime, something interesting had already started. A white delivery truck was already moving towards its goal. The driver was the same guy who had brought boxes of mint water to the villainous gang's lair. He couldn't understand what was going on because he had been told it was one of the heroes' clan bases. As he looked around, he couldn't believe the security was so lax. In fact, he realized that it wasn't his concern and he just needed to deliver the cargo. The whole truck was full of explosives that would detonate in 5 hours. In fact, the director was nervous and very unhappy. He had expected a lot more heroes to come to him as reinforcements, but in the end, less than half of the announced number of heroes came. The girl asked him how many people they were actually expecting, because even they were very busy but still decided to come. Stone Fist agreed with the girl's words and said that the 17th branch was quite small, so it would be right to divide them among the other branches instead of using the gears of the other branches to protect it. Despite this opinion, he decided not to argue and said that they must have a very good reason. The girl looked at him, not understanding why he expected fun. The guy looked at her with a smile and said that if we were talking about a smiling man, he was quite a serious threat during the war. He really enjoyed the idea of having a chance to take down such a serious opponent. This time the girl agreed, considering it a fine goal. Despite their confident attitude, the swordsman disagreed with his colleague's opinion and said that if it was really about a war veteran, they should be on their guard. But despite his reasoning, Stone Fist's reaction was rather strange. He simply clapped him on the back and said that they shouldn't be afraid of the ghost of the past. The confident man asked the inveterate smoker if he had been in the war and what he thought about it. The man with a cigar in his mouth said they were fools to underestimate the enemy like that. Such an answer embarrassed the previously confident hero. Dr. Yuna joined their conversation and the chief asked if she had any interesting news. She replied that Saiko was seriously injured and unlikely to be able to participate in the upcoming battle. The gunner didn't understand how he managed to survive while Viper died. She thought that Saiko wasn't worthy of being a hero. Dr. Yuna asked the insolent girl to watch her language, thinking that she could never become a hero like Saiko. Such a phrase made the girl very angry, and her reaction was immediate. In an instant, she was right in front of the doctor's face and started threatening her. Aiming her weapon at Yuko, she asked if she really wanted to fight with her. Suddenly, all this commotion was interrupted by the whole building shaking. The boss and the rest of the heroes looked around excitedly. The girl said that it was strange because she knew that all the heroes of the branch were sent on a mission. She realized that the shaking of the whole building and the whole base could not be provoked by a usual fight between soldiers. Explosions started on different floors of the building. The inveterate smoker realized that their opponents had finally shown up. Lighting another cigar, he calmly told his employees that he expected they should not worry. He asked them to get ready for a tough battle. The heroes were very determined. They believed that Branch 17 would be able to defeat the Smiling Man. Meanwhile, the hero Victoria and her manager were in a nice restaurant near the branch base. Their lives seemed pretty carefree compared to the problems the branch was facing. The excited manager closed the menu, even though she works with one of the most famous heroes. This menu was too expensive for her. The audience started clapping and chatting in whispers. The most anticipated person of the day came on stage. It was the hero Victoria. She had gold jewelry in the form of the hero's logo. She was dressed in a delicate purple evening dress. The girl sat down at the piano. This was her performance in front of the audience. She even had her own ensemble. They started playing pleasant music. Already in a moment, Victoria joined their game. But despite her popularity as a hero, playing the piano succeeded not very well. It was very awkward for the professional ensemble to play along with her, as she was ruining all the music. But no one dared to say so. The blue-haired girl watched this sad sight. She was certainly not an expert in music, but she realized that this presentation was quite cruel to the visitors. Some of those sitting in the hall began to drink alcohol nervously. Victoria's performance was finally over. Now the ears and psyche of the visitors were safe. The clumsy girl tried to put on a good show, but her piano skills wished for better. Even the instrument cracked from her clumsy hand. The heroine returned to the table. Victoria didn't expect her colleague Hecate to come to the performance so early. The excited girl said that she was very surprised that Victoria liked this kind of thing. After such an unexpected compliment, Victoria replied with a smile that it was actually good training for controlling her own powers. She was often too rude. When she doesn't pay attention to the little things, everything under his hands breaks. So she thinks she should practice. Despite this carefree environment, Victoria was a little perturbed that the head of their branch wasn't returning her calls. Victoria called the boss a smoker, and her manager decided to clarify if she could in view of the branch manager. Victoria replied that this behavior is not like him, and most likely he is ignoring her calls because something wrong has happened. She thinks that this problem is specific to their branch, because the other characters are also unaware of what is going on. She worries that the branch manager always makes decisions alone and doesn't ask for help from the other heroes. Victoria begins to guess what this is about. She thinks that the new hero's killer is causing the problem. She remembers that Inwa used a well-recognized gif of a smiling man when they met. Victoria realized that this is very problematic, and maybe the branch is in big trouble now. But despite that, the senior hero believes that they can pull through this, and there is no need to worry about it now. She hopes that this incident will happen before her vacation is over. A worried Hecate looked at her boss. She also realizes that something wrong is happening right now. She excitedly looked at the building outside the window and asked for attention. The branch building was starting to go up in flames. Explosions were continuing. Victoria looked at what was happening with surprise. She realized that all her expectations were correct. Meanwhile, the nameless offensive continued, but unfortunately, it was not as they had planned. The hero assassin thought that Shane had let them down, and so she asked the head of the gang if they had a backup plan. The comm engine replied that they were going to meet the heroes under the chaos created by the explosions inside the building. That's no problem for him because he thinks it should be a warning to the hero clan that their enemies are on their way. Engen decided to make their appearance even more epic. He began to use his mysterious and so frightening gift to the heroes. His darkness took over the entire building, and cracks began to form on the outer walls. Stone Fist was out of his mind from what was happening, and angrily clenched his teeth. He was shocked by the power of the enemy, because it could easily destroy such a huge branch building. A determined girl with a crossbow asked her comrade not to interfere with her uselessly standing at the window. She decided to take the situation into her own hands. The girl broke a window on the floor to open a view of the enemies. Charging her weapon, she offered the team of heroes to destroy the enemy without slowing down. Her incredibly strong shot flew in the direction of the nameless gang. Inwa was going to solve this problem. She prepared herself and pulled out her sword from the scabbard. After that, the girl chopped down the enemy fire attack without any problems. She defended her boss. Engen had complete trust in the new team member. The girl turned her attention to that shot. Apparently, the enemy's arrows were charged with Est's energy, so their damage increased significantly, and even after the arrow was destroyed, its shards made a hole in the asphalt. The villains looked at the broken window of the building where the fire was coming from, and saw an arrogant girl with a crossbow. An avid smoker turned to her and said that their main task was to eliminate the leader of the nameless gang, a smiling man. He turned to Stone Fist and Swordsman and said that in the meantime, they should deal with the rest of the enemy. Anjen could clearly see the gunslinger that was interfering with their plans. He turned to his team and asked them to remove it from the area. John decided to follow this order and was the first to go into battle. It was no problem for him to get close to the building in no time and start climbing up it. The huge man was rushing upwards with incredible speed, but suddenly he had to stop after what he saw. The trio of enemies decided not to wait for him to appear and went on the attack themselves. They all jumped out of the window. Stone Fist was the first. He was so fast that John didn't have time to react and got hit in the face. The villain promptly flew down and hit the pavement with a noise. Stone Fist looked down in surprise. He was surprised that his opponent could recover so quickly. After a moment, the experienced fighter John was able to close the distance with his enemy again. He threw him away with incredible force. But to his regret, he was too careless and inattentive, so the enemy swordsman had already gotten close to him. John's back was open, and he didn't have time to react to the second enemy. Fortunately, Sinclair was already nearby and also joined the fight. Rachel was easily able to repel the enemy's attack. Meanwhile, another girl joined the teamwork of the villains. The hero's assassin wanted to get rid of the swordsman with one blow, but he had time to react, and there was only a small cut on his face. The girl's opponent immediately bounced to a safe distance. After that, he grabbed Inwa by her clothes. He pulled her towards him, and with a kick of his foot, he threw her upwards. The girl in the air realized that she was not in an advantageous position as the enemies were working together. She already had a hero team shooter aimed at her. But despite this being her first mission with the Nameless, they supported each other very well. Sinclaira was able to easily protect her partner from the enemy's attack. Inwa was surprised at the variety of possible uses of Sinclaira's power, as she could not only attack, but also successfully defend against attacks. The girls on the team became side by side. Their opponents would be the swordsman and marksman from the Branch 17 hero team. A little embarrassed, Rachel asked the hero assassin who she wanted to fight over their enemies. The hero assassin replied in no uncertain terms that her target would be a swordsman. She took out a coin from her pocket and tossed it in the air. As soon as the coin fell, the girl immediately disappeared from sight, and thus incredibly surprised her opponents. The swordsman began to look around, waiting for his enemy. He knew that now there would be some unexpected attack. The girl took advantage of the moment, and being invisible was able to hook her opponent. She immediately pulled the enemy on herself and threw him towards the city, away from the other heroes. Hero Killer decided to deal with her enemy before he could free himself from the hook and rushed to the attack. But her opponent was not so simple and could use his sword along with Est's energy. It was no problem for him to get rid of the cable. They began their sword battle. But suddenly, after a moment, her blade failed and began to shatter. The girl immediately caught the second part of the destroyed sword in order not to get hit. The guy decided to explain the peculiarity of his ability and said that his gift destroys opponents' weapons by corrosion. Because of this, she would not be able to use a normal weapon in a fight with such an opponent. The girl was well aware that for her skills, this opponent is quite uncomfortable. In fact, she already had a solution to this problem and said that in this case, she would have to use a slightly different weapon. She could use something unusual. It was about a blade composed entirely of color. From this point on, the fight became more and more interesting. As the heroes and villains split up and began to fight amongst themselves, the leader of the nameless gang had already approached his target. The two leaders of different organizations looked at each other in anticipation of a heavy situation deciding battle. The branch chief remembered all the heroes that had recently died at the hands of the hero killer. He bit down hard on his cigar in anger and turned to his opponent with hatred. Blowing ash off the window of the building, he asked Engen how dare he return to them after running away with his tail between his legs. Remembering the past, the leader of the nameless gang angrily covered his face with his hand. The arrogant, inveterate smoker said he was ready to face his longtime enemy. Engen's hatred knew no bounds. During the war, when he was much younger, in a dire situation, an enemy hero would hold his face, asking why he was so sad. It was most likely Victoria, an incredibly strong woman, telling Engen she would make a smile on his face. The guy with the huge scar agreed with the smoker and said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Let's go back to the battle between the hero killer and the swordsman hero. All the girls' abilities can be divided into two groups, that is, temporary and permanent. The gift stolen from them an infinite number of times. It all depends on the Est energy reserves. But with the abilities that she borrowed from living people, things are a little different. Inhwa can of course use their gifts whenever he wants, but there is a limit to this. The girl will not be able to constantly use the abilities of other people whom she has not yet killed. Because of this, her fighting style is similar to playing cards. The girl used a stolen gift from Victoria to get a durable weapon. Now she will have less problems in battle with the enemy. After they crossed swords, Inhwa took the initiative and struck. Her opponent was able to gracefully block this attack. After this, it became clear that he was good with a sword. The girl decided to shorten the distance and caught her opponent's hand. Thus, she created the opportunity for herself to attack the hero. But the swordsman managed to miss his sword and block another blow. After that, he turned his sword and tried to hit back, but the girl was able to dodge. Their hard fight continued. Inhwa again closed the distance. She made a mistake and the opponent was able to throw over her back. Inhwa hit her head on the asphalt. Of course, the swordsman could not miss such a moment to attack. The girl dodged the enemy's next blow. After that, she decided to worsen the enemy's visibility and threw stones at his eyes. The swordsman probably expected such a dirty trick and covered his eyes with his sword. Inhwa took advantage of the situation and quickly found itself behind the enemy. The swordsman repulsed her attack and then asked the hero killer where she got such a sword. It very much reminded him of Victoria's gift. He understood that he was unlikely to be able to get an answer from her. The girl was not going to reveal her cards. The hero was worried about one more question. He was very interested in who could teach her such fighting techniques. The girl replied that she was still not sure about it, but most likely today she would learn from her opponent. They continued their fight, but after a moment they were distracted by an incredible amount of energy near the branch building. Everyone immediately understood and felt incredible power. It was the power of the smiling man that Engine entered the battle. The leader of the nameless gang waved his hands and released a huge amount of est energy. He decided to make his life easier and create a staircase directly to the floor where the head of the hero's branch was located. With his hands in his pockets, the guy calmly rose to meet his enemy. With a calm face, he entered the floor through a broken window. When he stepped on the floor, everything around him changed. It turns out that this floor has already been swallowed up by enemy forces. A heavy smoker said that the smiling man must be incredibly arrogant if, knowing that it was a trap, he still came to the floor. Among all this smoke, creatures created by est energy began to float. The man wanted to upset the villain by mentioning his failure from the past. He said that even when the villains were at the peak of their powers, they still lost. The confident head of the hero branch said that in this case, defeating them today would not be difficult. So he promised his enemy that this time he would destroy him and not allow him to escape. Engine waved his hand and was surprised that his enemy was really so confident in his abilities. An incredible attack using the power of est energy instantly destroyed Engine's opponent's body. But the gang leader immediately realized that this was not a real enemy, but just an illusion created by smoke. Creatures made of smoke continued to fly around him. It turns out that they can absorb est energy and everything created with its help. The leader of the gang of villains asked his enemy if he had this particular trap in mind. His opponent appeared in front of Engine again. He crossed his arms to control his gift. The man explained that these small creatures become stronger when they absorb est energy. He believes that they are much better than the strength of his opponent. There was an incredible number of smoke creatures around the leader of the gang of villains. The branch manager clasped his hands together and said that Engine would no longer be able to get out of this floor. After his gesture, the energy-absorbing creatures rushed to attack the calmly standing Engine. The guy reacted with a smile. His opponent's words made him laugh. The surprised boss couldn't believe his eyes. The power of Engine's energy far exceeded the power of the creatures made of smoke. He created a whirlwind and began to absorb the enemy's equipment. The leader of the gang of villains believed that these creatures of smoke were nothing compared to his incredible power of darkness. Having destroyed the enemy's equipment, the guy told his enemy that he was stupid when he decided to invite him to this place. He had an advantage since, in this place, the sun could not reach them. The power of the leader of the gang of villains spread across the floors in the form of a huge sphere. Of course, other participants in this battle could see this as well. It turns out that the stone fist can transform his entire body. He was able to protect himself from John's blow by creating stone skin on his face. Watching the battle between the leaders of both organizations, they realized that their captains looked pretty fun in a fight. That is why they should also have fun and put all their strength into the battle. Meanwhile, an incredible fight also took place between the girls. Gift Rachel worked quite quickly and did not allow his opponent to relax. The shooter was not always able to fight at a distance convenient for her. She understood that the enemy was quite strong and also fast. The red-haired girl barely had time to counterattack. It was quite difficult for her to keep up with such a fast opponent. She couldn't even get close to her. In fact, Rachel also admired her opponent. She understood that her energy arrows were quite a dangerous thing. Unfortunately, she will not be able to perform acrobatic moves like Inwa to evade enemy attacks. Looking out from behind the stones, the girl, a little embarrassed, asked her opponent to let her hit her at least once. The red-haired shooter girl replied that she did not want to spoil her manicure. Rachel decided to laugh at her opponent and said that her nails were not that important given what was happening. Her opponent took this as an insult and got quite angry. Rachel decided to continue insulting her opponent in order to undermine him mentally. She told the shooter that her arrows had never touched their target, and, apparently, she was not that special. The gunslinger girl began to smile. This was exactly what Sinclair wanted to achieve. Raising the crossbow above her, the girl again charged it with her energy. Now the weapon, along with the arrow, began to glow purple. She promised the villain that she would make her regret her words. The girl shot straight into the sky. Rachel was very surprised when she looked at the enemy's arrow. It turns out that this arrow is special and can change its direction. The girl decided that dodging would be the right decision, but suddenly the arrow again changed its direction and hit her leg. Still, she should have blocked the enemy's attack. It turns out that every sixth shot of this shooter hits the target. This is the ability of her gift. Rachel, with the same calm smile, took the enemy's arrow out of her leg. She destroyed it by clenching it in her fist. It turned out that this battle was much more difficult for her than she expected. The girl began to regret that she had not chosen a swordsman as her opponent. She started to get a little embarrassed and laugh, wondering if she could still ask her friend to switch places. Meanwhile, the shooter had no time for jokes and continued her attack. Unfortunately, Rachel did not have time to attack as the battle was too dynamic. She continued to run away from her enemy's numerous attacks with a smile, even though her leg was quite badly wounded. She understood that she still had to somehow reduce the distance with the enemy. Her opponent began to smile slyly, and she took out a detonator. Only at the last moment did Rachel notice that there was a mine behind her. She did not understand what this object was doing in such a place when it managed to end up here. A moment later, a huge and strong explosion occurred. Rachel flew to the side. She still couldn't understand how it happened. Rachel assumed that her enemy had actually planted explosives in this place while she was in hiding. In this case, even if she misses the target, she can force her to approach the hidden bombs. Her opponent's tactics were quite vile. The girl again was unable to dodge the shooter's sixth arrow. But Rachel did not lose heart and continued to smile. She again broke her enemy's arrow, taking it out of the wound. Analyzing her opponent, she noted that the shooter has excellent combat skills, and because of this, the battle becomes quite difficult. The self-confident red-haired girl asked the villain why she suddenly became quiet. Calm Rachel laughed in response and said that she was just thinking about her own things. After these words, she began to use her power. The shooter jumped to the side and said that she was already tired of these annoying and monotonous attacks. Rachel laughed and asked if she was serious or did she think so. The girl continued to analyze her opponent. She understood that the shooter was too fast, and because of this, it would be problematic to get close to her. But she still was not going to just sit still and get hit. The girl understood that the usual blow was the strongest. In addition, she believes that the enemy cannot direct his sixth blow, since she would immediately send an arrow straight to her head. In this case, there's only one choice left. She should run straight to the enemy. Rachel launched an attack, throwing her blade straight at the enemy. She understood that the enemy was going to shoot, and for now, she planned to get rid of such a problem. The first shot slightly hit the girl. The second shot flew nearby and broke a column of a nearby building. Enemy attacks continued. The fourth shot was very close to Rachel's head. She was counting all her opponent's shots. At the same time, she could even evade each of them. The girl's sixth shot hit Rachel again in the right hand. But still it seemed to her that she managed to carry out her plan. The girl looked at her opponent with an incredibly satisfied smile. The shooter was already surrounded by Rachel's plants. Despite this, the red-haired girl continued to laugh slyly, which caused Rachel Sinclair's incredible surprise. The girl understood what was happening. It turned out that the last arrow was real, and the est energy and the power of the enemy's gift were not routed to it. In this case, the next shot will be much more dangerous. The shooter was right in front of Rachel. At the last moment, the girl tried to escape using her gift. Unfortunately, even using her strength, she could not defend herself. An enemy shot pierced her shoulder. In addition, the shooter even managed to jump away from Rachel's last attack. The member of the nameless gang could no longer stand on his feet. She fell to the ground without the strength to continue the fight. Her head was spinning. She realized that she had lost too much blood. Thoughts began to appear in her head that this was the end. Opening her eyes with force, she remembered that she still needed to do a lot of things. At such a difficult moment of the battle, she began to remember the past. This concerned area, number 55, near the castle of the region, where she spent her childhood. At that time, homeless people were everywhere. These children did not know happiness at all. All of them were plunged into poverty. Because of this, they had to resort to theft. There weren't many places in this region where one could survive, and Gray's castle wasn't particularly cozy either. These events took place during a long civil war. After countless clashes, the inhabitants of the castle became much stronger. Unfortunately, those children who were careless in stealing lost several fingers for each offense. In such a difficult time, the merciless rays of the sun finally pierced the cold soil. And one day, in the midst of tense silence, a man appeared with an old cart. Behind him, he was pulling a tied body. It's about Rachel Sinclair and how it all came to this. She believes that, in fact, it all started quite suddenly. One ordinary day, she was trying to trim the bushes. She was always quite short, and it was difficult for her to reach the very top of the plant. Fully focused on the girl, she was distracted by the woman's voice. Little Rachel fell painfully from her chair. Her mother approached her to make sure her daughter was okay. A caring mother laid her hands on her daughter's shoulders with relief. After that, she suggested that Rachel hurry up to the house because her uncles were coming to visit them. It was a cold evening. A dark hat and a long cape began to enter the house. The little girl was very happy to see her uncle. She smiled very much when the man put his hand on his head and asked how he was doing. Mom was also happy to see this man. She prepared a wonderful dinner. "Enjoy your food," they started discussing a rather ordinary thing. New line. In fact, the news from the city was quite unpleasant. The owner of the castle had been in a bad mood lately, and in just a week he sent 5 people to attack Vasilisa. Green Rachel immediately hit the table. With a smile on her face, her mother asked her uncle not to talk about such matters in front of her daughter. Despite the fact that she was such a cute little girl, a sense of justice already burned within her. New line. She listened very carefully to all her uncle's stories. After that, she decided to mention a recent situation. She said that she accidentally cut off a flower and didn't even know what it was called. Mom told her daughter that it was better to ask her about this, since she still knows her plants better. The girl decided to tell me what the flower looked like, and I described it with admiration. Mom asked if we were talking about a wild rose, but the illuminated girl replied that this was not so because the flower was completely white. Her mother was very puzzled since she knew all the plants inside her yard. Little Rachel completely surrendered to her fantasies and began to show what this flower really looked like. Suddenly, she looked at her hands in surprise. Fine surprise when she tried to describe the flower that she accidentally cut off, and it appeared in his hands. Her uncle and mother were simply horrified when they saw what happened. As it turned out, at such an early time the elevator had already appeared. Her mother and uncle were discussing the possibility of taking the little girl to her own father. In fact, Rachel's mother was very unhappy. "I didn't want her daughter to get hurt. I told you that he has no other choice, because it is a matter of time before the castle finds out that she is the owner of the gift." Suddenly, their tense conversation was interrupted by Rachel Sinclair herself. She grabbed her mother by the skirt and with a bold look asked them not to swear. They didn't know what to do. Her mother suddenly opened her suitcase. She told her uncle that they would leave this place with Rachel. The man thought that she was acting stupidly because the inhabitants of the Edge Castle were not allowed to go beyond the walls. But Rachel's mom didn't care. She told her uncle that if he wasn't going to help them, then he should get out of the house. Of course, this response created an even more tense situation. He could not leave his niece in such a difficult situation. The man decided to get ready. It was a difficult decision, and his hands were shaking. His sister said that they should meet them in 3 hours on the outskirts of the city. And it was also very difficult after she found out that her daughter had superpowers. The man got dressed and walked to the exit. He began to laugh in panic and said that he should still get ready. And the woman hugged him and said that he couldn't handle it. Rachel watched what was happening with a smile. Her daughter and mother reached the outskirts of the city exactly 3 hours later. And what they saw shocked them greatly. My mother let her suitcase fall to the ground. They froze in place and could not move. Someone found out their plans and got rid of Uncle Sinclair. Suddenly, the girl's frightened mother turned to the side. Next to them stood a huge man in armor and with a scythe in his hands. It turns out that it was the royal guard. Within a moment, they rushed towards the defenseless girls. They caught a defenseless mother and daughter without any problems. The captain of the royal guard said that they will always find those who break the rules. The woman tried to break free and asked not to touch her daughter. She stated that she was the daughter of Mr. Sinclair himself. The Lord of the Grey Castle, the head of the royal guard, was shocked by what he heard. He looked at the captured little girl. After this, the man said that apparently there was a misunderstanding. He turned to his mother and said that she probably thought that this would change something. He approached the woman and said that there were a lot of illegitimate children from this castle. He didn't know the exact number, but there were definitely more than 100 of them. Moreover, Rachel's mother had no evidence that she was really the daughter of a lord. In addition, Lord Sinclair valued justice above all else. It made no difference to him, even if it was about his daughter. The excited mother of the girl asked what they would do with them. Taking his formidable weapon into his hands, the head of the royal guard said that this was obvious, and he would act in accordance with their customs. Grey Castle is one of the few places that is not controlled by the clan of heroes. This could only happen on the condition that the inhabitants would not leave this backward civilization. According to the laws of these lands, it is natural to punish those who break the law by tying them to a cart. The royal guards dragged the bodies of the punished residents throughout the castle area. Most of the prisoners did not last even a day, and after such a test they meet their death. But Sinclair's Rachel just laughed, but not at all out of joy. It was just all she could do in such a situation. The life she knew was completely destroyed in an instant. She didn't know what happened to her mother and who the man was who was called her father. She knew nothing and could not do anything. She simply died in the snow, leaving nothing behind. That's exactly what she thought until one special person appeared in front of her. It was young Engine. The guy was wearing a cloak with a hood, and apparently this was already the hero of the villains after the war. The guard already had a sword in his hands. He understood that the man opposite him was an enemy and was preparing for battle. But for the war veteran, it was not a problem to get rid of his opponent. He used his power of darkness and calmly eliminated the royal guard with one wave of his hand. The defenseless girl was saved. This man with a scar on his face destroyed all the enemies of the little girl. After that, he released her without asking anything at all about what happened to her. He wasn't interested in why she left the Grey Castle and why she looked like she wanted to die. But still, Rachel was worried about one question. She didn't know what this man was actually doing in such a place. The smiling man answered the question. He said that he had already tried to get to the clan twice before, but failed both times. So he prepared for a third attempt. The fact that he looked so happy made her jealous. She thought that it would be good for her too to have such strong hopes and aspirations. Later, she was able to see the castle where the man who took everything from her lived. At that moment, she realized that she had given up her life too early because she could still live for revenge. She didn't know whether it was because the opponents were too strong or just an excuse, but she was haunted by a whirlwind of emotions. And yet all these emotions became her source of gift. When she left her previous home, she promised herself that someday she would return. When this happens, she will kill the elder who is called her father. The girl wanted to put his head on top of this castle tower, so she could not give up even at such a difficult moment. The shooter praised Rachel for her mental toughness, but noted that this was the end of the fight because she couldn't even stand up. Placing another arrow in her crossbow, the red-haired girl asked the wounded villain to stay in one place and not move. Then this battle would end quickly. Exhausted, Rachel tried to get to her feet. She apologized to the enemy because she couldn't die in such a place and had to continue the fight. Before lining up the shooter, she was surprised that her opponent was behaving so pitifully that he was even asking for mercy. The girl lying on her back said that even despite such a miserable life, she was grateful that she was still alive. Rachel had a sincere smile on her face. She called her colleague John, and the man immediately responded to this. The guys from the team of villains decided to change their tactics. John hit his opponent hard in the stomach and threw him towards his partner. The shooter did not understand what was happening and could only watch the body of her hero partner flying in the air. Lying on her back, Rachel was able to catch a stone fist in the air. She said that she would never lose like that again. After that, she used her gift and said goodbye to the enemy. The stone fist ended up in a place unknown to him. A girl approached him and said that she was now in a bad mood, and therefore would kill him quickly. The stone fist looked at its opponent in surprise. He looked at the girl's body and did not understand that she no longer had any wounds. She looked quite cheerful, and it seemed that she was completely healed. He believed that she should not be able to fight due to her injuries. The man thought that everything around him was an illusion. But after looking around, he decided that Rachel had actually dragged him into another dimension. Within a moment, he felt her opponent appear behind him. The girl could easily continue to fight and dealt countless blows. The guy decided to go to a safe distance to analyze the situation. Stone Fist understood that her wounds not only healed, but in this dimension, she even became even stronger. The girl could deliver many blows without feeling exhaustion or pain in her body. Stone armor allowed him to protect himself from such attacks. Even the teeth of the girl's weapon could hardly damage his defense. Stone Fist believed that she chose to fight him instead of the shooter, believing that he was a weak opponent. After a series of blows, he told the girl that he had a fairly good gift, but he was not sure that this fight could last long. The guy began to build up a large amount of stone protection around himself. He was confident that he could cope with the enemy, and with a smile told Rachel that she would not be able to hold out longer than him. The man thought about the superiority of his abilities because his stone body is capable of withstanding most metal alloys, and therefore he planned to wait until his opponent was exhausted, and only then destroy her. Rachel Sinclair's behavior turned out to be quite strange. She covered her face and started laughing, after which she apologized to the hero. She said that their fight was already over and then threw her weapon to the ground. The man did not understand what was happening and why she was behaving this way. The calm girl began to tell an interesting story. She said that in her hometown there was a rather unusual flower. She believes that it is especially beautiful for its persistent desire to live. And if a person is not careful, the flower will fill the entire garden. Because of this, these flowers have to be cut off one by one. The man could not understand what they were talking about. The girl continued and said that the flower in question was called purple roses. It even grows among rocks and blooms purple roses. Pointing her finger at the man's defense, she said that this flower looks exactly like this. The man was very surprised when he saw that a flower had sprouted through his protection. Within a moment, he screamed in pain. An incredible number of flowers began to sprout, and he lost his left arm. The calm girl told the man who had fallen on the ground that she warned him. Rachel actually already said that she would end this fight quickly. The stone fist began to run away into the forest. He did not understand what was happening and when he managed to suffer from the enemy's attack. After this, he admitted that the shooter had acted quite wisely by keeping her opponent at a distance. Now he really understood that he should not allow the enemy's weapon to touch him. Flowers continued to bloom on him, and he began to cough up blood. When suddenly a girl greeted him from behind a tree, he didn't understand how she caught up with him. And besides, in such a situation in the middle of the forest, she looked quite intimidating. The frightened guy immediately struck. He broke out in a cold sweat after what he saw. It turns out that it was not a girl, but just a wooden figure. He looked around, not understanding what sound he was hearing. Like a friend inside this doll, he saw a human body. A very emaciated man begged to be killed. This greatly frightened the stone fist, and he jumped to a safe distance. Within a moment, he fell into a trap and hung from a tree. The girl came up with a smile and asked the hero if he liked being in her garden. The frightened guy asked what would happen to him. The girl replied that he shouldn't worry, because she only leaves her sworn enemies in this place for everyone to see. The man said that this was a relief for him, and within a moment, new flowers began to sprout from him. Now his body will serve as decoration inside this wonderful garden. The girl turned away and decided to move further. She wanted to rest a little in this place until she returned to a world filled with pain. Sitting under a tree, she thought about how much she missed her mother. Meanwhile, the battle continued inside the city. The hero killer's opponent was still a swordsman. This guy's name was Claymore. The girl understood that, in terms of strength, he was from the same class as Viper. She decided that even though they have enormous destructive powers, they still cannot use them directly in battle. Still, in battle it is much more important to defeat your opponents, relying only on your strength. She understood that the fact that they became heroes meant that they were strong even without their gifts. It would take her too long to defeat him using her usual tactics. But she believed that this did not mean that she would not succeed. The girl began her attack with a very strong blow. The swordsman closely watched the enemy. As it turned out, she was not aiming at him at all, and in fact wanted to knock the weapon out of his hands. She let go of her katana and caught her opponent's sword. The guy didn't understand what she was up to. He said that she was mistaken if she believed that she could defeat him with another weapon. After all, this guy could fight perfectly even using a katana. The girl's plan worked as she wanted, striking the blow. She asked the guy if he was sure that he could handle it. Within a moment, she stopped using her superpower and Victoria's sword began to disappear. The angry guy called the girl a dirty little thief. The girl replied that she would consider it a compliment. Before delivering the final blow to Claymore, the hero killer remembered her old conversation with Saiko. He said that the clan of heroes was rotten and they had reached unprecedented sizes, but still did not pay attention to the misdeeds of the heroes. The girl sitting on another bench did not understand why he was telling all this. He clutched a soda can in his hands and said with hatred that Engin's methods were too cruel. He said that the leader of a gang of villains is ready to do anything to destroy the clan, and even if he has to sacrifice himself or someone else. He looked at the hero killer and said that she was not like that, and even collaborating with the Nameless against her will. She was still very different from Anjin. He continued to talk and mentioned her goal, when suddenly the girl could not stand it and said that this was enough. She started using the stolen gift and said that the reason why Sakiko came to her was most likely the death of Viper. She warned her enemy that he should not interfere in her affairs, otherwise a bad outcome awaits him. With a smile on his face, the guy asked her to calm down and said that he had something interesting for her. He took out a plastic card and the girl instantly caught his hand. She asked what this item was. Seiko replied that it was his ID card. He said that with this she would be able to gain access to the base of the clan of heroes. He suggested that Inua make a deal exactly the same as the one it made with Engen. The girl warned him that he should not make rash decisions. The guy replied that it was a card without a password. It was just a useless piece of plastic. After that, Inua calmed down a little and cancelled the use of her ability. Seiko said that for them this would be the fastest way to get inside. He believes that there is no need to take the long road when there is a shortcut. The girl agreed with him and asked him to tell him his plan. He decided to acquaint her with future enemies. If they still decide to attack the 17 branch, they will meet 3 heroes there. The first one will be a stone fist, since he does not care about his surroundings when he uses his gift. Seiko believes that this man is just as dangerous as Jade or Grayman, whom the hero killer had already gotten rid of. He didn't care if Stonefist died. The next hero from this trio was the shooter. He wasn't sure how good a person she was because she was only interested in her popularity. In fact, this red-haired girl is his student, but for him this is not so important. The last hero was Claymore. Claymore does not fit into today's realities of the clan of heroes. Seiko thinks that this guy is fair, but too old-fashioned. He asked the girl to spare this hero. It was because of this that the girl delivered the final blow with the blunt side of the sword. Giving his ID card to the hero killer, Seiko said that she should listen to his words. Getting up from the bench, he said that you never know in advance who can come to your aid. After that, he said that he had one more piece of advice. Saying goodbye to Inua, he said that if she continues to act recklessly, she will die much earlier than him. He believes that she should listen to her sense of self-preservation if she still has a desire to survive. I turned to the girl with a smile. He said that she should approach her choice of goals wisely. After this battle, the swordsman did not die. Claymore didn't understand why she didn't kill him. Inspecting the captured sword, Inua said that she made a deal with a person he knew. The guy immediately understood what was going on and clenched his fists angrily. He realized that Seiko had saved him. Examining her new sword in detail, the girl said that she heard from Seiko that Claymore was part of the clan of heroes. She was wondering why he didn't just leave this clan. The guy started to get up and said that not everything is so simple. He agreed that the clan of heroes, while continuing to save many lives, did not pay attention to the innocent victims. The girl was surprised that even the patron of evil was able to understand this truth. But in any case, she didn't care what he thought. After all, from now on, this sword will belong to her. The battle between the leaders of both organizations continued. While dodging enemy attacks, the smoker realized that Engen was much stronger than he expected. He continued to suffer countless unsuccessful attacks. The darkness of the leader of the nameless gang dealt with the attacks from the smoke without any problems. The branch manager couldn't believe that the smiling guy was always so powerful. To protect himself from the villain's attack, the smoker created a barrier in front of him. A powerful technique of darkness crashed into the smoker's defense. However, the hero failed to defend himself, and Engen was able to wound his leg. After this, the young guy said that he was very interested in how the hero would fight with only one hand. The man couldn't believe his eyes. Within a moment, the enemy's technique captured his hand. Without much effort, Engen was able to tear off his opponent's left arm. The head of the branch never expected such an attack. He was very angry and decided to continue the attack using his right hand. He created a huge shark from smoke and directed it at the enemy. Engen was calm and coped with the attack without much effort. He said that it does not matter to him how much the enemy is proud of his place as a manager, because he is just the head of the snake. The leader of the gang of villains told his enemy that it was all over for him now. Looking at his wounds, the smoker understood that this was the end. If he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would have left the corporation a long time ago. He was called a hero, although he did nothing to make it matter. He believed that such an end was retribution for all his bad deeds. The man understood that his life could not be called worthy, and perhaps he really was no different from the villains. But despite such sad thoughts, he realized that Engine was too dangerous. He had never seen such a reckless person. The man decided to concentrate on the battle. Filled with anger, the smoker accidentally broke the cigar in his right hand. He decided that even if such an ending was destined for him, he would certainly accept it, because it was a worthy death for such a worthless hero like him. An angry smoker using his gift was able to restore his left hand from smoke. He decided that if he died, he would drag the enemy down with him. He turned to the enemy and said that it was also time for him to die. The smoker created an incredibly huge monster from smoke. The branch manager made the right decision and changed the location of the battle. Now they are in the air in a well-lit place, where the use of dark techniques becomes more difficult. A seriously wounded man stood on a creature made of smoke. He couldn't believe that there wasn't a single scratch on Engine's body after such a powerful attack. Moreover, he could not understand how his enemy could stay in the air. He decided that the villain's gift was very similar to Victoria's power. He believes that Engine is most likely standing in tangible darkness. Realizing that there was no time left, the smoker decided to continue his attack. The creature named Moby Dick went on the attack. Engine was calm and immediately cancelled his darkness technique. The guy began to fly down. He decided to fly to the side and climb down the outer wall of the branch building. The guy took a close look at the enemy's technique. The huge Moby Dick rushed after his enemy. Within a moment, this creature was able to swallow the leader of the gang of nameless ones. After this, the huge whale flew into the air. Continuing to cough up blood, the branch manager believed that now it was all over. Looking at his blood, he thought that he just had to hold out a little longer until he could get medical help from the Allies. But he said goodbye to his opponent too early. The power of Engine's darkness spread within Moby Dick. Within a moment, a hand came out of the huge whale's mouth. The darkness transformed into a huge body, and the manager realized that most likely he had made a mistake. He realized that he should have warned the other branches of the heroes. He should have done everything he could to stop the villains immediately. The dying man already understood that he had lost in this battle. He imagined the mountain of dead bodies that Engine could create. This was his end, and he began to remember his life. CSM used to work alongside young Psycho. He was wondering if the justice that the mad hero once spoke about was now happening. Another young smoker tried to put Psycho on the right path. He tried to convince him that everything that happens is normal during the war. He believed that all the dead bodies of the children were soldiers of the enemy coalition. According to him, even a child with a weapon was dangerous for the heroes. A moment later, the surviving boy attacked the two heroes. The angry smoker threw the guy with the knife aside. He wanted to finish off his last enemy, when suddenly he was distracted by a shot next to them. It was Seiko who was wounded in the stomach. He fired a pistol into the air to attract the attention of his partner and stop this fight. The smoker thought that his partner had gone mad and tried to bring him to consciousness. He said that this was not a battle of good and evil. He believed that they were all evil. The heroes were just stronger. The man believed that the world before the heroes of the villains was pure chaos and real wilds. Compared to those times, he believed that now the world is in a much better situation. Seiko was wondering why his partner decided to just close his eyes and ears to everything that was happening. He was even ready to kill small children in the process. The smoker replied that this is exactly the case, and he is going to continue to do this due to the fact that this is the only ticket to the top. He said that there was nothing that Saiko could not do for his own personal benefit. He invited him to become a cog in the mechanism called the Clan of Heroes. Meanwhile, the hero hugged the surviving red-haired child. The smoker warned him that he would go crazy if he continued to deny reality. During the current battle between the heroes and Saikyu, he decided to take part in a risky battle. Dr. Yuna has almost finished all the preparations. Activating the mechanism, she asked Seiko if he knew that he had almost no time left. In this suit, he will be able to fight at full strength for only a couple of minutes. The guy replied that he knows and is ready for the consequences. He picked up a cannon that uses his est energy to fire. The guy looked around the battlefield from a van. He saw a creature made of smoke in the sky. The sight of a huge whale destroyed from the smoke meant that the chain smoker had died in battle. The guy remembered his conversation with Viper. Then he asked Saiko why he never uses his hero costume. He heard that this suit looks incredibly cool. Saiko was surprised and replied that it was a little heavy and did not quite suit his taste. But in reality, these words were a lie. Putting on the Viper gloves, the guy admitted to himself that the suit had never been a problem. The real problem was the heavy burden of responsibility on his shoulders. He was very tired of avoiding her. Before he went into battle, he was stopped by Dr. Yuna. She understood that there was no justice in the clan of heroes, but still did not want Seiko to rashly give up his life like that. She didn't understand whether he really needed to participate in such a hopeless battle. The calm guy replied that the justice in which he believed was destroyed a long time ago. He believed that justice gradually disappeared until there was nothing left of it. He understood that this was no longer a battle for justice. But as long as he still wears these clothes, he is alive as a hero. The shooter also noticed that the huge whale began to dissolve from the smoke. She understood that their manager had fallen in battle. She continued the battle without holding back her hatred for her enemies. She knew that the heavy smoker was too self-confident, and because of this, he lost. She didn't have time to help her boss. She was worried about the enemy because he was incredibly strong. He could withstand her crossbow shots. She couldn't even say for sure what kind of gift he had. She was angry that this guy does not understand combat very well. He is really good in terms of endurance and brute strength, but she was very angry about the physical types of fighters. She was able to dodge John's blow and jumped to a safe distance. The angry girl looked around. She saw that Rachel was sitting calmly on the ground. Because of this, she realized that the stone fist had failed and lost to this wounded child who was on the verge of death. She really hoped that the swordsman still had not lost and would come to her aid. As a friend, all her thoughts were dispelled by the calmly walking hero killer with a captured sword in her hands. Dodging John's next blow, the shooter realized that things were looking very bad. She reached into her briefcase, realizing that she had nothing else to do in such a hopeless situation. She decided that she needed to escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible and notify the other heroes. A moment later, the flashbang exploded and blinded John. I took advantage of the moment, and the shooter began to run away. She climbed onto a dilapidated building nearby. The doctor of the team of nameless villains was already waiting for her there. The girl did not understand who it was. He was holding some kind of chemical weapon in his hands. She immediately managed to react and knock him out of his hands. But the enemy turned out to be very fast and managed to catch his weapon and inject her in the neck. He apologized and said that he really did not wish her harm. He was simply told to catch the shooter alive, since she would be useful to them. The guy still didn't know how far Engine was ready to go to destroy the clan of heroes. He raised his hand to inform his leader that his task was completed. After this, a huge stone fell on the body of the branch manager. Hiding his hands in his pockets, the calm Engine began to sink to the ground. when suddenly he heard the shot of an energy cannon. The guy managed to react and extend his hand in his direction. Using his darkness, he was able to defend himself from an unexpected enemy attack. Another hero appeared in front of him and told the leader of the nameless gang that he was mistaken if he assumed that this was the end of the battle. Seika said that he shouldn't think that he could escape so easily after the destruction of the heroic branch. Engin looked at his enemy dressed in a hero costume. Now he became much faster and was able to disappear from sight in an instant. After this, Seiko suddenly found himself next to Engin. His shot almost hit him in the head. In response, Engin began using his darkness to trap his enemy. Seiko was fast enough to dodge such attacks. Engin decided to use a lot more of his est energy to cope with such a dexterous opponent. But Seiko turned out to be so fast that he could easily pass through all the obstacles. Within a moment, he found himself next to the leader of the nameless gang. Suddenly, John joined their battle. Seiko was able to dodge his attack. After this, the hero hit him with an incredible number of shots from his weapon using est energy. To finish, he dealt him an incredibly strong blow to the stomach with his hand, which caused a lot of cracks to appear on the ground. Taking off into the air, he said that it was time for payback and began to fire many times from his cannons. There was nothing left of John's body. Engin was very surprised by what happened. He turned to his enemy and said that he had become a completely different person. He realized that Sakyuko could now predict the future. The hero held out his weapon and addressed the leader of the villains by name. Engin said that it was unlikely that they had met before, after which he named the hero Jeremy Bernstein. Seiko replied that the villains were well acquainted with his biography. He believed that he knew much more than his enemies, and said that he was ready to make new predictions. He was sure that Engin would lose this fight. With a smile on his face, he said that the villain would again beg for his life at Victoria's feet. These words hurt the villain greatly. He created a huge sphere in the air, out of darkness. It blocked the light of the sun. Night fell in part of the city. Engin called his opponent brainless and said that this was his last battle. A new serious battle began between heroes and villains. Engin created a shadow throughout the entire city area and began to use his huge hand in battle. Seiko, dressed as heroes, could use daggers to protect himself without any problems. After numerous blows, he was able to get rid of the fingers of the enemy's technique and protect himself from the attack. After this, the leader of the gang of villains began to use spirits created by darkness. Seiko continued to fight immediately. Engin began to think about his enemy's ability. He said that predicting the future is an incredibly rare gift. That's why he wasn't surprised that the clan of heroes wanted to get Jeremy's powers. But he also understood that this ability would most likely greatly exhaust the user, because this is the price that must be paid for such amazing skills. Using a huge body created by darkness, the leader of a gang of villains asked Jeremy what kind of future he sees at the moment. After that, he delivered an incredibly strong blow with a huge hand from the darkness. In fact, Engin did not guess the enemy's true ability by assuming that he could see the future. Seiko replied that he did not have the ability to see into the future. In fact, he can only see the past. We are talking about everything that characterizes his opponent. He remembered all the small habits and minor changes in facial expression during enemy battles in the past. Seiko did not release the only details regarding his enemies. He memorized the past movements of villains. Thanks to this, he could predict the future and fight much better. Having calculated the trajectory of the villain's blow, the hero in the suit was able to strike him. The smiling guy was surprised when he found out what his opponent's ability actually was. Seiko fell into a trap because his enemy learned to recognize his movements and began to change the direction of the attack. The next attack by the leader of the nameless gang threw the hero into the building. An exhausted guy sat under a destroyed wall. He couldn't believe that Engen had figured him out, which is why he hates quick-thinking and witty villains so much. Engen began to slowly approach him and said that this was a pretty good attempt, considering the insignificant state of the hero's body. In response, Saiko smeared his blood over his face and, with a crazy look, told his enemy that he was mistaken if he thought that they had already finished the battle. After that, he fired another shot from the energy cannon. The gift of power is usually a reflection of people's inner world. In other words, the evil spirits used by the villain were not real. But the fact that these evil spirits were created by Engen's soul greatly frightened Jeremy. He feared that many lives would be lost if someone who contained so much darkness within themselves was allowed to roam the world freely. This was the reason why the hero continued to fight. He believed that he had to get rid of the leader of the nameless gang. His body was worn and torn, but he believed that he had unfinished work. He didn't care if he died in the end. Jeremy Bernstein considered it his duty to give it his all. Continuing the battle, he was again wounded by an attack from the villain. Engen was able to catch his opponent with darkness. But still, Seiko was able to strike the enemy. He believed that the death of a heavy smoker was not in vain, and he would be able to take revenge. After stabbing him with his knife, Seiko pulled out a gun and aimed it at the gang leader. The guy looked in surprise at the efforts of the wounded enemy, but the hero was never able to shoot. He ran out of energy and could not complete his battle. He believed that the world was dishonest and unfair. Jeremy Bernstein gave it his all but still lost. Engen told him that this would not have happened if the clan had not forced him to overwork. The wounded leader of the villains rewound his stomach wound using his darkness. He was not sure of his words, and simply assumed it. However, he said that he respected this hero's persistence, even if it cost nothing. After that, he created a sword from darkness and said that Jeremy Bernstein does not understand the clan of heroes well, because this is the place where real villains from all over the world gather. Raising a huge sword above him from the darkness, Inden told the enemy that he should have realized that within the clan of heroes, all good deeds are severely punished. Meanwhile, the hero killer walked calmly through the destroyed area of the city, holding a captured sword in her hands. At one point, she stopped and turned around at the noise next to her. It was Rachel. Inwa saw her partner waving her hand while sitting calmly against the backdrop of the battle between their leader and one of the heroes. Rachel Sinclair, with a smile on her face, was glad that her partner looked safe and sound after the fight with the hero swordsman. The hero killer approached her friend and said that, unlike her, Rachel looked pretty bad. Her whole body was wounded. She understood that her partner was very tired after such a difficult battle. In addition, she remembered what happened quite recently. At the beginning of the battle with the heroes, Rachel protected Inwa from a sudden gunshot. After such a memory, the grateful girl pulled her hand into her pocket and began to look for something there. She took food out of her pocket and offered Rachel a snack. The girl was surprised by such a gift. It was a protein bar. The girls enjoyed a snack against the backdrop of an incredible fight. Rachel was very surprised by the battle next to them. She asked her friend if she could reach such a level of power as theirs. The Manhwa replied that it would not take her much time. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by the doctor. He was tired of dragging the captive, and said that if they had nothing better to do, then they should help him. Surprised by such impudence, the hero killer asked her friend if she knew the name of this man in the mask. The girl answered with a smile that she did not remember. The doctor was very upset. Rachel replied that he shouldn't be sad because they were just making fun of him. The hero killer approached Vector and took the unconscious body of the shooter from the tired man. After that, she again remembered the beginning of the battle. The moment when the hero with the crossbow suddenly shot at her made her very angry. After that, she simply calmly and unexpectedly for the others threw the enemy into the wall that was nearby. She said that she was just angry because of something. The doctor replied that she shouldn't have just thrown the unconscious girl into the wall. Inwa asked how John was doing. The doctor replied that, given the fact that he had not yet come to them, he was most likely dead. Everyone was surprised and said that it seemed he had not lived up to his name. After this, the girls asked Vector why he didn't kill the enemy shooter. The calm guy replied that it was an order from Engine. He asked them not to worry about this hero, because she won't wake up for the next 20 hours, even if the end of the world begins. Scratching his head, he said that most likely the battle between their leader and the hero was almost over, so they should get ready to retreat. Joyful, Rachel said that she really wanted to go home to take a shower, after which she asked if he was ready to return home. When suddenly their conversation was stopped by the hero killer, she noticed something strange and told her comrades that they should get ready. Pierced by arrows from the darkness, Jeremy tried to start moving. The huge sword of the leader of the gang of villains who stood opposite was already pointed at him. Seiko believed that he still had not finished the fight. Because of this, he tried to dodge the blow. Engine immediately swung his sword to the side. He said that he wanted to end their battle quickly and painfully for the hero. After this, the calm villain asked the hero why he was still clutching at life. The seriously wounded guy took off his glove and put his hand to his suit. He said that he did not plan to survive this battle. By pressing the suit, he activated a self-destruct mechanism called the Dance of Death. He told his opponent that if he started this procedure now, even Engine would not be able to survive it. In truth, he wanted his opponent to die right now. But after activating the self-destruct, Jeremy was incredibly shocked as he saw a denial of access to this function of the suit. Psycho's face was covered in cold sweat. He thought it was because of the damage to his suit. Engine decided to finish what he started and, with incredible power, launched his attack with a huge sword of darkness. A moment before the impact, the exhausted Seiko thought that most likely his luck had already run out, and this was the end. In fact, he was unable to use self-destruct due to Dr. Yon's decision. She said that she could not accept such a death of her colleague. The girl really hoped that help from other heroes would arrive before his death. Like a friend, a purple flame appeared on the battlefield. A blue-haired girl appeared next to Jeremy. She was able to fend off a powerful blow from the leader of the villains. She waved her torch with a purple flame and said that she still made it on time. Engin did not expect the butcher to join their battle. Placing her weapon on her shoulder, the girl answered him that she no longer uses this old name, and now her name is Gakoda. The guy didn't care what his opponent's name was, and he started using his huge sword again. But after a moment he stopped because he understood what was happening. He knows that this girl would hardly come to the battlefield alone. After that, he looked at his sphere from the darkness that blocked the light of the sun. Cracks began to form on it. As it turned out, it was Victoria's strength. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. But still, it was time for them to say goodbye. The confident girl said that she would create a beautiful dream for him for the rest of his life. Half an hour earlier, traffic began in the city. The hero's guards escorted people with suitcases. A guy with a bandage on his head approached his friend and asked why he was messing around. He said that he should get ready to leave because almost all the civilians were already safe. The guy asked his comrade if he was worried that the 17D branch might end up in the clutches of the villains. Besides, he was afraid that he would come out of the huge black sphere that was covering the sun. His comrade replied that they should not care, and even if it turns out that the 18D branch fell, all the villains will still be broken by the clan of heroes. The guy remembered how suddenly a woman in an evening dress suddenly approached him. It was Miss Victoria. The guard was very surprised that she was in this place. The girl said that starting from this moment, every guard of this branch of the clan of heroes would evacuate people and take them out of the danger zone. Afterwards, she grabbed her elder hero emblem. A heroic costume began to appear on her. A determined woman said that people need to be taken as far as necessary from here. Putting the backpack on his back, the guy was calm that now they were all safe. He turned to his comrade and said that it was time for them to get out of here, since it makes no sense for them to die here. Suddenly, his friend asked to pay attention to something strange in the air. They saw a huge sword that was located above the branch building area. This was Victoria, and she was not going to hold back her powers. Engin looked into the air and realized that someone he did not want to see had joined their battle. The woman looked at her opponent and said that judging by his face, his friend did not tell anything. The guy didn't understand what we were talking about. It turned out that Victoria was talking about the hero killer. Meanwhile, manager Victoria managed to steal Saiko's body. She understood that a terrible battle was about to begin. Engin answered the enemy that this was not his problem at all, and again began to use his sword from the darkness. He struck a strong blow towards the hero. Victoria began to defend herself using her light power. The self-confident woman said that he was wrong to think that he could defeat her during the day. She believed that he had no chance, since before he could not defeat her even at night. Her words did not change the expression on the face of the calm leader of the gang of villains at all. An angry Victoria said that she considered his calm and indifferent behavior unacceptable. Flying into the air, she asked him to let her remind her who was in charge among them. Her huge sword fell on a district building. This was followed by a blinding flash and explosion that destroyed part of the area. A huge area was destroyed by such incredible force. Among the rubble of these concrete buildings were some of the villains. Inwa was shocked by what happened. She was dissatisfied and threw away the stone that pinned her to the ground. Within a moment, her colleagues emerged from under the rubble. The doctor began to cough due to the huge amount of dust. In such a situation, even a mask could not save him. The hero killer began to look for something. Explosions continued all around. As usual, Rachel continued to laugh. The girl in the red jacket understood that everything was only going to get worse, so she grabbed her friends and started running away. Sinclair couldn't believe that Inwa remained so calm despite the hopelessness of the situation. Fleeing from another explosion created by Victoria's hands, the hero killer decided to use one of the stolen gifts to hide underground. After they got out, she continued her search. The doctor asked what she was looking for. He was very interested in where their captive sniper was. The calm girl pointed her hand at the shooter's leg sticking out of the stones, after which she said that she was actually interested in where her sword had disappeared. As usual, joyful Rachel held her captured weapon and said that she had a sword. Inwa began to inspect her new sword for any scratches. In fact, she did not expect that here she would have to use the power stolen from Vector. He seemed quite useful, and she thought that maybe she should kill the doctor right now and take his gift. The man was very scared because of this. Meanwhile, Rachel continued to watch the fight with admiration. A few seconds later, she turned to her comrade in panic and said that there was no time for chatting, after which she turned to the doctor and said that he needed to get out of this place. In addition, Engin was seriously injured and they should save him. After a difficult battle, the guy began to cough up blood. Victoria came down to him from the air. She didn't even have a scratch on her. She approached the guy and said that it was better for him to crawl like a beetle than to fight heroes. She said that, in fact, he knew that everything would end like this and asked why he returned. He replied that she knew the reason: he wanted to defeat the clan. In addition, he wanted to kill a specific woman. After that, Victoria understood him and asked if she heard everything correctly. Engin was covered in blood. He asked Victoria why she was bothering him. He said that they want to achieve the same thing. The guy said that Victoria understands him perfectly, and as long as the Iron Witch is alive, her problems will continue. He said that she could never become the strongest until their opponent died. The angry woman replied that the Iron Witch had escaped long ago. The guy with a smile on her face said that she was wrong if she thought that she forced such an enemy to hide. He believed that it was the Iron Witch who decided to hide. Looking into the guy's eyes, Victoria replied that she could defeat this opponent, and that she would do it herself without anyone's help. The guy closed his eyes and said that it was a big pity. Apparently, he thought that their relationship would take a good step forward. Engin said that during his last defeat, he learned that he could not do anything on his own. That is why he has good comrades for backup. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. He replied that she simply forgot whose territory it was in the past. Engin said that the last piece of the puzzle has already arrived on the battlefield. After that, he asked Victoria if she knew who really trained the girl in the red jacket. Meanwhile, the girl in the red jacket had already begun to warm up. Inhwa decided that it was time for her to join the fight. She looked around what was happening around. Victoria stood at the site of the destroyed area of the city. The beaten and exhausted leader of the villains stood in front of her. She didn't know what the two of them were talking about, but they probably weren't going to kill each other anytime soon. Still, Engin's death was not in her plans, because she had not yet heard one important story from him. The girl turned to her comrades and said that she would distract the attention of these ferocious fighters, while Vector and Rachel should grab their leader. The surprised doctor said that at such a distance they could use his ability. But the girl replied that they shouldn't do this because Victoria will be able to react. She believes that one wrong move and they will end. The doctor thought that this must be the first time she saw Victoria. It seemed strange to him why Inhwa spoke, as if she had already met her. He began to guess where she got such knowledge, how Sinclair's friend used her abilities. She hit her partner painfully on the back. Surprised by this, the doctor clenched his fist and asked what it meant. The girl said that if he could not react to such a simple blow, then the hero killer was indeed right. The guy still agreed with her. A moment later, he began to open the gate, but he was unable to finish it. Sinclair didn't understand what happened. The hero killer replied that their est energy began to disappear. Inhwa realized that it was the power of the blue-haired girl that began to approach them. She struck hard with her violet flame torch, but failed to hit the hero killer. The girl greeted her enemies with a smile. She apologized for coming without warning and said that she had orders to arrest all the villains. Inhwa decided to continue warming up. She understood that most likely their energy began to disappear because of this opponent. Both girls got into fighting stances. They were ready to fight. Suddenly, a moment later, an incredibly powerful blow passed between them. The girl in the red jacket noticed that this was done by an old man in a stroller she knew well. The blow created a huge crack in the ground. The man holding the sword said that he thought that the hero killer would not need his help. But when he saw the situation she was in, he realized that she really had problems. The girl was very surprised that this old man joined them, but the man said that they should leave these conversations for later and focus on their goals. Inhwa turned around and looked at his friends. She decided to go back to the old plan, and so she grabbed Rachel and her precious sword and began to run away. The blue-haired girl was also very surprised that the man was still alive. She turned to him respectfully and asked what happened to his legs. The man with gray hair said that he had not seen her for a long time and noted that he was surprised that Hecate decided to join the hero's clan. He was sure that she had her own reasons, so he decided not to ask unnecessary questions. Stretching out his hand to the sword, he said that she should quickly make her choice. The girl was surprised and replied that she didn't know what she was talking about. The man in the wheelchair replied that he had lost his effectiveness and lost his legs. His abilities had weakened significantly. He suggested with a smile that Gakoda believed that this was her chance. But in fact, just such a thought made her hands begin to tremble. She threw her weapon on the ground and said that this was not at all true. She said that she was under no circumstances going to fight him because she was not stupid enough to fight the past elder once and for all. The old man accepted her answer and said that, in this case, she should take him to Victoria. After some time, his carriage approached the battlefield. He turned to Victoria and asked if she had fun playing the hero. After that, he made an incredibly strong blow. Victoria's light power was able to protect her. After that, she paid attention to what was happening nearby. The hero killer approached them. She used one of the stolen gifts and began to help the wounded engine. Within a moment, they ran away. Victoria was surprised to see the old man. Yushin replied that they really had not seen each other for a long time. The angry girl grabbed her head. She kept thinking why these guys were in the way. I now thought that it was his doing. The man replied that he was just an assistant, and the idea belonged entirely to Engine. The girl created a huge sword behind her back and leaned against it. She said that they should move closer to the conversation, because most likely the old man came to say something. The man asked Victoria if it was curious why this incident happened and why Engine caused such a commotion. He wonders if she thinks it would be better to wait and plan a little more. The girl was infuriated by this conversation, and she asked to come closer to the point. The old man replied that the attack on the 17th branch of heroes was never a declaration of war on the heroes. Yushin said that his cunning student Engine would never have acted this way. In fact, he made a loud statement, but not as a hero, but as a villain. He believes that he declared the scattered villains, and that the nameless ones are the next generation of villains. Because from now on they start playing big. Now all the villains, those who returned and those who will know that they have a chance to return. They have yet to leave their mark on history. The old man expected the secretive elders and countless other villains to appear on the scene. And in the center of this scene, there will be two people. The man believes that the wheel that was stopped will spin again, and the one who goes up on stage will not be able to get off it until he dies. The girl replied that in this case there would be countless deaths. The man replied that this was true, but in general it didn't matter to them. Hero Victoria began to laugh in panic. She said that her enemy was right because it would be a lot of fun. After that, she took out her sword and said that he would have to pay for interrupting her fun with the beaten villain. She believes that Hecate's powers will be enough to defeat Yushin in his current state. She admitted that, in fact, in the past, she was even a little afraid of him. The old man prepared for battle. He made a cut on his hand to use his blood techniques. The old man said that he was ready to do anything for his student. He believes that the hero killer will avenge him in any case. The battle among the strongest began. The old man began to use an incredible number of blades created with the help of his blood and ability. Victoria took a fighting stance with her huge sword made of light. With one powerful swing, she was able to repel her opponent's attack. The man, moving in a wheelchair, continued to attack. He surrounded himself with a huge number of blades using his technique. Victoria began to defend herself. The man made a new cut on his hand. They continued this incredible fight. Yushin began to create a huge creature from his blood. Victoria calmly stood opposite and was ready to continue the battle. Meanwhile, things were much calmer at the villain's headquarters. Exhausted from a hard day, the doctor took off the mask from his face and fell asleep on the table. Rachel decided to rest like a person and went to bed. Meanwhile, their leader Engine was relaxing on the sofa. Only Inwa did not rest. She prepared food for herself and continued to think about the fight between Victoria and her teacher. She knew that Victoria is known as the strongest hero. She also remembers that the old man said that in his youth, he was quite a bully and is also an incredibly powerful fighter. Despite this, she wasn't sure if everything would really be okay with him. The girl enjoyed the prepared food with incredible pleasure. Now her main task was to restore strength. Having thought everything over, she was sure that the old man would be fine. When suddenly she stopped eating. Inwa heard that someone wished her death. She immediately began to look around. The sounds came from the chair opposite her. The frightened girl carefully looked at what was happening. These threats were made by John. She was incredibly shocked by what she saw. The guy didn't look the same as before. She thought that he died in battle, but in fact he returned, although he had significantly decreased in stature. A few hours later, the doctor continued to work. He looked at the tests of his comrades and said that the hero killer should not worry about anything, because she was completely fine. This also applied to Rachel. Looking at the test results, he said that they were both pretty strong. But in truth, Inwa was worried about something strange. The girl moved her hand to the side, and the doctor began to listen carefully to her complaints. When Engine suddenly interrupted their conversation, he turned to the hero killer and asked if she would find a minute for him to talk. They decided to find another place where they could calmly discuss their affairs. The girl said that the leader of the villains looked good and asked if everything went as planned. The guy said that he was not sure whether all this happened according to the plan. After that, the girl said that she really didn't expect that she and the old man knew each other. The guy turned to her and asked why she was hiding the fact that she had already met with Victoria. An awkward pause began, and the girl stopped. The guy said that they should consider that now they are even, but now he wanted to talk about her older sister. They decided to go to a separate room where no one would entice them. The guy said that he is sure that Inwa knows that there are several lower branches in the hero clan. These include the heroes' guards. There are also underground heroes, but they are concerned with lesser-known factions. It was about the Black Hand faction. He asked if the girl knew what we were talking about. Inwa was very surprised to hear such a name for the first time. The leader of the villains explained that the Black Hands are the executive branch of the so-called intelligence department of the Clan of Heroes. This organization hides a lot of secrets. They do all the dirty work of the clan, be it killing key figures or other dark deeds. He said that if her sister really was such a powerful hero as the hero killer said, then he could not help but know about her. He believes that there is a high probability that she is an agent of a Black Hand. After these words, the girl closed her eyes and remembered her sister. She wore quite formal clothes. Engine distracted her from these thoughts. He came closer and said that he wanted to make a new deal. He believes that a group of nameless villains can only handle small-scale operations. In fact, it is difficult for them to cope with even one powerful person. But at least he thinks they can light a fireball. And because of this, those villains who were hiding will soon begin to act. Among them, there will be those who will admire the gang of nameless ones, and there will also be those who will be against them. He was going to bring all the villains to their knees. The girl finally understood what the plan of the leader of the Nameless was from the very beginning. She became interested in what was required of her. The guy replied that from the moment he met Victoria, he knew perfectly well that she didn't care about the clan of heroes. After all, this girl did only what gave her pleasure. Therefore, he believes that there is a high probability that she will ignore the recent incident. He also took into account that the ties between the regions are not as strong as expected, so it would be more logical to assume that the recent situation will not gain wide publicity. The guy handed the printouts to her. He said that only she could handle this. The girl began to look through the advertisements in surprise. These were announcements about the recruitment of new members of the Clan of Heroes. The guy said that the killer of heroes would have to become a hero for a while. The girl was surprised and asked how this could even be discussed. She already had some kind of clue. In addition, she even had the ID card of one of the heroes. She believes that if she approaches the Hero Clan terminal, she will be able to get into any unit. This was the chance she had been waiting for so much. She believes that this is an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. And yet their plans were a little similar, and so she decided that she could play along a little. The girl asked what she would have in return. The guy replied that she was going straight to the enemy's lair. That is why when she needs him most, he will come and fight with her. The girl agreed with him and said that she had one more request to become his spy. The girl said that she needed to pay the bills somehow. She asked to pay her. Nevertheless, they managed to talk enough. The girl went on a trip. Next to her stood a suitcase with things, with a captured sword peeking out of it. The express train was leaving for the next area. The path to the next stage of her plan would not be easy. Meanwhile, the 17th district of Dust City was not in the best position. The thing is that it is a battlefield where the fiercest battles took place during the war, so part of the area is truly represented by ruins. In any case, it seems that everything is in order for now, but there are much more important things. Inwa opened her bag and realized that now she was really very hungry. So she took out a gold bar and began to hold it in her hands. She started waving her arms and asked to be paid for it. Inwa was really very happy about such a large ingot, like a small child. Her interlocutor said that they would soon go there too, but the girl didn't care at all, so she simply asked him to prepare a site for them. Inwa began to sort out her things and looked at each package, trying to find food in that suitcase that could be there, but which she did not put there at all. She took out pajamas, which undoubtedly suited her very well and were of great importance to her. After that, her memories of the girl who began to cry and was holding her toy in her hands were immediately renewed. She hugged her friend tightly and cried a lot, although I understood that I wouldn't see each other very soon, so she still prepared a gift. Therefore, the girl saw this box and became very interested in what it could be. Therefore, Inwa sat down near the table and began to carefully examine the box, trying to guess what was in it. The guy in the respirator had told her earlier that this would be a local delicacy, which would come in handy if she got very hungry on the road. She opened the box and saw a dish called taiyaki. Her eyes really lit up as she was shocked by what she saw. Right now, food was exactly what she needed, so the girl, without wasting time, immediately decided to try this dish. A minute later, she was already licking her fingers, enjoying a very tasty snack. Suddenly, the doors to her room opened slightly, emitting a not very pleasant creak. It was a cat who watched the girl enjoy her food, even without him. Inwa immediately noticed him and looked in his direction. After this, the cat immediately jumped onto the table, and he began to walk with his paws on the sill, making it clear that he was not going to listen to her, and that he was the boss in this house. Inwa was very, very surprised by this behavior. I didn't understand why the cat allows itself to be carried around like this. He looked again at the sweet girl and something changed in his eyes. A second later, he began to meow loudly and scratch everything. He attacked the girl and tried to scratch her completely. After another second, he simply raised his paws and looked at the claws in complete bewilderment. The girl watched the situation and realized that this made the cat even more angry. Therefore, he rushed into battle with all his might, with one more attempt, since the girl very easily repulsed the previous attacks. The owner quickly caught him by the fur and apologized in advance. So he put his cat in a cage and asked the girl if everything was okay with her. She just looked in his direction and said that there was no reason to worry, because she really, really liked his style, and the cat himself had not done anything wrong. Her interlocutor sat down opposite her, which surprised Inwa. He glanced in her direction and handed her his business card, telling her that she could relax since he wasn't going to do anything bad. It was journalist Philip Neville, who asked to be called simply Phil. He looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she was really from Dust City, and would she mind chatting with him a little. She thought about such a proposal because she understood that all this should definitely not be done on an empty stomach. Meanwhile, their express train called Victoria continued its journey, although it looks like a steam locomotive. But in fact, it is equipped with the latest technology. This is also not particularly economical, but quite reasonable, so Philip became interested in what the girl thought about this. But after the tea and food were brought, she could no longer think about anything else. And a second later, her plate was completely empty. She lounged on the seat and only said that she really liked the strawberry pie. But Philip was shocked because he was counting on more serious answers from her, since he had fed her. Inwa got a little angry at this, because before that she had already told him everything, and she didn't like that they were asking her so much, since some brave idiots decided to attack the clan headquarters. And now they are on the run. As a journalist, he should know a lot more than Inwa, who is a random passerby, right? He grabbed his head because he understood that during all this time, he had not been able to find much information during the trip. But out of nowhere, a huge, gaping hole appeared. But for some reason, everyone around stubbornly began to remain silent about it. Inwa also sighed and said that she also knew nothing about this, because she was terribly afraid to even walk near this place. Philip was upset because he had hoped that the girl had at least some information. But was he really mistaken? He looked out the window and realized that his instincts had never let him down before. The train continued to travel along the indicated route, making pleasant sounds of hitting the rails. The guy smiled because he understood that it's really not in vain that people say that when you lose one thing, you gain another. Inwa didn't understand what he was talking about now, so he smiled and said that they had just passed their stop. He began to assume that all was not well in the engine room right now, and there were more than one crew member there. He understood that this could only mean one thing. Namely, there is a high probability of capture. It seems that the sensation itself is coming into his hands. The passengers were upset and scared, because they understood that they already had a lot of worries, so they did not want to suffer at all at these stops. They started knocking on the doors, ordering them to be opened immediately and let out. The guy did not calm down, so he said that otherwise he would talk to them completely differently. The door was opened by the driver, whose jacket was completely covered in blood, after which he looked at the passenger and said that there was no need for this, since the door was already open, so he just asked what he needed. The passenger was very angry, so he was ready to fight, since such a service did not suit him at all, but still he was very wary at the sight of his interlocutor, so he asked him if he was definitely the driver. After these words, he was grabbed by the head with great force and forced to close his mouth. The guy looked into his frightened eyes and asked what would happen if he was not even a driver. After that, he clenched his hand into a fist with great force, exploding the head of his interlocutor, which greatly surprised all the other people who were watching this process. The passengers were in a panic, so, looking in that direction, they began to run away with all their might, since they did not want them to have the same fate. The driver just smiled and told them that the guy was just making too much noise. That's why he destroyed him. But should he really also catch up with all the other passengers who were making a lot of noise? His comrade laughed because he understood that there was no need for this. And although they hurried a little, they could still begin now. One of them came up to the microphone and with a smile began to announce that the train crew really hoped that all passengers were enjoying the journey. After that, they took out their weapons and regretfully have to inform them that from that moment, the express train has changed its management. Therefore, it will now be under the control of Vendetta. And all of them want only one thing, for the passengers themselves to bring a hero named Without Joints to their department. The road was clearly visible from the driver's cab, so there wasn't much time, which is why the boss said that they only have 1 hour to make a decision, so they promise not to go further and let them out without any problems if they fulfill them requirements. But if they dare to refuse, then everyone will die in these cars. Guys in peaked visors began walking around and shooting at the carriages, instilling fear and panic, ordering everyone to fall to the ground and put their hands behind their heads. Philip was very scared and did not want to believe what was happening. But on the other hand, he was very happy. Because if he survived, he would be able to make a real sensation. He looked at Inwa, who was absolutely calm and not worried about this situation. So he asked why she didn't react to such a problem. She just looked in his direction with her cold gaze and instantly made a decision. After that, she rose to her feet and replied that even if she was heading to another area, for some time she will not be able to use Jade's or Greyman's gift. Otherwise, the clan will come for her. She straightened her arms and understood that this was truly an unexpected opportunity that could only benefit her, because while she was here, she could add to her collection of gifts. If they had the courage to do such a reckless act, then there were certainly one or two lying around, weren't they? The girl from Vendetta noticed Inwa and pointed a gun at her, asking who she was and why she didn't follow orders. She just looked at her with her cold gaze and said in a calm voice that she was a hero killer. She remembered how they handed her a set of new heroes and told her that only she could cope with it. This is truly a rare opportunity to truly hit a clan that is much stronger. Inwa put her hand on her chest and refused such an offer because she understood all the responsibility for this act. The thing is that at that time, she was only a novice hero who did not have much experience. Her interlocutor did not like this, so she did not care at all about who Inwa was. So she did not think for a long time and fired a bullet at her from her gun. She flew straight towards the girl, who was absolutely calm and understood that it would definitely not be possible to cope with her in this way. Therefore, as soon as the bullet approached the critical level, Inwa sharply dodged it with a calm look. After that, she caught her foot on the edge of the chair for a reason. Put all her strength in her legs to direct it towards her would-be killer, who continued to fire a clip of cartridges at her. After that, Inwa decided to attack her herself and began to approach the girl with a calm look. While she stood and tried to defend herself due to the fact that the cartridges in the clip had run out, Inwa came closer and swung her leg one more time, after which she hit her opponent with all her might, which made him very surprised and shocked, since he clearly did not expect such an outcome of events. After this, the girl began to fly several meters away due to the force of the impact. But Inwa grabbed her by the shirt and did not let go, because she herself wanted to injure her. Therefore, with a sharp movement of her body, she threw the girl over and hit her with all her strength on the metal floor that was in the train car. From such a blow, the enemy passed out and broke part of the floor. Inwa then just waved her hand and slowly straightened her body hair. All the other people in the carriage who were watching the situation unfold were simply shocked, since they certainly did not expect such an outcome of events, especially in the performance of such a small and beautiful girl. They all looked at her in surprise, just like the journalist Philip, who simply did not understand who she really was, as it was simply amazing. A second later, they all ran up to the girl and started asking if she was a gift user, and would they be safe now? And also one of them managed to ask if she happened to know where Bez Articular is now. Philip looked at her and did not believe his eyes, because he did not understand whether all this was really real. They shot her at point-blank range, and she didn't even blink an eye. This is not normal at all. He looked at the girl and realized that his intuition was right now, telling him that everything was not so simple with her. But besides this, she seems really very dangerous. So he began to calm himself down and tried to think everything through carefully so as not to let her appearance deceive him. He continued to hold his face and knew that, before he got to the point, he shouldn't let his guard down. It will be much better if he constantly watches her, and after such a fight the girl got hungry and started eating cake. He walked closer to her and took off his hat in honor, asking what her plan was. She got completely dirty with cake, and said that everything is quite obvious, and even though she is a novice hero, she is still going to get rid of all these vile villains who captured the train. Inwa also understood that their leader was most likely in the engine room, since all transport control was carried out from there. That's all. The plan is extremely simple. She will make her way along the roof of the train before the train starts. And then he will destroy the villain, because by cutting off the head, the body becomes unviable. The guy looked at her and asked what should be done with the passengers. But she apparently had no time for them at all. Seeing the disappointment in Philip's eyes, she changed her rhetoric, saying that, of course, she plans to take care of them. She became embarrassed and decided to ask if he had a better idea. After all, it was clear from him that he already had a solution to this problem. Philip put his hat back on and lowered his head, since it was really not easy for him to talk about this topic. Therefore, he first showed her the plan of the train and asked her to pay attention to it. They are now right here, closer to the tail of the train. Behind them there are only 3 passenger carriages. All others are cargo. So the ideal plan would be to clear the tail and then all the other cars on the way to the engine room. Inwa thought about it, because to implement such a plan, they would have to really try very hard. But in general, she also understood that this is real. But don't they risk the lives of passengers according to this plan? Philip smiled and asked her not to worry, because this was part of the plan. They will leave this role to Katerina, who will happily be ready to have fun. The seats in the carriage began to be rearranged correctly, preparing for the battle. A second later, a sharp dagger flew into the tree like a blade. Passengers were already kneeling on the floor, and no one was rocking the boat, which was very boring for the invaders. After all, usually at least one pretends to be a hero. But here, everyone sits quietly and does not try to fight. His comrade approached him from behind and grabbed the blade while he continued to talk. It was the same new driver who destroyed the loud passenger, but this time he looked at his comrade and was very worried about people. So he began to ask him if he was thinking of doing something reckless. When the subordinate saw Scar, he was very frightened and began waving his arms, saying that he understood everything and knew that the boss ordered not to touch anyone for an hour. The passengers were perplexed. They did not understand why they could live just one more hour. Scar grabbed his partner and told him to calm down and not worry so much, because he simply had to do all this in memory of what happened before. He turned to him and inhaled with all his might, after which his interlocutor immediately changed his face, which made him laugh very much, because Scar understood that he would never get tired of doing something like that. This is a gift that allows him to change his face, but his interlocutor corrected it a little, because he will not completely change his face. It just seems so. Scar kept his hand on his shoulders and turned towards the sharp squeaks, asking whether his interlocutor heard them in the same way. So they went, and the subordinate just stood there and understood that Scar didn't consider him a person at all. So if it weren't for him, life in the gang would have been much simpler. Somehow alarmed him very much, because it was somehow too quiet. That's why the guy was scared, because he didn't understand. What else is this? It was Catherine who began to damage the walls and all the furniture, drawing attention to herself. And while the guy was looking at the cat, Inwa was already behind him, who was just waiting for the right moment and preparing an ambush. A second later, when her opponent came to the required distance, she tied a rag around his neck. He was very scared and started screaming, but he had no strength at all, because the girl immediately pulled him upstairs with her. A second later, his legs began to hang, and his weapon fell to the ground. After that, her opponent simply hung in the air and would never wake up again. Inwa jumped off after a successful operation and prepared to carry out her plan further. They have already dealt with the rear, and now they need to start moving towards the engine compartment. But first, Philip has a small request. This surprised the girl very much, so she looked at him and asked what he meant. He said that thanks to her skills, the plan is going perfectly without any mistakes. But she should not underestimate her opponents, because perhaps she already heard about these guys from the news, since they call themselves the Group of Villains Vendetta. And they really are very bad jokes. You shouldn't worry about the most ordinary members of the team, but there are two especially unpleasant guys there that you better be always ready to meet. The first is their leader, named Takeda, who has escaped from several prisons, and his sworn enemy is No Joint, because he is the one who sent him to prison the first time, so he is absolutely sure that the reason for the train hijacking lies here. Apparently, he was just waiting for this chance, because unlike other villains, he has a very developed camaraderie, and everyone knows that he harbors a grudge. The second member of the group is Scar. This is his deputy, and no less dangerous character than Takeda, because he even killed more people than Takeda. Philip raised his finger and said that he even heard that he also killed 1 or 2 heroes. And people also say that he is very hot-tempered. Inwa looked at him and began to get angry, because she was unpleasant to hear about this, since for her this information was absolutely nothing. She only wanted to know one thing. What is their gift? After these words, real fun began, as something terrible began to approach right now. And it moved with great speed. It was Scar who looked at the girl and asked what she was doing with his toy. After that, he decided not to wait for an answer and immediately threw his tentacles into battle. Inwa understood that she was now facing a battle with one of the most important bosses, so she prepared herself and skillfully turned away from such an attack. Scar was very surprised, so he looked at the girl again and couldn't figure out if she really was the Naked Fist. Inhua was not at all worried about these questions. She just looked to the side and noticed that there were still passengers there. Obviously, if he takes hostages, she will be in big trouble, which is why it is very important for her to have time to move to another place. Therefore, she retreated to a more or less safe distance and stood opposite her opponent in a room that only in its appearance resembled a completely abandoned and destroyed building. Scar got angry, because shouldn't a girl answer if he asks her questions? But she didn't care at all. She rushed into battle and started asking questions herself, asking whether Scar really wasn't a starfish. After it got even closer, she tried to kick him with enormous force, which Scar clearly did not expect. Inwa landed on her feet after the attack and prepared to continue. But still, she was very curious to talk to him, so she turned her back to him, making it clear that he did not pose a threat to her at all, after which she decided to laugh at him, saying that she already knew that he was called Scar. Because of his terrible habit of leaving scars on the bodies of the people he destroyed, he was given such a nickname. Therefore, the girl began waving her arms and said that it was because of this that she was ready to put 1 scar on his face, after which she invited him to go to the roof and fight there. She grabbed the window and pulled it up sharply, after which, swinging with all her might, she went to the roof. Once there, she understood that those guys only knew how to bluff, but in reality, they would follow her, no matter what. As expected, Scar succumbed to such provocation without much thought. He climbed out onto the roof and was ready to fight, since the girl clearly hurt his self-esteem. He didn't even need to talk to her, as rage filled his body, so he immediately rushed into battle, sending his tentacles at the girl. She was clearly ready for this battle, as she managed to lure him into her territory. Therefore, Scar would have to be more careful, since one wrong move and everything could definitely turn out not in his favor, even despite the fact that they have a numerical advantage. Meanwhile, the train continued its movement and noticeable explosions were heard above the same carriage, which covered the entire space behind them. Scar gave his best, insulting the girl and devaluing all her strength. Suddenly he stopped and was a little shocked. And after he found out that he no longer had part of his hand, he was very scared and upset. The power from Engine would not hurt her at all now. A simple-looking guy who was also supposed to be on this train. In order to better understand the situation, you must first understand what happened. Inwa sat on the table and waved her arms, where the doctor informed her that he noticed something strange. At this time, Engine intervened and he could not speak normally, because, as expected, it was quite strange. The bone density and body strength were quite impressive. Compared to when she fought Chaos and Viper, her powers have increased significantly. It's not that the difference is huge, but it's still the kind of difference that cannot be achieved by training in a short period of time. Is it possible that Inwa can really not only steal other people's gifts, but is it also possible that she can also steal her opponent's level? It is, of course, too early to draw conclusions, but objectively this is a terrifying growth rate. In addition, Yushin's training also did not go unnoticed, because she was even a student of the evil demon of the City of Dust. Engine. It's all about him. Now the doctor thought he understood why he took the risk and saved Inwa. But he needs to be extremely careful, because she can catch up with him and defeat him if he does not move. Meanwhile, another flower bloomed. He collected a bouquet and braided it directly into his hair out of boredom. But when the girl saw him, he quickly began to shout at her, since she could barely contain her laughter at what she saw. Rachel smiled and said that if he was also ready, then they could continue on the road. But she also wanted to know what was happening with her sister now. Is everything okay? He just started waving his head, trying to get rid of this shame with the bouquet as quickly as possible, saying that he had not the slightest idea about this. The girl, meanwhile, began to eat the tentacles, realizing that it would be comforting if there were no accidents. She lay with her arms outstretched, realizing that this was the very taste of starfish. Scar, meanwhile, stood and watched in panic what was happening. Well, Inwai understood that even if she attacked the tentacles, it would not cause any harm to his main body. The scar has already completely recovered, because it looks like the cut-off part was also regenerated. Scar looked at the girl and asked if she was working alone. Of course, one. What other questions? This surprised him very much, because could she really clean more than 10 compartments on her own in such a period of time? She sat on her knees and said that he might not believe it, but Scar only laughed, because he was not particularly interested in what she did with these toys. But looking into her eyes, he realized that they were together from the same type of people. He laughed and asked if she thought the same thing. After these words, Inwa stood up and said, "Does he really want to hear an answer from her? If that's true, then he should make it more exciting." Therefore, a second later she was already near him and was preparing to hit his leg with all her might, tripping him. After that, she used all her strength to knock her opponent to the ground. Unfortunately, she failed to do this, but she was able to throw him back several tens of meters, which is also not bad. She dodged his counterattack, where he wanted to at least pull her along with his tentacles. But after she succeeded, for the first time in her entire life, she asked herself a question, because she did not understand what she should do with it now. Now she has taken possession of his tentacles. But why does she need them? Well, there wasn't much choice, so I had to fight on them, although such a method obviously shouldn't have worked in the first place. Then she waved her hands and stopped the tentacles, since she did not see any point in them. That's why Inwa jumped, because she understood that she would obviously have to use another weapon. She jumped onto the shoulders of her opponent, who was clearly not used to seeing such impudence in his direction, and simply watched what was happening. So far, Inwa has completely dominated, demonstrating its superiority. After that, she swung her leg with all her might and struck him on the head. Upon landing, Inwa understood that the work was done really well and everything worked out for her. And in order to finally consolidate this result, she hit Scar with all her might again, so that he would not relax. After that, she sat down on her knees again and relaxed. She understood that her work was simply excellent. Scar was shocked by this and began to fall, since he had no strength at all. In order to speed up this process, Inwa raised her hand and hit the guy with her fist. But not everything is so simple, because at the moment of the blow her hand was suddenly grabbed. Scar was very angry, because he managed to catch her, and it seems that now it is his turn to take revenge. But Inwa just smiled and said that everything was not like that at all, because now he had fallen into her trap and not the other way around. Scar was very shocked by this, because he clearly did not expect to hear this now. A moment later, there was a strong blow that pierced Scar's body. Blood began to fly through the air. Scar began to panic and ask, does she really think that she can be in the same category with him? Inwa just smiled because there is also a difference in level between the villains. This is said truly wonderfully, there is nothing even to add. Therefore, a powerful magical explosion occurred on the train, which clearly no one expected. After that, they put a hand on Scar's shoulder and said that now there would be a change of opponents. The leader of this team smiled and asked, does Inwa think he is good enough for her to give him a chance? Inwa just looked at him and said that she would see what he could do. Takeda also understood that now he would have fun, because he could not fully assess the strength of his opponent, since he thought that he was just a small upstart. He took his friend by the head and asked what happened to him. Had he really relaxed his vigilance? Scar was very ashamed of his action, so Takeda let him go and stopped hoping for anyone's help. This girl is much stronger than she seems at first glance. But is this really true? Takeda didn't believe it, but Scar simply begged him to be extremely careful with her. Dave is also dead, so he is even afraid to imagine what happened to the other guys. Takeda was very surprised by this, since he clearly did not expect to hear anything like that. Tears appeared in his eyes and his mood changed dramatically, because he refused to believe it. So he asked Scar if this was really accurate information. It was true. So Takeda took a few steps forward and did not understand how she dared to do such a thing. So he came closer to her and swung his fists. Because who gave her the right to kill their family? With hatred, he swung at the girl and tried to destroy her, putting all his strength into this blow. After this, splashes of blood began to fall on the ground. The guy understood that this was indeed a very good gift, because his hand was also very badly damaged. But if she really thought that this was the only way she could use it, then this was a big mistake. Inwa began to wave her weapon, and with a calm face said that if he really thought so, then just let him give it to her. It was clearly evident that such a woman was not ready to come to terms with the fact that she communicated with him so impudently, so he once again rushed into battle. The girl got ready and took a fighting position. After that, she accelerated and began to run towards him in order to strike first. She realized that she was stronger now than before, so she ordered them all to stop. The journalist began to climb to the roof and understood that all the fighting would end here. He also took another guy with him and dragged him to the roof. Takeda was a little surprised, so he decided to ask, who is this guy? He just stood in the middle of the train and waited to see what would happen to him next. Therefore, he, a journalist, did not waste time and, in a conversation with his opponents, announced that he was the manager of the Naked Fist. Philip reported that during the evacuation of people, he accidentally discovered him among them. He said he saw him once during a press conference. Takeda also said that whether he is his manager or someone else, what does this have to do with them? What he knew as quickly as possible, because if he could tell them the location of the bare fist, it would help save them. It was clearly visible that he was nervous, because his whole life was at stake, and there were no guarantees that even if the opponents received information, they would not do anything to him and would leave him alive. So he looked towards the invaders and said that Mr. Naked Fist had escaped. The journalist was shocked by this answer, but understood that now the guy was telling the truth. The invaders wanted only one thing, to bring a hero named Bare Fist to the engine room of the train, because they only had an hour. He told the story of how he tried to wake up Mr., but he absolutely did not react to his words and was fast asleep, closing himself with a newspaper. The guy started screaming because there was absolutely no time, so he had to act right now. From such screams, Mr. Naked Fist woke up and stood up abruptly, but said that first he needed to visit the toilet. The sounds of gunfire sounded. The vendetta came for him, so the time of reckoning has come right now. His manager was very scared, so he started screaming and banging on his doors. Worried that the Naked Fist had been staying in his cubicle for so long, so he would have to open the door himself. He discovered that the toilet was in place, but the wall to which it was attached was completely destroyed and broken down, so he escaped from the train in such a simple way. Takeda couldn't believe it, because is there really no bare fist here? Therefore, he concluded that it would be a good idea to stop right here. Scar is clearly against this, because he also had to cut the same wound on the girl, after which he would definitely be satisfied. Inwa just waved her hands once and smiled a little, because doesn't he think it's too much? Scar only said that he had no intention of negotiating with her at all, so he was ready to destroy her. The fight ended before it even started, as Philip entered into negotiations and said that now it was necessary to deal with the manager and the Naked Fist. He looked at the invaders and said that he understood perfectly why they gave them the conditions of 1 hour, since they had to estimate how long it would take the clan to get to the train after they heard the news. Therefore, he urged everyone to start thinking rationally, but the girl had thoughts only about delicious meat in her head, and the guys couldn't even harm this girl. But what would happen if the clan of heroes also joined her to help? He also went ahead and said that he knows that he does not forget insults. But is it necessary to take revenge for this insult now? The thing is that not much time has passed since he left prison. It seems that he has not yet had time to breathe in the fresh air of freedom, right? Scar was shocked, because he didn't understand who he was and why he continued to interfere in their dialogue. Does he really think that he will be able to make sounds if he cuts out his tongue? Takeda looked at his watch and understood that the guy was saying the right things, because it would take too much time. So they should leave right now. Scar was clearly against this, but Takeda asked him not to worry, because this debt would be paid sooner or later. Very quickly, cars drove up to the train, moving at the same speed as he himself. It was a real motorcade, which consisted of several cars. After they arrived at the required distance, the invaders were able to calmly jump from the train into the desired cars. Takeda also looked at the girl and was clearly unhappy. The ashram reported that he was absolutely sure that the girl also did not agree with this ending. So they asked her to give her name, which she was willing to do. So she looked at them and said that her name was Inwa. Takeda's eyes lit up, and he said that he would remember her and would also return to take revenge. The girl just looked at them and smiled at the moment when they began to drive away from the train. The girl thought about it, because she had already actually destroyed him. She was happy because she only needed a little time to completely deal with them. That is why she was very upset, since her prey actually slipped right out of her hands. Philip looked at Inwa and said that she is truly an amazing girl, because how could she hold out against such two opponents? He raised his hands and said that he was no longer going to argue with her, and also suggested that she get to the engine room as quickly as possible and put an end to this. Philip said that everything is in order, and she knows how it can be solved, because they say that there are 1 or 2 things that you need to learn in your life, and they will definitely come in handy in situations like this. But it seems that not everything is as simple as it seemed at first glance. Philip looked at her and said that it looked like they had broken all possible brakes. It's too late, and all they can't do now is hold on as tightly as possible. Inwe just continued to stand with a calm expression on her face, absolutely not worried about the current situation. Philip was panicking along with his cat, so he suggested that the girl hold on as tightly as possible because the train was about to go off the rails. It was already starting to creak, and little by little sparks appeared. At that moment, there was a man with perfectly clean shoes on the rails. He held a blue staff in his hands. After that, he prepared for the fact that a huge train was approaching him right now, rushing at great speed. The guy was just sleeping in his room and enjoying the silence. Suddenly, they started knocking on the doors, and very loudly. His assistant asked not to create problems for the bishop and her in the first place. But Madame Full Moon did not listen to her at all, and continued to knock on doors, as if she were inadequate. She looked at the girl and said that she would have even more problems if this door did not open. So, with a slight flick of her finger, she cast her little spell, after which the door to the room opened. The guy had already woken up at that moment, after which he sat down on the bed and asked how he could be useful. Madame Full Moon came into the room and said that she had never seen him sitting at his desk. She took out his reports and started asking how long they had been lying here. The guy just smiled, because there is a saying that he really likes. Always put off tomorrow's work until the day after tomorrow. But still, he said that there is no need to be so upset. After all, if she is here, then something really very important happened. She looked at the bishop and said that they needed to leave right now, since the train was hijacked. Therefore, they very quickly got into the car, which the assistant wanted to drive. But Madame got ahead of her and said that she would still be driving today. She adjusted the mirror and got ready to go. The bishop smiled and understood that if they had just gotten rid of his personal driver, then it seemed like she really had important reasons for doing so. The bishop continued to smile and said that he already sees it all, as Madame Full Moon continues to fiddle with her ring. He is already used to this, because she always does such actions at the moment when she is nervous. Is it really difficult to talk about this? Madame really thought about it and realized that now there was nothing to hide. She was ready to answer his question with a question, so she asked what exactly he was doing here in District 16. The bishop did not know, and he himself did not ask to be transferred there. Madame did not believe in this, because she could not even think that such a cunning person like him, who smiled at the actions of these heartless old men, could be transferred. The bishop smiled and said that in this life everything should go according to plan, but ordinary people, who are somewhat similar to Madame Full Moon, cannot understand what exactly it is. So she looked at the guy and began to think about what he was up to. Since he doesn't seem to want to answer her, she tries to ask another question, which the guy, of course, agreed with. So Madame asked, why is everything happening this way? Why do the top leaders of the clan of heroes leave the villains? She grabbed the gearbox and said that they could indeed take losses, but they still needed to completely destroy them. The bishop sipped his coffee and said that Madame Full Moon was always so straightforward. After that, he put the coffee in a specially designed hole. After which he said that the girl was really honest in her statements, which couldn't help but rejoice. The thing is that the villain's hidden potential defies imagination, but he is sure that she is right. After all, if they introduce another protracted, bloody war, then they will be able to destroy them completely, but there are some nuances. He looked at the full moon and said that she knew this as well as he did. After all, no matter how many beetles she crushes, new ones will take their place. In addition, there are many heroes with disabilities, because human nature is such that you want to use the weapon that you hold in your hands. What do you think will happen if all these bloodthirsty heroes suddenly have no one to hunt? Necessary evil means? Is this really what the bishop calls villains? Yes, this is true, because it is much more rational to keep them at a manageable level and maintain balance, since the clan needs a common enemy. After these words, the girl turned to him and said that people probably wouldn't understand this. The bishop continued to laugh and said that if she could, she would have already dealt with the heads of the clans. Therefore, he asked her to calm down and not even try to delve into this situation, since he would prefer that she not get involved in all this. The girl clenched her teeth and was really upset. After that, she sharply jerked the steering wheel and turned it to the right. Because of this, the car skidded and it began to drift. The bishop was very frightened and began to hold on to everything he could. Meanwhile, the train was approaching, so Madame Full Moon asked him to get out of the car and stop it. Right now they have arrived at the right place. Everything in the driver's cabin was squealing, as the train was completely out of control and was ready to fly off the rails. Philip could not stop him, so he turned to the girl and said that it was too late and that she needed to grab onto something. The manager and Katerina also began to grab each other, as they were very panicked. Only the girl stood surprised, but the journalist tried to calm her down and said that it was too late to be so surprised. She turned sharply and ran, which was very unusual for such a critical situation. She started to run away because she had forgotten something important, and also could not believe that she had made such a stupid mistake, because she could refuse everything except this one thing. Therefore, she ran with great speed, and really hoped that he would be there. She opened the doors and was really surprised. Her pupils changed, as what she saw greatly shocked her. She returned to her room and was very upset. The train was already moving at great speed, and a collision was about to occur. Therefore, the girl climbed out and opened the doors, as well as the windows there. Due to the strong wind, all the dishes and furniture began to fall to the ground. People began to grab hold of her, because they did not at all expect that something like this would happen. Even in the royal carriage, which was intended for VIP guests, everything was not at all good. Madame Full Moon also got out of the car and took her one step. Then she lowered her gaze to the ground and turned to the guy, asking if he wanted to sort this out on his own. The bishop looked at her and said that he could cope, especially if she only knew how to break things. Madame Full Moon was very angry at what she heard, so she grabbed the guy and started shaking him in different directions, but he just smiled and said that he was just joking. After these words, he approached the rails and realized that the time had come to make it really useful. So he took a step and then got ready. The train was flying at great speed towards him. His smile suddenly disappeared and he concentrated on completing his task. The train was flying and it seemed very difficult to stop it. Therefore, the guy took out his staff and squeezed it tightly in his hands. He began to glow and answered him with his magical power. After the guy checked that everything was working, a smile appeared on his face again. So he said that now everything would be fine. Huge magic formed behind him as a result of a strong explosion. So he waved his hand and welcomed the train and all its passengers to the Cloud Garden. Immediately after this, a large water blast hit the train. He completely froze and stopped the brakes, which were broken by the invaders. Philip held on to a pole that he could find on the train and cried, and was very worried. After that, he opened his eyes slightly and was truly shocked. The cat and the managers started laughing and pointing fingers at him. The bishop continued to wave his arms and control this line of water. He clearly did not lose his superpower, and became much stronger than he was before. Therefore, the water completely enveloped the train and stopped its movement. The bishop waved his hand and confidently controlled his actions. After this, the train stopped a few meters in front of his body. The passengers were clearly surprised by this outcome of events, because on this train they had already said goodbye to their lives. The funny thing is that the train actually stopped, and the light blue splashes that remained from the water simply began to drip from its wheels. Madame Full Moon said that she would need to check if there were any traces, and also asked what the bishop planned to do now. The bishop just smiled and looked into one of the carriages, saying that he was now trying to find someone. The first to leave the carriage was the journalist along with his cat. This pleased the bishop, since he really wanted to know what exactly happened here. The journalist began to shake out his hat, which was completely wet, primarily from water, saying that he was just lucky. But in any case, he did not understand where did this little lady go. The bishop decided to speak to him first, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked the guy if he was really the same journalist. The bishop began to laugh and asked Philip how he was feeling. The journalist was shocked because he did not expect to see the bishop in front of him. At this moment, Inwa also left the carriage along with her bag, which was indeed very valuable to her. She looked around and still didn't fully understand whether this was really it. Is she really facing a new stage in her life right now? This was the 16th district called Cloud Garden. Inwa ran along it, like a little lady who is just beginning to explore this world and enjoy every new sensation. Suddenly, out of nowhere, hands appear from the black hole and want to take her weapon. They start grabbing him and screaming, thereby frightening the little girl very much. She began to pull her hands up, trying to take it away, since the claymore sword rightfully belongs to her. After such a dream, she was very frightened and woke up in a cold sweat, because she did not want everything to happen exactly like that. Therefore, she extended her hand to the bedside table, trying to pick up the phone, which also began to ring at that moment. She sat in the lotus position and picked up the phone, entering the conversation. She was greeted by a familiar voice who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. From such words, Inwood jumped and abruptly got out of bed. Is Chaos talking to her right now? He also smiled because everything was correct and he was actually alive. Chaos said that he was lucky only because there was an excellent doctor nearby. Therefore, he decided to meet her and asked if she was now in the Cloud Garden. It was strange to her that he already knew about her whereabouts, so she sharply looked out the window. This place is not as provincial as the City of Dust, but it is not a big sprawling city with a sealed security system, but just the perfect place to hide, isn't it? He also said that he was absolutely sure that the girl would choose a place nearby, but she was not at all in the mood for jokes, so she decided to ask him if he really called her in order to mock her. But everything was not at all what she thought, because he called her about their contract. She kept her promise and Chaos decided to give her the code for the ID card, so he asked her to listen carefully. Chaos continued to laugh and enjoy life. After he told everything, he made it clear to the girl that when they meet next time, a lot will really change. After he finished speaking, a friend approached him and asked if he had finally finished talking. After that, she came closer to him and took the guy by the hand. She showed him the motorcycle and offered to ride it as quickly as possible. She also asked him if he had any regrets. These words made him think, but still he did not regret anything, only that he could no longer fight. Although this problem is actually solvable, so he once again turned to his girlfriend and said that he was absolutely not worried about anything. She hugged him tightly and was delighted with this answer. After that, she threw the trash on the road and said that it really made her happy. Chaos said that his time is not up yet, which means that he still has something to do. He started his motorcycle and said that he wanted to tell the girl a lot of things. But there were still many days ahead. However, the torch had already been passed on. Still, he thought about it and realized that he really regretted that he could not kill Engine. But he was glad that he could show her everything that he could. Therefore, he really hoped that she would be able to surpass him. He hoped that she would be able to break through all the obstacles in her path, and if anyone dared to stand in her way, then let her immediately destroy him. She must not be just another speck in the wind. She must become an almighty flame, which can completely absorb the entire clan of heroes. Inwa sat on the edge of the bed and realized that all the participants were in place. Therefore, her current goal will be to obtain a hero's license and thus be able to get to the terminal. It will take her a long time to get there, but she can definitely do it. Engine asked if she wanted to avenge her sister, or would she just try to die in a duel? In a sense, Engine was right, but now everything is really different. What she previously considered impossible has now truly become possible, so she must not miss such an opportunity. She needs to become as strong as possible in any case. Inwa looked at her watch and understood that someone was saying that the tests would begin at 2 o'clock. But unfortunately, right now, she was late. There were already a huge number of people there who were preparing for the start of the competition. One of them sat on the table and told everyone that they were losers and should just go home quietly if they didn't want a conflict with her. The guy talked to her and said that she was asking herself to be kicked out before they even started the tests. Everyone else watched the conflict between these two and looked forward to the moment when they would start fighting because they could easily do this, since the rector was late in any case. The blonde approached them and tried to stop them, saying that there was no need for this now, since they definitely shouldn't fight each other. After these words, the doors to the building opened and the silhouette of a girl appeared in front of them, who still had time for the tests. Everyone present was clearly shocked and simply looked at her, as they clearly did not expect to see such a spectacular appearance. Inwa just looked at them and asked what was the matter. The guy looked at her and didn't understand who she was and why she was late. 2 hours have already passed since they were waiting for the start, but the guy became tense as he began to suspect that Inhua belongs to the clan of heroes. She said there was no reason to worry, so she told the guy to just continue his pointless arguments. The girl looked at Inhua and didn't understand why she had such an impassive attitude in front of all these competitors, so it seems that they are either an idiot or a rector. Inhua sat in a chair and looked at the people who were shouting and asking when the tests would begin. Inhua took out her phone and realized that the management was really late, but she was also surprised that everyone was starting to ask her this, because hadn't they already started? From that moment on, everyone rose to their feet and got ready. The girl with red hair also stood up from her seat and asked if the tests had really already begun. From now on, it's every man for himself, and this rector seems to be picky too. Inwa just continued to play games on her phone and look at the food, while everyone around her was worried and realized that this test would not be easy at all. She was very sorry that she did not have time to destroy Tokat, who then stood in her way. Well, even despite this, she managed to get a really useful gift. Is probably how people see her now. Suddenly, everyone began to fight in front of her. Everyone tried to prove that he was the best among them. Inwa was also upset because few people know her real name anyway, so for now, everything is fine. She began to look around and realized that now the problem was different. It was difficult for her to understand why they all started fighting among themselves. The blonde used all her strength to show that she was dominant over her opponents, and other participants used their powers to protect themselves from a barrage of such blows. The girl was shocked because she did not understand why her opponent wanted to attack her so much, because before the start of the fight, they communicated so well. She really didn't like the fact that the guy was also standing next to her, so she started hitting him with her pillow. Inwa decided that she had enough of sitting on the phone, so she got up from her chair and was ready to ask them the reason for such actions. Without hesitation, she headed straight to the epicenter of the battle to stop it all, or to join them. The guy was lying on the ground and lost quite a lot of strength, as he received a large amount of damage. Inwa sat down next to him and asked what he was doing here. He closed his eyes and looked in her direction. It looked like he was ready to try to attack her now. But Inwa was not at all an ordinary girl, so she immediately asked him what he was trying to achieve right now. If this is all he can do, then he'd better go home. He was frightened by what he saw and immediately grabbed his stick, and also thought about how to avoid a conflict with this girl who had just humiliated him. He raised his weapon and said that he could still fight, so he asked the girl to watch this process. He had to swing his sword and run into battle in order to make a positive impression on her. After that, the girl continued to sit and watch the situation taking place, because it is very interesting to watch how people fight. And this is also another reason why there are no normal people in the hero clan. The car was already approaching the building. The guy was sitting and was very unhappy because they were already very late. Therefore, he shouted at his driver, who was already very worried. But he didn't care. He wanted to get to his destination as quickly as possible. His brother leaned over to the guy and asked him not to be so cruel, because it was not the driver's fault that the meeting ended late. They also didn't understand why they had to be the ones to clean up the train hijacking incident. Because couldn't the district guards take care of it? Because this is a vendetta-related incident that they definitely can't just leave to the guards. Not many heroes live in the regional garden, so they are going to show the power of the clan and prevent any future incidents. His brother was surprised because they were really just going there to show their strength, because since the full moon was also going somewhere, it was only natural that they would go with her. His brother crossed his arms around his body and said that it was just like that. He came into her room, where there was an expensive candle stand on the table. He looked at Madame Full Moon and asked if there was a reason why she wanted to meet him alone. She was surprised by this, because is he really not in the know? Or is it simply beneficial for him to pretend that he knows nothing? It looks like this will truly be the last test. Madame Full Moon put the teapot on the table and said that as they already know, this test is really different from the previous ones, where this time they will only look for the person's skills and abilities, and not his past or origin. In addition, the tests will take place in 8 locations, and only in the Cloud Garden. If you include locations in other areas, the number of participants will reach 3 digits. More beautiful flowers naturally attract more insects, and they can be both beneficial and harmful. So Madame said that it was very important for them to make sure that they could filter the good ones from the bad ones. If they miss this chance, then the hero clan will truly rot from within. But the guy also heard that those who become heroes become the same after a while. Madame Full Moon was watering the flowers and couldn't understand where the guy got such cynicism from, but she fought the desire to hit him as hard as possible. It was repeated several times because this competition was truly extremely important, because a huge number of higher-ups would be watching it. The guy just sighed and said that it would really be difficult to implement. But Madame Full Moon said that they must fulfill their duties. Therefore, remembering such a tense conversation, the guy took out his bottle and decided to drink its contents, since he was still a little worried that the hero clan was really rotting from the inside. Therefore, he decided to quickly drink all its contents and prepared to complete the tasks assigned to him. The only thing that bothered him was that now it would not be too late. His brother was very positive, so he leaned over and smiled again, trying to lighten the mood and talk, asking what he was thinking about. He didn't want to talk to him, so his younger brother himself took the initiative and said that there was no reason to worry, especially if he was worried about the location of the tests, because he had already asked Narim about it, and everything would be fine. Meanwhile, their car had already arrived and stopped abruptly. The driver looked at the passengers and said that they had arrived at the right place. The guy was very serious and understood that this was exactly the place where the tests would take place. Therefore, he stood up and tried to quickly remove the seatbelt, but he did not succeed immediately. Many stones had already begun to fall from the building, which meant only one thing: the tests had already begun. But there is also another side to this process. The cleaners who were traveling on this bus were very upset, because there was really a lot of work coming, because they would have to clean it all up. Narim was already standing at the entrance and crying, greeting the car. She was in a panic and waving her arms, because she had already waited so long for them. When they came closer to her, they decided to inquire about what happened here. Narim continued to cry because she was unable to cope with the situation on her own. They calmed her down and said that everything was fine, but first they would need to look inside. There was a real meat grinder going on there, because people fought each other without waiting for the fight to start. The guy smiled and said that it really looks terrible, but it is also no less funny. Therefore, They decided to rush into the attack and grab several fighters in order to bring them to some sense with their method. The builder fought and also wanted to become a hero, so he clung to this opportunity. Suddenly he saw that other opponents were approaching him. A second later, a blow from the nunchucks came at him, which shocked him very much. The guy came closer to him and started laughing, because are they really heroes or are they just simple bandits? It is worth noting that the quality of candidates has really dropped since last year. After that, he decided to pick up his weapon, which was flying in the air. He grabbed him and said that perhaps not everything is as bad as it might seem at first glance. Perhaps all of them are not so bad in terms of their abilities. The girl with red hair looked at him and asked him to shut up, because the guy began to tell her too many compliments. Madame Full Moon was right after all. Many of these participants are truly unqualified. But in general, this year there are indeed many more suitable candidates than there were before. The guy wanted to remain silent because his throat still hurt, but it would take too much time, so he took all the breath he could into his lungs. And he started screaming, immediately ordering each of them to stop fighting. From such a scream, the glass in the building began to burst. The participants immediately paid attention to such a cry and began to cover their ears so as not to go deaf. He took another step towards them and said that his name was Dawn, and from now on, he would control the situation. And also, if anyone has any doubts or problems about this, then it will be much better for them if they talk about it right now. Inwa, meanwhile, continued to eat her favorite ice cream, not paying attention to the fights around her. People stood near her like real servants and gave her everything she wanted. But the guy apparently didn't like it at all, so he came closer to them and shouted again, trying to calm everyone down. From such a cry, her assistants flew back, and Inwa's hair rose up. He introduced himself again and said that his name was Dawn, and now he would manage the situation here. After shouting again, all the other participants also began to pay attention to him and stopped. He looked at his watch and said that he had given them a chance to express their dissatisfaction. But now, from now on, anyone who dares to disobey his order will be disqualified. He looked at the participants and said that he was absolutely sure that everyone knew that the test of heroes was a rare opportunity, so the beginning would be really difficult. But he expected complete mutual understanding so that they could continue calmly. Naram looked at him and admired him, because the guy was really very cool and was able to attract everyone's attention in a few seconds. But still, she looked at him more carefully and tried to see also the second participant who was on the stage. The guy climbed closer to the steps and looked at how everyone was listening to him. But suddenly there he saw a girl who continued to sit in her chair and had no plans to leave. Inwa just continued to look at him with her eyes, which were full of confidence in her abilities. The guy also looked at her and did not understand how she dared to disobey him. Inwa only watched this process and understood that he definitely had no right to take her ice cream. And he stood and thought about what was the right thing to do because he didn't want to hurt her. After that, the girl simply got up from her chair and jumped towards ordinary people, making it clear that now she just wanted to observe the situation taking place. Everyone around was simply shocked by this behavior because they thought that she was their rector. The bishop held the bird in his arms and apologized to Philip for the delay, because he should have called much earlier, so he looked at him and asked if he was now the editor-in-chief. Philip looked at him and said that everything was in order and we could start working. He sat down at the table and said that he told him absolutely everything he knew. The bishop just smiled and remembered about the train hijacking, where the journalist mentioned that the aspiring hero was taken away by vendetta. That's right, he confirmed these words, although he said that she hid her identity. But he didn't really care. He just wanted to talk to him. The bishop said that Philip Neville is the only journalist who continues to write articles criticizing the hero's clan. He felt scared by this, so he tried to hide his worries by reaching for a cup of coffee. The bishop approached his back and asked why he was trembling. He understood that Philip was now extremely frightened, since he clearly did not expect to hear this. He spilled the contents from the bottle, which was also on the table, because he could not drink the water properly, not understanding what would happen to him next. So he asked what the bishop was going to do with him. Was it really to kill him? The bishop laughed and said that he had no such thoughts. He simply asked this because Philip seemed rather nervous. He held onto his hat and realized that he was very uncomfortable now. If he lets his guard down even for a second, the bishop can easily drag him into his net. So it is extremely important for him to never forget what kind of person the bishop was before. He put his hat on his head and tried to understand what was really happening now. The bishop looked at him and smiled sweetly, asking what Philip was thinking about right now. The bishop decided not to wait for an answer, so he decided to start a dialogue on his own, saying that those who were able to destroy the 17D district are called the Nameless. From such information, Philip stood up and decided to clarify this point, because are they really all led by a smiling man? The bishop said that he is the only member he knows about so far. Needless to say, the district was originally a city-state, but it was simply unrealistic to find out about this incident so quickly. So Philip assumed that the bishop was connected with some kind of independent information network. He just continued to pour the tea and asked Philip for his opinion on why they call themselves the Nameless Ones. But he never thought about it. Therefore, he decided to answer him because just as they call themselves a clan of heroes, they also had their own name. And they were called Nira, which is how the villains originally called themselves. As soon as they defeated them in war, they immediately banned them from mentioning that name completely until they were completely erased from history. In other words, after losing the war, they lost their name forever. Now everything became clear to the guy, and he understood perfectly why they were called Nameless. But he was still bothered by several more questions. First of all, he didn't understand whether this meant that the smiling man was again trying to rally the villains. The bishop also said that they are not sure of this information, but they absolutely understand that there will be very strong changes in the near future. Philip looked at the mug of tea and really wanted to know about it in more detail. The bishop said that he is a fan of his work, because even in one letter you can easily feel the author's beliefs and intentions behind the words, where he does not try to tell everything. He understood that Philip was bringing everything down to the truth, because the bishop had lived too long and could no longer look at the world through the eyes of ordinary people. So he really wanted to see the world through the words of ordinary people. So he smiled and raised his cup of tea, asking Philip his opinion about the world in which they now live. Philip would like the bishop to watch the cloud garden very carefully first, because soon everything will be much more interesting. After that, he took a few quick steps, and he was able to hide behind the wall and breathe out, because he was really worried and thought that he would not be able to return alive after such conversations. Philip looked to the sky and realized that it was very difficult for him to talk to the bishop, so in the future it would be much better if he managed to avoid him. Although he could never imagine that he would be able to hear such valuable information, he became interested in learning in more detail about the big event that his interlocutor was talking about. He looked at the doors and saw the first hero testing area. The new leader simply stood and looked at the participants. He knew that right now there were several people he would do well to keep an eye on. Firstly, this girl with red hair and a gloomy look deliberately hid her gift when she fought, because it would be stupid to reveal it to others unnecessarily. Or the next girl who walks around with a robotic arm that functions even though it doesn't look like it was made with a gift. And this boy must be the same one Madame Full Moon was talking about, because he didn't even participate in the fight. He was absolutely sure that everyone else was avoiding him deliberately, because they probably intuitively understood that he was on a different level. The real problem lay only in this girl, who began to walk around and beg people for food. He could not understand her and her true intentions, But if she is here just for fun and is nothing of herself, then she will fly out very soon. Inwa took a lot of food from the other participants and was very happy about this. But still the guy was absolutely confident that she would demonstrate her true abilities. As he already said, his name is Dawn, and he will oversee this process. But first he needs to make an announcement. He stood at the podium and said that if their lives were dear to them, and they were not confident in their abilities, then they needed to leave right now. The participants looked at him in bewilderment, and some of them were really scared. The leader's brother and his team simply silently watched this process and rejoiced. They have so many deaths every year as a result of these tests that there will be no safety nets for candidates. Therefore, if they are not ready for this, then they should leave immediately, because they will either get hurt or die in the process. If any of them wants to return, then it is not too late to do so. Inwa could no longer listen to this, so she shouted in his direction and said that enough of these performances, we need to start right now. The guy looked in her direction, and then he smiled because he liked the mood of the participants. Therefore, he waved his hand and said that there would be 3 tests in total. One of the participants was very surprised by this, because are they really interested in having so many of them? After that, the guy waved his finger and said that if they really want it, then they need to first pass the first test, and after they succeed, he will tell them all further information. So he held the crystal in his hand and said that the first test would be to find treasure. After this phrase, the bus was already on its way, and Inwa was fast asleep on the bus. Her eyes were blindfolded. All participants in the first test did not know where they were going. Their eyes were closed. Some of them had already left the bus and began to fight, while the rest could only hear the stomping of the administrators of this exam. The guy approached the hero killer and put his hand on her shoulder. He said that she should prepare to leave because she was next in line. The bus stopped. The girl was left in this place in the middle of the forest. She took off the blindfold and looked around. She was on the side of a mountain. She was wearing a test participant's bracelet. Dan said that at the first stage, their task would be to search for treasures. The venue for this stage will be located near the Cloud Garden. It was there that they would need to find jewelry that looked like a light blue diamond. The rector also clarified that it makes no difference to him how the participants receive their jewelry, because 72 hours after the start, only those who have this item will win. At this point, the entire briefing was completed, but some participants still had questions. Regarding the organization of this event, the rector said that all participants must wear the watches issued to them. They have built-in tracking devices that allow management to track the location of future heroes. The important detail was that this item should not be lost, and it signifies their participation in the event. In addition, those who step outside the designated boundaries of the challenge area will be immediately disqualified. The wristbands will sound an alarm if the participant approaches the boundary, so they do not have to worry about being accidentally disqualified. In general, this was all the information that Inwa received. The girl noticed that her watch had turned on. It was said that from that moment it would be able to start moving. The hero killer decided that she shouldn't rush or even attract the attention of the others. But still she was not calm because of one detail. The girl took out her iron balls. After that, she threw them into the sky. It turned out that she was aiming at the camera. She was uncomfortable being under surveillance. After this, the rector and his assistants lost the signal. The girl said that it was drone number 7. Later, she began to receive new messages about the loss of communication. As it turned out, half of the drones had already been destroyed. Inwa turned out to be not the only participant who values her personal space so much. With such results, the girl with long purple hair didn't understand what the point was in preparing so many surveillance drones. The rector replied that they should come to terms with this. He expected a similar outcome. The girl agreed with his words, but she was still worried about one question. She asked the rector whether it was too unprofessional to drink at work. The man replied that it was not alcohol, but soda. His assistant sighed heavily and leaned back in her chair. She understood that such a straightforward person would never break the rules. Because of this, she thought that he was boring. The rector said that they should put aside conversations for later and concentrate on work because anything could happen at any minute. The partner again agreed with his words and noticed that she was receiving messages that several happy participants had already appeared and had found their treasure. But the rector replied that it was hardly luck. After all, the main thing in this test is not just to find the jewel. The big problem will be to protect the item from other participants. Actually, one of the not particularly smart guys failed to predict this feature of the exam. His jewel was stolen by a girl with a club. The essence of the test is not the search for jewelry, but their preservation until the end of the event. The girl called the rector ruthless because he knew what this task meant, but still calls it a treasure hunt. Despite this, the rector had no choice because he was simply doing what his superiors told him. Around the same time, Inwa also understood the essence of the test. After all, the goal of this game is not search, but robbery. So this condition will only prolong her stay in the role of a target. In which case, she decided that it was better to take a nap now and start the task tomorrow. Having picked large leaves, she prepared a bed for herself. It was obvious to her that such an early detection of the target would only bring more headaches. She could rest peacefully without worrying about her goal, because theft is her specialty. Still, the vacation was not a success. She couldn't sleep because she was very hungry. It so happened that she had to get out of bed. She looked around in search of at least some food. The forest looked rather boring. But still she noticed some interesting mushroom. With his whole appearance, he literally told her that he was worth eating. The sloppy hero killer was not particularly well versed in mushrooms and was ready to eat the fly agaric. Still, even if she knew what kind of mushroom, she would still not have been able to resist. The feeling of hunger was stronger than anything she felt at that moment. In fact, she is immune to poisons, and she is unlikely to suffer. Inwa stretched out her hand to eat, when suddenly this mushroom was hit by an enemy attack. It was the work of a proud girl who stood with other candidates for heroes. She said that she did not forget how the stranger in the red jacket made her laugh. She could not believe that this rat was really pretending to be the rector. Her resentment was so strong that she stopped being interested in jewelry. Her only goal at that moment was to kill her enemy. It all happened quite unexpectedly. Inwa was going to spend the first day calmly. Flexing her fists, she realized that she would still have to fight. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the nameless gang also did not sit still. They decided to arrange an excursion for themselves. Rachel admired the huge rocks in front of her. Vector replied that they were actually pillars of clouds. The doctor, as always, did not miss the moment to be smart. He raised his index finger up and said that this is a landmark of the 16th district. These huge stone pillars are the center of the cloud garden. Ancient civilizations believed that these were clouds that fell from the sky. Rachel enjoyed this story with interest. But despite such calm around Sinclair, she asked the doctor when he managed to find the problem. It turns out that they were already hunting for him. Armed men were approaching them. They stopped the villains and said that it was better for them not to move if they did not want to get hurt. A man with a scar on his face asked which one of them was Vector. The doctor replied that it was him. The man said that in this case he had found his goal. He couldn't believe that this masked guy actually thought he could escape using such a disguise. The armed man said that Vendetta never forgets a grudge, and they heard that it was Vector who was behind the train incident. The villains surrounded the two fighters and said that they should go to a meeting with their boss, because he wants to talk to them. Vector couldn't understand what they were talking about, because he hadn't contacted strangers lately. Rachel didn't know that Inwa had made this setup, but she still laughed at such an awkward situation. The doctor was grabbed by the hands. He tried to explain to the strangers that they had mixed up something, and this was a mistake. That's how they were captured by one of the gangs. For Rachel, it was fun, and she was interested in what would happen next. They could easily cope with their opponents, but still decided to surrender in order to get at least some information from their enemies. This prison had pretty good protection. Armed guards controlled order inside. Victor was incredibly offended. He shouted at the guard that he was not who they took him for. The poor guy tried to explain that they were simple tourists in the Cloud City. The angry man hit his bars with his baton and asked Victor to be silent. The guy's hands began to tremble. The man with the scar on his face threw the baton over his shoulder and said that he was just following orders, so the doctor should keep his mouth shut until the boss arrives. The excited doctor was touched by a girl. Rachel, as always, looked with a smile and at that moment wanted to ask something. They started whispering to each other. The girl said that she knows that this looks like a bad situation, but this could be an opportunity for them, because they should carry out the order that Boss Engine gave. They needed to find a specific object, and perhaps these guys who took them prisoner know where it is. But even if they are not in the know, this is still a chance to get at least some valuable information. The doctor was very angry, but still agreed with her proposal. Unable to bear such an insult from Vendetta, the doctor stood up and shouted that he still hated this situation, because in fact, he had not done anything wrong and was falsely imprisoned. The guard couldn't stand all the noise the doctor was making and started threatening him with his knife, when suddenly his hand was grabbed by a strange plant with flowers. He didn't even suspect that their captives were gift users. Rachel hit the man with the scar on his face against the bars with great force. He immediately began to stagger and kept his hand on his broken face. When Vector suddenly appeared in front of him, the guard could not understand how he got out of the bars. Yet he was not the only problem, because Rachel was already standing behind and preparing to finish off the enemy. All this noise was heard by other soldiers of this base. A guy in a brown suit, accompanied by 2 guards, went down to the basement to find out what was happening. But I didn't see anyone. The villains had already managed to hide. Still, Vector and Rachel could not meet worthy opponents in such a place, and they had nothing to fear. They captured one of the members of the criminal gang. He did not want to cooperate until they pushed him to the limit. As it turned out, these guys infiltrated the hero trials. Vector said that Vendetta is proud of its notoriety, but still openly interfering with the activities of a group of heroes is too much for them. Perhaps they have strong support, and therefore are not afraid to take such risks. The doctor understood that now this situation was becoming more serious. He asked Rachel what their boss thought about this. It turns out that Engine believes that Vendetta harmed the Nameless. In this case, it can only mean that, namely, an all-out war between these organizations. That's exactly what he said. Meanwhile, during the test, the tension between the participants only grew. Inwa began to assess the situation. Under normal circumstances, she can only use one gift at a time, and this means that she will not be able to use other abilities now, because then she will lose her disguise. But this was not a problem. The girl believed that this situation would give her the opportunity to test herself. At some point, she even stopped being angry because of the poisonous mushrooms stolen from her. A sly smile appeared on her opponent's face. The red-haired girl said that she was finally being taken seriously. But still, she said that she was ready to give another chance, and would let her enemy go if she kneeled down and asked for forgiveness. But the hero killer, as usual, was interested in the fight. She looked around and saw a growing number of enemies. They probably united before the start. Yet they were never told that they could not work as a team. Perhaps her enemies even have a system where they get the most of the jewels and distribute them in a hierarchy. Plus, the leader of their team does not have to worry about betrayal, while the rest get the required amount of jewels, so they have the additional advantage of strength depending on the number of fighters. The girl looked around carefully again and realized that there were still those hiding behind, in which case she had 7 enemies. The girl with a large tattoo said that she was starting to lose patience and was waiting for an answer to her question. Inwa replied that they would not apologize and they would resolve this dispute with a fight. First, she decided to get rid of those who were nearby. He ran up to the guy and hit him in the head with his knee. The leader of the enemy team expected a similar response and began to attack the hero killer using her ability. Inwa was able to catch the enemy's thrown weapons without any problems. After that, she hid these darts in her pocket. The enemy watched in surprise at the incredible reaction of the hero killer. There were 6 fighters left. One of them jumped out of the tall grass and decided to deliver an unexpected blow to the girl's head with a stick. As it turned out, he overestimated himself and the girl in the red jacket repelled his blow. The direction of the stick changed, and the frightened guy accidentally attacked his own ally. After that, he himself received a blow to the face. Now there are only 4 fighters of the enemy team left. Inhwa rushed into action and kicked her opponent. This was a guy with the ability to strengthen his body. It was very difficult for him to withstand such a blow, and he began to scream angrily. She didn't know if her plan would work, but she still took out one of the captured darts and stuck it in her opponent's leg. The man fell to the ground and began screaming in pain. Next was a tall enemy in a gray cloak. As it turned out, there was a little girl inside these clothes, and she was only pretending to be so tall. Yet this did not stop the young hero killer, and she sent her flying with one powerful blow of her hand. Now there was only one enemy left, but he was the most serious. The leader of the enemy team was quite experienced and looked more interesting than the rest. Inwa took a fighting stance. Her opponent recognized the girl in the red jacket as a pretty tough fighter. After such a compliment, the battle began. Inwa had no problem dodging such slow attacks. After that, she took the initiative and struck. Her opponent did not have time to block all the attacks of the hero killer. The last one could have been a blow to the enemy's head, but Inwa decided to stop right in front of the enemy's head. She asked the enemy if this was enough for her. The angry girl clearly did not want to end it here. At first, she didn't want to use her gift, but she had no choice. Blades rose into the air. Inwa decided that the enemy's ability was telekinesis. Yet, despite the huge number of enemy attacks, it was not a problem for such a fighter to dodge every blade. But still, looking at it from the other side, she realized that she was still mistaken. It wasn't telekinesis. In fact, her enemy used a thread of his own energy, but she realized it too late. Inwa fell into her enemy's trap. Her opponent began to smile with satisfaction. These threads resembled a web. They were created using est energy. Inwa could see parts of them, but only if she concentrated hard. Meanwhile, the enemy did not stand still and grabbed the thread more tightly. She tried to catch the hero killer, but the girl managed to dodge. The hero candidate went on the attack. She was shocked that her opponent was so clever. She immediately tried to throw a kick, but nevertheless, Inwa was again able to dodge the enemy attack. When suddenly the girl in the red jacket froze, she realized that she had made a mistake. Her opponent said that she should have moved a little further. It turns out that the girl's leg still fell into the enemy's trick. With one powerful blow, the red-haired girl sent the hero killer flying. Inwa was suspended from a tree, her body pinned down by enemy equipment. The self-confident hero candidate said that the rector did not mention any real rules that need to be followed, and yet they should not attract unnecessary attention. These darts have poisonous tips. The self-confident girl told the hero killer that she was lucky that they were fighting during the tests. She is sure that in a real battle, she would not have a chance. Yet she believes that Inwa also has superpowers and most likely will not die in this place. The red-haired girl turned away from her enemy, believing that she had already won the battle. She told her enemy that she would wake up after the tests were over. In fact, Inwa thought the same thing. She started using the stolen gift, and because of this, her disguise disappeared. Using Jade's acceleration, she freed herself from the enemy's web without any problems. She was very infuriated by the fact that she could not kill the enemy and steal his gift forever. She found herself behind the back of a confident girl. The blow was completed with a strong throw of the enemy to the ground. She would have been a better opponent if she hadn't underestimated the hero killer. Inwa thought that maintaining the disguise was like spinning plates. It definitely helps her with mental preparation. But in the end, she still lost her disguise, so she should still train. Still, she decided to search her opponent's pockets. She never found anything interesting. In addition, her plans for a relaxing holiday were ruined by the fact that it started to rain. The girl picked a large leaf to use as an umbrella. She was unhappy that it was raining right now, and the ground became dirty. Still, she is grateful to that strange girl, because she has one less test. But this weather was definitely not part of her plan. At least they managed to weed out a few candidates, and the show went on. There were still worthy fighters on the battlefield. They were observed by one of the event's rectors. She noticed a stranger in the raincoat of their unit, but did not understand who managed to put it on, because the rain started just a few seconds ago. It was very strange. It seemed like they were not warned that it would rain. A moment later, the girl with purple hair decided to contact the headquarters. She decided that the person she saw was actually an outsider. Suddenly, she began to lose touch. After that, she had no other option but to walk alone. Meanwhile, the stranger was approaching one of the test participants. He had a rather interesting and unusual sword. The stranger took a swordsman's fighting stance. He decided to go on the attack, when suddenly he unexpectedly changed his direction. The test participant did not understand what happened. It turned out that the rector fell into a trap. She was deceived and did not have time to react in time. This man was pursuing her from the very beginning. She said that she knew for sure that despite this cloak, he was not part of their unit. The guy replied that he doesn't talk to the dead. The girl did not understand what was being said and was very surprised. Within a moment, the stranger took out his blade and delivered a strong, cutting blow. This amazing object with which the enemy dealt a crushing blow was an invisible blade. The seriously wounded girl understood that she needed to warn the other heroes. Their enemy was too dangerous. He was able to defeat the hero without any problems. Dan stood with Narumi and addressed the team. The rector asked them to be very careful. They stood next to the body of a fallen colleague. They needed to get rid of unnecessary emotions in order to continue the tests and find the culprit of this tragedy. They decided to create covers to wait out this rain. After some time, one of the comrades returned to the heroes. Dan asked what the situation was. He was glad that his partner was not hurt. The guy with blue hair replied that he had not seen any suspicious persons, but still this mountain turned out to be too big to climb alone. He found traces of the enemy, but it seems that the connection is still not working. And yet he was surprised that Narom was just standing in one place in the rain. The rector replied that she needed time. Bora was her friend and always treated others well. He advised them to call her back to the shelter in a few minutes. There was incredible tension among the heroes. The rector grabbed his face. Looking around the battlefield, he realized that the battle did not last long. All the bamboo within the strike radius was evenly cut off. The tracks showed that Bora started the fight. He believes that it cannot be that his partner would give up easily, but to be objective, her opponent turned out to be too strong. He continued to inspect the battlefield. It was still a mystery to him what the total number of their enemies was. Of course, the motives and traces left by the enemies also told him nothing. Later, they returned to the camp. One of the heroes told the rector that they had a connection again. They were called from the branch. The girl said with surprise that the branch gave orders to continue. The angry man did not agree with this decision, because they were in a very difficult situation. However, his partner replied that it was even better, because he was full of hatred and wanted to catch the killer. All the heroes turned to Dan to find out what he thought about this. Taking out a flask from his briefcase, he said that Madame Full Moon would not have given such an order. For him, it was suspicious. He knew the situation looked bad, but he still told his team that they couldn't just go home. Meanwhile, another participant in the test was running away from the stranger. A man with 2 sickles rushed after him. It was the same killer with a skull mask on his face. The guy screamed for help with all his might. Suddenly, another person appeared in front. He didn't know who it was and thought it was one of the test directors, so he turned to him and asked him to save him. He believed that this was a real hero. The guy knelt in front of him and said that if he had known that the test would be so dangerous, he would not have even started. In fact, he was very mistaken. It was one of the killers in the stolen cloak. The guy with 2 sickles turned to him and asked his name. It turned out that it was Scar. A man with a skull mask on his face said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. The villains also had their own camp. It was an inconspicuous old house in the middle of the forest. The leader of the vendetta gang asked Scar if everything was fine with him. The guy replied that he was just looking for that girl who prevented him from carrying out his plan on the train. Their entire team was already assembled. Villains, take a closer look at the leaders of vendetta. The girl with white hair said that they resembled 2 fragile crystal balls. She believes that they are easy to crack under pressure. The guy replied that even if they see them like this, there is still no other gang that knows this area better than them. The guy said that it was in their common interests to help each other. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by the blow of a sword on the ground. An incredibly powerful wave spread across the room. The swordsman asked them to be silent. He said that they should not speak until he gave them permission. He wanted these 2 to prove their worth not with words, but with deeds. Previously, they destroyed all the cameras so that they would no longer be followed. The swordsman stood up and said that the weather was beautiful that day. He loved the wind. He believes that rain and wind will rid the forest of the smell of blood. After that, they went to kill their victims. This is how the first day passed. The hero killer understood that something had happened last evening. Despite this, she was more interested in food. Suddenly, she was distracted by the sounds of fighting. She realized that it was quite close to them. She sat down and began to look. Suddenly, she noticed a girl with a huge mechanical arm running away from someone. I turned around and she continued to shoot from her strange mechanical weapon. But all these shots did not threaten the enemy. Inwa was surprised because she had never seen such a reactor before. This man with 2 sickles was able to easily destroy the little girl's weapon. Inwa decided that this had nothing to do with her. It was more important for her to get fish and have a good snack. Suddenly, she felt something incredible. She turned around and began to look towards the fight. She was incredibly interested in the weapon that the strong stranger was holding. Still, she had to think about what to do. Her evil side told her that this item was worth stealing. She believes that Inwa is the best at stealing in the world, and this also fits the words of the rector. After all, theft is not a violation of the rules of this test. The evil side of this young girl believed that this was a great chance. Besides, someone was wounded and stole her favorite sword, and now it's worth finding a suitable thing in return. Still, she believed that with such a weapon, she would look incredibly cool. But suddenly her bright side joined this discussion. It was Inwa in the form of an angel, as if she had descended from heaven. Even though she looked like a saint, her gaze was still threatening. Her bright side said that she should still steal something, but not these interesting items. We were talking about gifts from a gang of nameless people. The girl was faced with a difficult choice. Her dark and light sides continued to impose thoughts on the girl about what would be the best thing to do. Meanwhile, the newcomer's battle continued. Her mechanical arm had already been destroyed by the enemy's blow. The man with 2 sickles was ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, Inwa appeared behind him. The masked guy had to dodge her attack. The girl understood that she should take this more seriously, and therefore took out her knives. The guy easily blocked her blow. Inwa was surprised that her knives broke so easily on the enemy's weapon. She turned to the stranger. He immediately froze, not understanding what she wanted from him right in the middle of the battle. The girl took a fighting stance and invited him to have a fair hand-to-hand fight. The determined enemy did not refuse this and immediately threw his weapons aside, his sickles easily destroying the huge stone. The guy also took a fighting stance, expecting an interesting continuation of the battle, after which the enemies looked at each other. Apparently, the same idea occurred to them. Inwa decided that she should not underestimate the enemy and took out spare knives. The guy quickly went on the attack. In fact, he also had a weapon hidden. Hand-to-hand combat changed to blade fighting. They were equal in strength. Inwa could fight in a fair fight without any problems, because now her blades would not be destroyed by the enemy's incredible weapons. After another attack from the girl, the guy with the skeleton mask jumped to a safe distance. The hero killer took advantage of the moment and distracted the enemy by throwing her knives at him. The skeleton was able to repel the attack, but still lost time, and the girl was already running to the stone to steal the enemy's sickle. But to her regret, she did not have time to pick up both items. Her opponent turned out to be quite fast. He managed to be the first to get to this legendary weapon. The girl took a fighting stance with a weapon that was unusual for her. Her enemy decided to use a sickle along with a knife. The test participant watched this fight in admiration. Her mechanical arm was destroyed, and she could not join the fight. Moreover, she did not believe her eyes, because these guys fought much above her level. And yet, she decided that she had to somehow help her savior. She began to try to gather her thoughts, because she had no time to be distracted. Effie believed that the fight was not entirely equal. Inwa had no previous experience using such weapons, and therefore began to lose. Determined, Effie raised her mechanical hand into the air. She considered it her duty to help her savior. It turns out that this mechanical arm had a full repair function. This item, created with the help of Est energy, began to return to its normal appearance. After fully healing her powers, Effie decided it was her turn. She used the net to distract the enemy. The guy in the mask tried to dodge such an attack. He could cut the iron mesh without any problems. The first attack was followed by a smoke grenade. A curtain of smoke impaired visibility and filled the entire battlefield. Effie took advantage of the moment and took her savior. She asked the hero killer to hold on tight. An aspiring hero with a mechanical arm used her power to escape from a powerful opponent. They flew into the air. For Effie, it was unusually high, and she did not know what to do next. Due to the lack of a landing plan, they simply flew down towards the forest. Inwa has acrobatic skills, and it was not difficult for her to land beautifully on her feet, while Effie fell right on her face. The girls became friends and decided that it was better to wait out the night in a cave. Effie did not stop thanking her savior. She believes that it is quite difficult to put your life on the line for the sake of a stranger. Far from being a saint, Inwa decided to show her best side and said that there is no point in hoping to become a hero if you are going to ignore those in need of help. Effie felt awkward. She replied that it was true. Inwa asked her friend if she had any information, because so far she doesn't know enough about the current situation. Effie replied that she didn't know much other than the fact that they, as candidates, were ambushed. The man with whom they were fighting suddenly approached her and asked her to go with him. She, of course, refused. After that, The battle began. The girl admitted that if it weren't for Inwa, she would have lost. Still, it is a great relief that everything went off without any problems. In any case, she was worried whether the rectors would come to save them. They were hiding in a cave, and perhaps they would not be able to find them. The girl in the red jacket didn't know exactly what would happen. In fact, she believed that the guy with the skeleton mask could be even stronger than the rectors. Effie immediately began to panic, in which case they were really in trouble. Inwa decided to analyze the situation. Their communication network was quite unstable, but other than that, they have many ways to signal the end of testing. Dan can just use the est energy and shout it across the mountain. She believes that most likely the point is not that the rectors abandoned them. Probably they simply do not have enough strength to help them. Even though she never used her full power, Inwa admitted that the masked guy was much stronger than the rest of the guys she faced in this test. If he is not the only one with this level of power, then testing them becomes a minor issue in comparison. In the worst case, they will all die. Suddenly, an unexpected noise distracted the friends from a pleasant conversation. They immediately took up fighting stances, expecting to meet their opponent. A voice at the entrance to the cave said that lighting a fire was very stupid, as they would not be able to hide from their enemies. Inwa saw something strange on the ground next to her leg. The guy said his name was Faison. He rolled closer to her and said that he had all the information they needed. This was a strange participant in the test. Only his head remained from his body, so he asked to help him in return. This meeting turned out to be quite unusual, but all the girls agreed to go on a journey in search of the stranger's body in order to receive in return important information regarding the situation. The girl with the mechanical arm was not sure that they were going in the right direction because they had been looking for the poor guy's body for an eternity. The guy's head replied that everything was in order and he was sure that they were going straight to the goal. Inwa went first. She believed that they had finally found what they were looking for. The guy replied that these were indeed the rest of his body and asked Effie to bring him closer to them. It was unpleasant for the girl to hold this strange head in her hands, a little disdainfully. She held Faison out to the side. The guy with glasses immediately began to blend in with the rest of the body. A moment later, he was already standing on his own 2 feet, as if nothing had happened to him. Inwa stood nearby and watched what was happening. She had already seen this in the trial rounds, but still decided to ask this guy what his ability was. Effie said that it was unlikely that she would get an answer from him, because telling someone about your gift is the same as giving away all your secrets. Unexpectedly for them, Faison decided to reveal his secret. He extended his hand to the side and showed them the objects they were interested in. He said that these were clay dolls, and he could make no more than 3 pieces at his own request. But then he had to use parts of his own body. Effie could not understand the essence of this ability, but still began to smile awkwardly and said that it was amazing. Faison convinced her that they should not be too careful towards each other, because while they were working together, they should know their friend's abilities a little better. He also understood very well that their enemy was incredibly strong, so he suggested that the team focus on survival instead of testing. After his words, Effie, with a little fear, asked him how he knew her name. The guy replied that even before the exam, he made inquiries about all the new hero candidates in the area. He also knows that she is more interested in becoming a master than a hero. But he was still more interested in the identity of the girl in the red jacket. He pointed at her with his hand and said that with her skills it was unlikely that she could go unnoticed. He directly asked her who she really was. Inwa understood that such questions would haunt her more than once during the continuation of this mission. She could not pretend forever, and therefore she needed to come up with a worthy name. She racked her brain and remembered a familiar face from her childhood. The confident girl introduced herself. She said that her name was Katya, and that's all she could tell about herself. In fact, there was no need to tell her anything more. She understood that she would definitely find someone who would respond to this name. The newly created team went on reconnaissance. Inwa asked the guy if he really told the truth that he was ambushed by someone else who didn't have a skull mask. Faison replied that not only did his enemy not have any mask, but he also did not use scythes. But in fact, this enemy had a weapon no worse. It was about a special sword. This was of great interest to the hero killer. She thought deeply about the fact that this could be an opportunity for her. Effie asked her partner to tell him more about this subject, so she could find out what it was about. Faison said that the peculiarity of this sword was its unusual blade. It turns out that it was completely invisible, literally transparent. Effie reacted instantly. She realized that we were talking about a sword called a fragment. This, of course, interested the hero killer, and she asked Effie what she knew about it. The girl said that most users of superpowers endow their weapons with energy and use them as if it were part of their body. But fragments are different from ordinary weapons. They are objects that are naturally imbued with energy. With their help, even ordinary people can become much stronger. The only limitation is the rarity of such items. The sword in question is most likely a 100-sided sword. Even among the known fragments, it is considered very powerful. This is enough to make any swordsman salivate. Remembering such features of the object, the girl was distracted from what was happening. When she suddenly stopped. Her comrades turned to her and asked what was the matter. It turned out that Effie remembered who this sword now belongs to. This guy comes from a small village of swordmasters. His master believed that this guy's bloodlust knew no bounds. He was worried that the student decided to abandon his morals. He really wanted this sword so much that he was ready to do anything. The guy decided not to answer the old man's questions and asked what he thought about himself. After all, the fact that the master cannot part with this item is a sign of his own greed. The old man watched everything that happened. He saw how his student destroyed everyone who opposed him. Taking out his sword, he calmly replied that it was not difficult for him. He said that all the students decided to determine who would own the legendary blade, and decided to take it from the master by force. The only survivor was to become the new owner of the sword. The old man replied that they should go outside. He believed that if he was destined to die that day, then he wanted to do it under the moonlight. The guy calmly turned around and agreed to the master's conditions. When suddenly he heard the sound of a sword, the master took his 100 hedron in his hands. After that, he delivered an incredibly powerful blow that cut the building in half. Now they were under the open sky. The moon was shining very brightly. The old man delivered another powerful cleaving blow. He asked his disciple Yang Jinthi why he could not wait another 10 years before this battle. The guy continued the battle and repelled the enemy's attacks. He was purposeful and did not want to wait any longer. His master warned the insolent man many times that his pride would bring misfortune. He asked the student if he really believed that he deserved to become the master of this fragment. There is a statement that only the owner of this blade can go down the mountain. At that moment, the old master owned the 100 hedron. He held out the weapon in front of him and said that they should take the battle more seriously. He promised the enemy that he would make sure that his path to the underworld was not boring. This was his last lesson for the student. The man realized that his blade could not defeat such a talented young swordsman. The guy was holding a seriously wounded old man in his arms. He was bleeding. The old man said that it was only a matter of time before the young master surpassed him. Now the new owner of a special item demonstrates to the world the power of their sword technique. The owner of the fragment was sitting calmly on a stone in the forest. Suddenly one of the heroes approached him. He was incredibly angry. He believed that it was this man who killed his comrade. The hero did not come alone. Another fighter hid behind a tree not far from him. The calm man replied that this was the truth, and Boar's death was his doing. He kept his hand on his sword and was ready for a fight. The angry hero took out his weapon and took a stance. He was ready to tear his sworn enemy to shreds. The battle began. The enemies crossed their swords. The killer's sword looked especially dangerous because its blade was invisible. In fact, the hero was worried about one question: why his enemy showed his face, because before he wore a hood on his head, shamelessly showing his face, he demonstrates arrogance or he is confident in his victory. The rest of the heroes who organized the test also entered the battle. Dan turned to his comrades and said that they should be careful, because there may be more than one enemy, and besides, he owns a fragment. Narum also prepared for battle. She used the activation of her technique and chose battle mode. It turns out that she has a whole assortment of weapons. She chose the first option on the interface of her ability. Slot number 1 was occupied by an assault rifle. The girl was ready to take revenge for her friend. Filled with hatred, Narum aimed at her enemy. Yang Jinthi was busy fighting and did not even look in her direction. The girl opened fire, but the guy had incredible reflexes and easily fought off all the bullets that flew in his direction. After that, Narum decided to use a sniper rifle. She crouched down to reduce the spread and began to aim at the enemy. A very powerful shot flew straight at the guy with the sword. It was quite difficult for him to defend himself against such force. He was still able to repel the attack. His hand began to tremble. His cold gaze was aimed at the enemy. But Ian had no time to be distracted because the melee hero had entered the battle again. After the attack was repulsed, the guy crouched down to make a quick attack. After the rain, the ground was sticky, and his foot sank a little. This is exactly what the swordsman thought. But in fact, it was the ability of one of his opponents. It was far from an equal fight, but still Yang managed to dodge every attack in his direction. He decided to take a more advantageous position and jumped onto a tree. One of the heroes was already standing under him. He was trying to destroy the tree on which his enemy was located. But Yang was faster and jumped off the plant, after which he cut it in half with one powerful blow of his sword. The ground was still soft from using the hero's gift. Ian decided that it was better for him to be on the cut tree, because this way he could use his quick attacks without worrying about the ground under his feet, collapsing from the enemy's ability. Meanwhile, the rector decided to join the battle. Dan put some kind of special mask on his face. He was ready to attack. The blue-haired guy understood what was about to happen and asked his comrades to immediately close their ears. The hero's scream created such a powerful shockwave that part of the forest began to fly apart in different directions. Despite such a powerful blow that it destroyed everything in its path, the swordsman still stood on his feet. After his attack, Dan held his throat. It is not easy for him to use this technique. He noticed that he remembers the enemy's sword and seems to know who their opponent is. He said that the guy in the stolen cloak was most likely Yang Jinthi. He didn't understand what such a mass murderer was doing in the testing area. With a cold look, the guy replied that he was looking for a torch that would light the old world and open the doors to a new era. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the scream of one of the heroes spread throughout the forest. Even some animals could not withstand such force. Inwa crouched down to examine the innocent bird that had suffered from a careless attack. Effie immediately covered her ears. She didn't understand what it was. Faison said that he also didn't have any ideas. He didn't bother covering his ears because the clay dolls did it for him. The guy noticed that most likely the epicenter of the attack was quite far from them. They had no time for the battle between the swordsman and the heroes, because they also found something terrible. Around were the bodies of recently killed hero candidates. In addition, traces of the battle could be found everywhere. Inwa assumed that this was the work of the skeleton-masked villain she had encountered before. Faison said that they should split up and search the area for survivors. The girl looked to the side and said that she did not think that this was necessary. Her vision became so sharp that this time she managed to find the thread of the enemy's energy without any problems. The girl decided to call her opponent and carefully hooked the spider's net. As expected, a swordsman jumped out of the grass a moment later. Nevertheless, Inwa decided not to play with his attack for a long time and chose a much easier option. She pulled Effie's mechanical arm and deflected the swordsman's attack. The girl immediately recognized this guy. He was among those who tried to show their best side, believing that Inwa was the real test leader. The guy immediately began to behave awkwardly, proving that it was not him. Meanwhile, the girl with the dolls also fell into a trap. The attentive Phazon discovered her and sent his clay dolls into battle. Effie did not understand what was happening and decided to find out from her comrades. The frightened girl assumed that these three were friends of the guy with the skull mask. Effie replied that they were not their enemies. Inwa fought with earlier warned her comrades that they should not believe everything that strangers say. Suddenly, she noticed a girl who had previously posed as the rector and forced all the candidates to fight among themselves. She said that she recognized her. Incredible hatred for her was heard in his voice. Inhua hid her hands in her pockets and calmly asked her rival if she wanted to be spanked again. The angry girl replied that this time she would refuse. Actually, this is how they settled this quick conflict. They decided to resolve all the misunderstandings and began to discuss the information they have. The girl with green hair is called Suki. She said that they also do not know what happened. They also came to this place after the end of the battle. Phazon adjusted his glasses as usual. He asked if they really wanted to fight with strangers even after meeting the guy in the mask. He believes that it would be safer for them to try to leave the testing area. The swordsman replied that in fact, they could not do it. This answer surprised the hero killer, and she asked why this was so. The still angry spider girl replied that they simply couldn't do it. They believe that there will always be new tests for the title of hero, but each of them only has one life, and therefore they decided not to risk it. As it turns out, there were thick vines on their way. They blocked the exit and they never managed to break through. In this case, they came to the conclusion that they were all isolated in the test area. Unexpectedly for everyone, Inwa replied that this was good. The girl captain of the second team replied that she did not understand what was good about it. It turns out that the hero killer is interested in a fight with such opponents. She did not know how to convince the other candidates for such a crazy plan. Suki, of course, was surprised to hear such an answer, and asked the brave girl if she was really sure that she could defeat the incredibly strong guy in the skull mask. The girl with the powers of a spider agreed with her words. She said that the candidate in the red jacket should not be so confident in his invincibility. She believes that even if they attack the guy in the mask all at once, their chances will still be negligible, so her plan is to try to find a place to hide. When suddenly Inwa said that they would not succeed, she calmly pointed her finger at something interesting. Cold sweat immediately appeared on the faces of all the fighters from such surprise. As it turned out, the enemy with a skull mask and 2 sickles was watching their discussion all this time. The frightened candidates for the title of hero realized that they were in great danger. Effie immediately extended her mechanical arm to launch the first strike with a blast of missiles, but was stopped by Inwa. She said that if their enemy wanted to kill them, he would have done it long ago. She believes that most likely he has other plans. The stranger began to descend from the tree. He said that his name was Condor. As it turns out, he has a task. He must bring with him the most talented candidates for heroes. Still, finding the right ones for him turned out to be a difficult task. He has already destroyed many guys in search of worthy ones. From such memories, a satisfied grin appeared on his face. He extended his hands to the frightened candidates and invited them to play a game. The girl with red hair asked what we were talking about. The guy decided that they would understand everything themselves and made a seal of his ability with his hands. After this, a vessel appeared from which sand began to come out. The location around them turned into a windy, hot desert. Effie didn't understand what happened. She started scratching her head and said that it was sudden, because just a minute ago it was dawn, and they were in the forest. Inwa looked around and realized that this was a completely different location. She assumed that the stranger had the same type of gift as Rachel Sinclair. The villain began to walk towards the candidates and said that there used to be a sanctuary in this place, where he worshipped his god. He believes that all his guests are extraordinary, and he would gladly sacrifice everyone, but because of his task, he should leave at least one alive. At this location, the clothes of the masked stranger suddenly changed. He said that he provides his dear guests with 2 options to choose from. However, he clarified that it is impossible to refuse the game. Suki grabbed her doll and asked with a frightened look, "How dare he do this?" The guy sharply raised his index finger in the air to explain the rules. He said that by the time the sand in the clock completely falls off, one of the participants will die. The deaths will continue until only one of the most talented candidates remains. He said that this timer is his gift. Participants had the choice to leave everything to fate and become a hypocrite, or take fate into their own hands and become a murderer. Of course, this difficult choice put most of the candidates in an awkward position. Everyone began to reconsider. Perhaps they were picking easy victims for themselves in order to survive. Inwa began to examine their location. She realized that this was not a trick, and there was no reason for this. She believes that Condor is probably confident that he can cope with all opponents and therefore sets such crazy conditions. The silence was interrupted by a girl with the ability of a spider, despite the fact that her hands were shaking. She nervously said that there was nothing to think about, and everything was obvious. Within a moment, she gave an answer to the guy in the mask. She began her attack and threw controlled darts with poison at him. Suddenly, she was stopped by the huge dolls that Faison uses. The guy threw her onto the sand and immobilized her. She did not understand what her ally was doing. As usual, adjusting his glasses, Faison said that everyone would take his proposal into account. Frightened by what happened, Effie asked him why he did it. The guy replied that he was sure that everyone felt the same as him. He did not intend to die in this place. Faison believed that the guy in the mask was trying to find out their value as if he were buying an item at the market. In this case, the weakest among them have no choice but to follow the rules, because here the strongest survive. He turned to Condor and said that he would put on a decent show for him, but he needed a little more time for this. The guy in the mask began to grin and said that he agreed. Now their situation was becoming more and more interesting. Faison stepped aside. He said that this should be enough. After that, he looked at Katya and said that he had gained some time. He was wondering if they had a chance. The girl replied that everything depends on them. Effie did not understand what they were talking about. Such prospects frightened her. Suki said that it was a great game, and the time gained would benefit them. The swordsman folded his hands in front of him and silently nodded his head in response. But still, Effie did not agree with them. She said that they should not negotiate with the villains. She believes that they will not give the enemy what he wants. Of course, everyone looked at her as if she was strange. She realized what was going on and sat down offendedly on a stone, realizing that she was the only one who was not aware of the plan. The girl with red hair began to laugh. It was quite hypocritical, because in fact, she, too, was not aware of the plan, and was very angry with Faison. Faison looked into the sky and said that apparently the sand inside the clock would reach the bottom in about an hour. Since none of them have worked together before, a solid plan will be needed. Suddenly the silence was interrupted by Inwa. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She calmly sat down on the sand and asked the team to trust her. Inwa hid her hands in her pockets and began to calmly think about life. She tried the last time she was on the verge of life and death. Remembering all her enemies, she realized that she had always been focused on survival. Perhaps this was not always the right decision. After all, in fact, she always chose only those fights that she could win. She believed that she was worth the risk in order to carry out her plan. After all, before, even at the most vulnerable moment, she still had a way out. According to the girl, the point is not at all that she values her life so much. In fact, it is about the burden of unfinished business that pushes her forward. Inwa even remembered her training. Master Yushin always said that she should not stop. He told her that, while she becomes stronger, she should not forget that her enemies also become stronger. Besides, whoever she is chasing already has an advantage over her. The old man said that even despite his incredible talent, he still pushed himself to the limit. Therefore, he believed that she should not stop. After all, sooner or later, the time will come when a situation where her life is at stake will become the only way to improve. Until now, she has behaved confidently, but the guy who locked them in his desert is definitely strong. Her whole body is sounding the alarm. But if she doesn't pass this test now, she most likely won't be able to break her limit again. So she won't run away this time. Inwa decided to put her life on the line. The girl went to meet a guy in a skull mask. He immediately said that they made a decision pretty quickly. He was interested in who would survive from their team. The girl began to use another ability, and because of this, her disguise disappeared. She decided that only their opponent would die in this battle. The guy began to create a whirlwind of sand in preparation for battle. He said that the opposing team made a very stupid decision. He also had a weapon special for this location. It was a sword. He made an incredibly fast lunge, but using Jade's gift, his opponent was able to dodge. The girl began to remember her words earlier. She told the team that she was going to lure the condor. Inwa looked for a good place for the battle, and therefore asked the rest of the guys to wait for her in the same place where they had gathered. It was about a rocky area with a lot of hiding places. She believes that this would be an ideal place to hide. She said that from the moment the battle begins, they should buy as much time as possible until she returns. Fazan asked Katya if she really had a plan, or a way to destroy the condor. The girl replied that there is a certain possibility, but the most important thing is that she needs the support of the team. Suki raised her hand. She said it was a good idea, but there was a flaw in the plan. They must completely trust each other to pull off such a fight. She said that she is still not sure that no one will betray them. She believed that the plan could only be an opportunity to wait until everyone else died and become the only survivor. In response to her words, the girl pulled her hand into her pocket. She took out some small purple ball and showed it to the others. The angry girl with the powers of a spider replied that this thing belonged to her. She thought that she had lost this thing, but as it turned out, Inwa had previously stolen it. Effie asked what this interesting item was. The red-haired girl replied that it was a special explosive that she received with the help of a chain of logisticians. It was called a grape bomb. If you press on it, it will explode into small pieces and incinerate everything in the area. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the eternally hungry Inwa swallowed this item. Everyone around looked at her with horror in their eyes. After that, she threw the detonator to her former enemy and asked if what she had done was enough to earn their trust. It turns out that she was ready to put her life on the line to carry out this plan, because without trust, they will all die. Thus, she left her fate in their hands and therefore wants them to trust her completely. The guys went to the previously mentioned location. Faison noticed the movement and warned the others. Inwa pretended to be trying to escape from the guy with the skeleton mask, but in reality she was leading him into a pre-prepared trap. The girl deftly jumped over the thread and energy of the candidate for heroes. She had already learned to consider them without any problems. The red-haired girl realized that this was the right moment to use her ability. She pulled the thread to surround their enemy from all sides. The thread tightened the guy's body, and he began to defend himself. He was quite strong and tried to break free. The girl was very tired and shouted that she could no longer hold the guy in the skeleton mask. A swordsman attacked the guy in the trap from above. Even in such a difficult situation, the villain in the skull mask was able to repel the enemy's unexpected attack. Moreover, he struck back with his sword. The wounded swordsman pressed his hand to his wound and began to stagger. Suddenly, the condor felt that the troubles he would encounter were not yet complete. He was able to see the threads of energy from a girl with spider abilities. He immediately went to meet such a problematic enemy. The guy immediately took out his sword and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. The girl could not stand it. She could not hold back her threads because the guy in the trap began to move. She was pulled towards the stone. Within a moment, it flew off in the other direction due to strong enemy resistance. From such pain, her hands began to tremble. She understood that the enemy was already close and she should prepare her poison darts. The guy in the mask appeared in the sky. He was ready to launch his attack. Suddenly, a girl who was in a hopeless situation was touched by Siki. She saved her ally and blocked the enemy's blow with her doll. Such a short period of battle was enough for her to understand how big the difference in strength was between them. She believed that their only advantage was that the enemy actually underestimated them. They all know perfectly well what gift the enemy has. But everything is completely different for Condor. After all, he did not see all the abilities of his opponents. The girl increased the size of her bird doll and struck the enemy with a beam of energy. Everything around began to explode and burn from such insane power. After this, the doll returned to its original size. The girl fell to the ground and began to tremble from exhaustion. She had used too much energy on this attack. The condor looked at the enemy and suggested that her gift was the doll's absorption of the enemy's energy and then releasing it. He believed that this was a rather problematic ability. After that, he pierced the girl's hand with his sword. She screamed in pain. Seeing this, Effie immediately ran to help his ally. She tried to stab the enemy using her mechanical arm, but the enemy was faster and wounded her with a sword cut. The wounded girl flew to the side, and her allies' dolls went into battle. But Condor was able to get rid of them without any problems. Fazan believed that their enemy was simply a monster. The condor asked with a smile why they were trying to gain time. He said that in reality nothing would work out for them. Effie sighed heavily. She began to analyze the situation. They were all seriously wounded, but not dead. Apparently, the condor was just playing with them. The guy in the mask said that their tactics are pathetic, and they are all a worthless bunch of maggots. But still he remembered that there was one more participant left. He turned to the girl and asked if this was part of her plan. The girl said that this was so, and at the moment when she was the only survivor, she would probably be released. However, she forgot to say that she had to fulfill one more promise. The guy saw the snow and was very surprised because they were in the desert. The girl said that it must be unpleasant when it snows in his desert. She wanted some free time to understand the enemy's ability. After all, in their game, the task was limited by time. After these words, the girl in blue clothes and with a cold look asked who the boss really was now. A duel between the strongest began. Condor and Inwa went out for revenge, since at the last meeting they did not find out who was stronger. They immediately rushed to attack. Condor struck the first blow. The girl was able to dodge it. After this, she immediately launched a counterattack and wounded the enemy with one swing. A cut appeared on the hand of the guy in the mask. He began to wonder what was going on because the situation was strange. He understood that the ability to use his gift in various ways, of course, depends on the skill of the user. But the enemy's strength looked incredibly diverse. He didn't understand where her enemy got so many different attacks from. While he was thinking, he was kicked in the head. The mask on Condor's face cracked. From the girl's next blow, the guy again flew to the side. He had no control over the fight at all and could not resist her power. The embittered guy took another part of the skull in his hand. He attached her to his mask and told his opponent that she was a very interesting fighter. Inwa immediately felt the danger, because for the first time she was taking on such a dangerous opponent, risking her life. Cold sweat broke out on her face. The enemy looked incredibly creepy, as if it were some kind of dream. The girl was filled with surprise and blinked during the fight. After this, she was brought to her senses by a blinding flash. She couldn't believe that she just froze for a moment. Her opponent had wounded her. She understood that something had changed and believed that she could not hold out even longer. The wounded girl sat down and looked at the dazzling snow. The condor praised her for her perseverance, but still the hourglass in the sky is not on her side. With a threatening look, he asked the girl to give her all. Returning to the incredible number of abilities of the hero killer, it is worth mentioning that a person learns to use his gift through experience. In cases where the gift is difficult to use, like Condor and Sinclair, achieving an incredible level is not so easy. This requires a lot of time to understand all the benefits of the gift and how to use them. Inwa was the first to face the enemy to make contact with him. Thanks to her friends for buying her some time, she was able to prepare for the battle. As it turned out, she even learned something new about her own ability. Yet Inwa can use several gifts during the assassin's time. She still has much to learn, but in the meantime, she has completed her preparations and distracted the enemy with multiple attacks. Now she should test her abilities in battle. The condor continued to defend himself from the girl's multiple attacks. She did not allow him to relax and go on a counterattack. Within a moment, the guy decided that he could finally finish off the enemy. He decided to close the distance to fight with his swords. The girl was inattentive and fell under an enemy attack. Her own blood from the wound got on her face after the enemy's last attack. She definitely didn't expect to miss it. Meanwhile, Condor again rushed to the attack and began to approach her. He began to inflict an incredible number of attacks, and the girl's entire body was covered with wounds. Inwa extended her hands in front of her and began using one of her abilities in response. An incredible explosion occurred and stones rose into the air. Among these stones there were also dolls, which Phazon had made earlier. They immediately rushed to attack. A moment later, it was no longer possible to see what was happening in the battle. Inwa was exhausted, and her nose began to bleed from so many attacks. The condor thought that this fight was very funny and began to laugh. He was able to get out of the trap. The guy in the skull mask immediately rushed to attack the wounded girl. Inwa flew to the side and rolled down the slope. She lay on the ground while the enemy again appeared directly above her. The girl decided to block the enemy blow using another ability of her allies. She created a doll that absorbed the entire force of the blow. After that, the huge plush toy fired back. The guy began to run away from her attack. Meanwhile, Inwa was already on the verge. She was all wounded and fell to her knees. She had not had such difficult battles for a long time. The guy replied that he was wrong all the time. Now he understands that it was not her abilities that were more important, but her enemy himself. After all, no matter how good a blade may be, in the wrong hands it is nothing more than scrap metal. The guy, using his sand, addressed the girl, calling her a young villain. He invited her to become his student. The girl could barely stand on her feet. She asked the enemy what he was talking about and who he thought he was. Condor asked if Inwa really didn't want to become stronger. The girl refused, and a moment later she received a strong blow to the face. The condor said that this was not a proposal, and that she would gladly follow him through excruciating pain. The hourglass was still frozen. The guy in the mask told the girl that her resilience was worthy of respect, but still he felt sorry because his gift had become his own burden. He said that he had no choice but to kill her before the sand ran out. Approaching the girl, he once again asked if she really wanted everything to end this way. The girl was covered in blood and lying in the snow. The guy was surprised. In his hands there was controlled sand from which he could make himself any weapon. He approached her and swung an axe. He said that he accepted this test. The girl remembered that the master once told her that the time would come when the situation with her life at stake would become the only path to improvement. But then she asked the old man a question. She didn't know what to do if she faced an invincible opponent with no way to avoid the conflict. Yushin agreed that some enemies might try to defeat her with their colossal strength, but there was no need to follow in their footsteps. Still, people can easily die from even a small injection, and therefore he believes that while she is alive, this is not the end. She should endure the pain with bated breath. After all, the weakest moment of a predator is the time when he believes that he has successfully completed the hunt. It is then that Manhwa sees the opportunity. At the moment when he is in the greatest danger, any created matter can be destroyed. That's exactly what happened. The guy's technique disappeared and he lost his swords before the strike. He immediately took out his blades. Realizing that this was what the girl had planned from the very beginning, everyone who underestimated her died at her hands. The girl asked if Condor really wanted her to become his student, because he should take lessons from her. The girl said that she was going to show the enemy something interesting, namely, what his death looks like. After that, she pressed her broken sword to him. Within a moment, she used the gift stolen from Effie, and the repaired weapon pierced the enemy. The guy in the mask fell to the ground. He couldn't believe what happened. The girl asked if he had any last words. The condor replied that this fight was incredible and asked what the name of the young villainess was. The girl replied that her name was Katya. The guy in the skeleton mask began to pronounce this name out loud. When suddenly he said that Katya was dead, this greatly excited the hero killer, because that was her sister's name. She tried to find out more from the enemy, but he could no longer speak. The condor gradually lost consciousness and began to see poorly. Manhwa was also very exhausted, and therefore immediately after defeating the enemy she lost consciousness.